911, what's your emergency?
Viewer discretion is advised. What a ride it's been! Over 300 episodes and over 6,000 Teslacam videos. We took a look at the data, found the submissions viewers liked the most, and compiled them into this 5-hour mega episode. Buckle up and get ready to enjoy the most popular Teslacam videos we've ever featured. Joe was driving his Tesla through thick fog when he suddenly realized he was rapidly approaching flashing lights. He hit the brakes, but nothing happened. The road was covered in ice. He quickly decided to go off-road into the median in an attempt to avoid hitting the vehicles that were blocking the entire highway. He braced for impact, and after coming to a stop, he was relieved that he was safe and the car was okay. At least, that's what he thought. Exactly 1 minute later, a truck driver made the same decision to go off-road, T-boning Joe's Tesla on the passenger side. A total of 18 cars and 12 semi-trucks were involved in the crash on I-90 that morning. The Washington State Patrol said that freezing fog was the main contributor to the 30-vehicle pileup. 3 people were transported to local hospitals, but thankfully all injuries were reportedly minor. Joe was totally unharmed but very shaken up, which is understandable. The State Patrol later posted these aerial photos from the accident scene, and in one of them we can actually spot Joe's Tesla. The Tesla was towed to a junkyard since the initial report stated it would probably be declared a total loss by the insurance company. Joe filed a claim with the driver of the pickup truck who'd hit him. The insurance company is waiting for the State Patrol to complete their investigation, as there is one person who's been cited for going too fast for conditions, and they consider that person responsible for the entire incident. After seeing pictures of the aftermath, it's definitely a miracle nobody was seriously injured in this massive accident. Andy was driving his Model X with autopilot engaged on a highway in North Carolina when he was passed by a Volkswagen Golf. Behind it was a souped-up Scion TC. The Scion somehow lost control, resulting in what happened next. This was an accident Autopilot couldn't avoid, but it acted in a way that made Andy thank Autopilot for potentially saving both his life and the life of the Scion driver. Let's see why. When the Scion came out in front of the Tesla, Autopilot engaged the automatic emergency braking just enough so that the Tesla wouldn't T-bone the Scion at highway speed. Instead, the Scion flew past him into the guardrail and bounced back into the back of the Model X. This resulted in a pit maneuver, pushing the Tesla into the guardrail as well. At least it stayed upright. Tesla claimed that they couldn't even get the Model X to roll over during their internal crash testing. This clip goes to show that these cars are basically anchored to the ground. When the dust had settled, both Andy and the other driver walked away from the wreck. First responders were on scene within minutes. From these pictures, we can see that there isn't much left of either car. The Tesla lost both its bumper covers and sustained massive damage to its frame and bodywork. Check out this awesome picture where we can see the North Carolina State Troopers sitting in the Model X and reviewing the Teslacam footage right on the Tesla's screen. We're betting that video was pretty handy for the accident investigation. Ezekiel was driving his Model 3 on the freeway outside of Huntington, Oregon. He was driving at around 80 miles per hour when he noticed a police car speeding up behind him. Ezekiel moved over to let the officer fly past him. In the distance, he noticed a car coming straight toward them. The officer lined up to take him down. It was a direct hit, and the car who was speeding the wrong direction down the freeway was neutralized. The officer jumped out of his vehicle, broke the window of the other car, and had the guy in cuffs in a matter of seconds. The official story says that around 2 p.m., emergency dispatchers received a report of a wrong-way driver on the freeway near milepost 342. The reporting party described a silver sedan driving westbound in the eastbound lanes. Oregon State Police troopers responded to the area in an attempt to locate the driver. Less than 5 minutes later, the senior trooper spotted the vehicle just before colliding with it. The wrong-way driver sustained minor injuries and was taken to a hospital for treatment and evaluation. He was was then booked into the Baker County Jail on charges of second-degree attempted assault, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. Imagine putting yourself in this kind of danger to stop an individual from hurting others. Wham bam, that trooper is a hero, man. Max was driving his Model 3 down the highway in Oak Grove, Kentucky. He was in the right lane using autopilot when he approached a semi-truck driving in the left lane. The truck had been riding in the left lane for a few miles, so Max decided to continue past him in the right lane. Just as he was passing, the truck driver changed lanes, clipping the back end of the Tesla. That caused the Model 3 to spin out in front of the semi, but the driver didn't notice and just kept driving, pushing Max along in front of him at 70 miles per hour. Autopilot warned Max just before the two vehicles made contact, but it was too late for him to avoid the accident. He also says Autopilot attempted to steer away from the truck, but the force of the semi pushing it was too much for the steering to fight back against. The semi pushed Max for approximately half a mile before the driver finally stopped, apparently because he felt that there was something wrong. He felt some resistance against his truck, but he never saw the Tesla. It wasn't until the truck completely stopped that the driver finally saw people jumping out from in front of him. When he opened his door, he saw the Tesla for the first time. Let this be a lesson. Blind spots are dangerous. Police were called to the scene, and the Model 3 was towed to a body shop. The truck driver was found to be at fault, and the repair estimate came to $20,000 US. Repairs took 2 months to complete due to parts delays. Max had only owned his Tesla for a few weeks, so it has now spent more time in the shop than it spent being driven. He's looking forward to getting back behind the wheel. Taylor was driving his 4-week-old Model Y on I-35 in Hickory Creek, Texas, when he passed this black Nissan Frontier pickup truck. Taylor changed lanes to allow lead-footed drivers to pass him in the fast lane. That was when the Nissan swerved into him. Until he reviewed the video, Taylor says he couldn't even explain how the crash happened. Autopilot's traffic-aware cruise control was engaged, but it had no time to evade or alert Taylor to the Nissan in his blind spot. He says he's still in shock. He didn't see it coming. The Nissan driver lied to everyone and said he was just driving along when Taylor spun him out and put him into the wall. Taylor didn't talk to the Nissan driver personally. He was too upset and sat. After the police arrived, he gave them the Teslacam footage. The officer showed the Nissan driver, and he instantly knew he was busted. The other driver was found 100% at fault for his aggressive lane changes and unsafe speed. Taylor's Model Y is being fixed now, and the repair estimate is about $4,000 US. This anonymous submitter was having difficulty using the media controls on his Tesla screen. Of course, while he was paying attention to adjusting his music, he wasn't paying attention to the road as he started veering toward the shoulder. When he noticed what was happening, he tried to straighten out, but he overcorrected and lost control before sliding into a ditch. Sadly, he was headed straight toward a partially fallen tree, which led to a very destructive collision. Multiple airbags were deployed after his Tesla smashed into the tree. The car automatically called 911 after saving the Teslacam video. It took 30 minutes for a sheriff's deputy to arrive, and since it was cold outside, he let our submitter wait in the back of his patrol vehicle while the Tesla was towed away. Our submitter told us the car's low-voltage battery was totally drained after about 20 minutes without main battery power, in spite of the car's attempts to turn off non-critical systems. He made sure to open the glove box to get his USB drive before the battery fully died. He also retrieved his EDR report from Tesla, which shows that he was traveling at about 30 miles per hour at the time of the impact. At first, he wasn't concerned about the damage, but that's only because he couldn't get a good look at it. Once he and his insurance provider were able to assess the damage, it became clear that the Tesla was totaled. His initial repair quote was for $29,000, so his insurance provider decided to offer him a check for $42,500 instead. Before we roll the next video, we need to thank this submitter for faithfully supporting us on Patreon for over a year. We appreciate all our patrons. To see the perks he gets in return, head to patreon.com/whambam. Ivan was on his way home from work when traffic ahead of him came to a complete stop. Ivan also stopped, but the Nissan behind him didn't. The Nissan driver was not paying attention and couldn't brake in time before slamming into the back of Ivan's Model Y. Both drivers stopped on the shoulder, and Ivan called 911 to report the collision. Even though he told them his back was injured, paramedics refused to respond, but eventually a highway patrol trooper arrived. Ivan tried to get the Nissan driver's insurance information from him so he could leave and go to the hospital, but the Nissan driver refused to give it to him. Eventually, Ivan asked the patrol trooper for help. He told us the trooper couldn't care less though, and he told Ivan that everything was in order and the Nissan driver wasn't required to provide him with his insurance information. Ivan was completely baffled. Then, when he later got a copy of the police report, he found out the trooper had lied to him. Ivan told us that everything was very much not in order. The report clearly states the Nissan's registration had expired and that the driver didn't have any insurance. Ivan is convinced the trooper hid these facts from him intentionally. Ivan doesn't know why he did this, but he has a theory. He overheard the trooper and the Nissan driver speaking to each other in another language, and he thinks they knew each other. Since the other driver was illegally driving without insurance, Ivan had to file a claim with his own insurance provider. Ivan is still getting medical treatment twice per week for his back injury, which he is having to pay for out of his own pocket. John and Michelle were driving with autopilot engaged with the speed set to 80 miles per hour on I-80 outside Paxton, Nebraska when they were passed by an SUV in the left lane. Michelle noticed the driver was looking over her right shoulder into her back seat when she veered a bit off the road to the left. When she tried to correct, she lost control and rolled across the median and into oncoming lanes. John and Michelle stopped and ran over to make sure the woman was okay. She had already gotten out of her car and was alert and aware as her dog ran around. They called 911 and waited until emergency services arrived and took over the situation. They informed the police that they had Teslacam footage of the crash, but the officers weren't interested. John and Michelle hoped the woman and her dog both had a speedy recovery. Nicky was driving his Model Y south on I-5 in Portland, Oregon. He was driving at 40 miles per hour when he overtook a pickup hauling a camper. Nicky saw that traffic ahead was slowing down, but the pickup driver didn't notice in time and ended up plowing into a car hauler at full speed. Nicky noticed the driver wasn't slowing down, so he quickly swerved to avoid being involved in the collision. Nicky called the police, and both drivers ended up being okay. Fewer than 24 hours after taking delivery of his 2024 Model 3 Highland, he was rear-ended by a speeding Mitsubishi Outlander at high speed down a highway. When the police arrived, they questioned both drivers to find out how the crash happened. The Mitsubishi driver told them he'd done nothing wrong, aside from failing to see the car ahead of him, of course. This prompted the police to ask Shimon why he'd been in front of the Mitsubishi. Shimon was so new to his Tesla that he didn't know how to use the Teslacam feature yet. Later, after finding the footage, it proved crucial for the police investigation and his insurance claim. The Mitsubishi driver's insurance provider took full responsibility. Sadly, the Tesla was deemed a total loss, but the other driver's insurance coverage maxed out at $25,000. In the end, Shimon's own insurance coverage had to cover the rest. Paul was driving his Cybertruck on a highway near Ukiah, California, when a stranger intentionally struck his pickup, forcing it to go off-road and roll over. Paul told us he had no previous interaction with the offending driver, and his Teslacam footage proves that's true. Paul had just finished overtaking a slower-moving SUV before merging back into the exit lane. A pickup approached from behind, passed Paul on the left, then cut him off and started slowing down. Paul merged left to pass it, and that's when the driver of the pickup intentionally sideswiped him, sending his Cybertruck off the road at highway speed. The Cybertruck rolled over before stopping. While Paul was hanging upside down, the Cybertruck called 911 automatically and Paul was connected with an emergency dispatcher. Paul was transported via ambulance after reporting back pain. He told us that after seeing his Teslacam footage, the California Highway Patrol charged the pickup driver with vehicular assault. Personally, I would have charged him with attempted murder, but that's just me. As far as anyone can tell, the only reason for this attack was that Paul was driving a Cybertruck. Sadly, the rollover totaled his Cybertruck, and our resident collision expert Winston was able to find the wreck available for sale online. The photos reveal the extent of the damage. In this video, we see him and his colleague driving a Model Y with full self-driving engaged. Watch what happened just as they left the express lane to head to work. A Toyota pickup truck merged into their lane without checking for traffic, causing autopilot to swerve the Tesla to avoid being hit. Justin had a separate dashcam recording both in front of and inside the Tesla. Let's listen to what that sounded like and see how they reacted when this happened.
Oh shit. You got it? Yeah, I got it. Woo!
He managed to save the spin thanks to the Tesla's low center of gravity and the factory tires that are rated for such a heavy car. John was driving his Model 3 in Falls Church, Virginia, just outside of DC when a Ford driver in front of him slammed on the brakes. John managed to react in time, but the Honda behind him wasn't so skilled. The force of the impact pushed John's Tesla into the Ford, sandwiching him between the two vehicles. Hashtag Honda Bump. Before we continue, take a look at this freeze frame. That's a pretty crappy business slogan. An insurance claim was filed and police were notified. The Honda driver took full responsibility. John got a repair estimate the day after the incident for $3,000 US, but one day later, the body shop contacted him with a new estimate of $7,000 US. The next day, he got yet another estimate for $20,000 US. The fourth day after the accident, they contacted him again to let him know the estimate now totaled $24,000 US. At that point, the vehicle was considered a total loss. We speculate that the chassis must have been bent, because from the outside, the damage doesn't look that bad. What's your theory? Share it in the comments. Gina was driving her Model Y in Atlanta, Georgia. She wasn't using autopilot since she was driving on a bumpy local road with a speed limit of only 25 miles per hour. As she crossed through an intersection, a woman in a Ford F-150 ran a red light, T-boning her Tesla. The entire rear axle broke off as she continued rolling forward. She tried to brake frantically, but the brakes didn't respond. Luckily, she wasn't on a very steep slope, so the Model Y didn't pick up much speed, but she still managed to roll into a parked work truck. The lady in the Ford tried to tell Gina that she had a green light and that it was Gina who ran a red light. Police arrived quickly to the scene, and when the officer reviewed the Teslacam footage, he told Gina, "Oh, you're good, definitely her fault." Gina asked if we could give a shout out to her 9-year-old nephew J.S. He's a huge Tesla fan, and he's the one who told her to send this video to Wham Baam Teslacam. Nice job, J.S. Danny was driving through an intersection with a green light when a Kia driver ran their red light. Danny's phone automatically summoned police to his location, and they arrived less than 2 minutes later. Danny went to the hospital to get checked out, but in the end, he didn't have any serious injuries. The same couldn't be said about his Tesla. His insurance provider quickly deemed his Model Y a total loss before cutting him a check for over $49,000 US. He told us he's already spent it on a new Tesla Model X. Oh, wait a second, is that a BMW driver using a turn signal? Let's back up and start from the beginning. At this intersection, the left lane is only for turning left, the middle lane is only for going straight, and the right lane can go straight or turn right. As Michael approached the intersection in the right lane to go straight, a BMW from the middle lane, which only goes straight, remember, slowed down and the driver put on their turn signal. The BMW driver then made a right turn from the middle lane, hitting the side of Michael's Tesla Model 3 and spinning it 180 degrees. Michael is an Uber driver. Luckily, he didn't have a passenger at the time of the accident, and everyone involved in the crash walked away unharmed. Unfortunately, Michael's Tesla wasn't so lucky. He's still waiting to hear from his insurance provider, but responding officers told him that, based on accidents they've seen before, it'll most likely be totaled. Sergio was driving his Cybertruck down a highway in Lenexa, Virginia. He was following traffic in the passing lane when a Ford driver sideswiped him. The front right tire came off the ground, and when it came down, the vehicle jerked to the right. Sergio didn't have control as he fought to stabilize his pickup. After hitting the grass and nearly entering the tree line, the Cybertruck finally corrected. The Ford didn't though, and it smashed into the trees. Incredibly, nobody was hurt. When Sergio asked the Ford driver what had happened, he explained he hadn't seen the Cybertruck as he hadn't been paying attention. A responding police officer gave the Ford driver some helpful advice. That's why you turn your head. What a novel idea. While the collision totaled the Ford, Sergio's Cybertruck only sustained minor scratches, and he also lost a hubcap. Thankfully, for Sergio anyway, the driver of a Ford pickup found it when the flying hubcap shattered his windshield. What are the chances of a freak collision like this happening? This anonymous submitter was sitting at a red light in Santa Clara, California. What he didn't realize at the time was that the BMW driver next to him wanted to race. He was so eager to get the jump on our submitter that he ran the red light, and our submitter still didn't realize they were racing. When the light turned green, our submitter began driving. As they met up again at the next red light, the BMW driver was quick to inform our submitter that he had won. The guy was pointing and laughing at our submitter, who still didn't know what was going on. When this light turned green, the BMW driver took off again at first, but then he started brake checking our submitter. At this point, he realized something was up, so he passed the BMW as they approached another traffic light. The BMW driver was still laughing and pointing at our submitter. And if you think that's weird, just keep watching. The BMW driver rolled down his window, then threw a coin at our submitter's Tesla as the light turned green. Our submitter decided now was the time to make his getaway, so he floored the juice pedal. But it wasn't long before they approached another red light. This time, the BMW driver pulled in front of our submitter to block him before continuing to throw coins at his Tesla as if it was a wishing well. The situation threatened to turn violent when the BMW driver got out of his car and started shouting at our submitter, ordering him to get out and fight with him. As most of you know, we're excellent lip readers here at Wham Baam Teslacam, so here's the translation. Do you need something? No, you don't. You have turn signals, but I don't. I'm wishing for turn signals. Our submitter told us he'll be forwarding his footage to the police, and hopefully they can make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. Before we roll this next video, we know some people don't believe Teslas will make evasive maneuvers like this on their own, but Rish told us that's exactly what happened. In this one, our submitter was headed to his daughter's birthday party and he was following traffic ahead of him in the HOV lane. Suddenly, the entitled rider of a Yamaha R6 motorcycle approached from behind. The biker was lane splitting, but evidently he wasn't happy that the large Cybertruck hadn't made room for him, as he had to slow down and wait before squeezing between the Cybertruck and the pickup next to it. The biker was so triggered, he punched the Cybertruck's side view mirror as he rode past it. By the way, lane splitting is legal in California, but there's no legal requirement for drivers to make room for motorcycles that are splitting lanes. In fact, in some cases, it's discouraged. Don't believe us? Be sure to comment without looking it up first. Even so, our submitter was already driving as close to the outside lane line as he could without breaking the law and crossing it, but evidently that wasn't good enough. In fact, the rider's feelings were so hurt, he felt the need to slap another vehicle's mirror up ahead. Poor baby. Our submitter kept his cool and continued to his daughter's birthday party, then called the California Highway Patrol to report the incident after returning home. The CHP suggested he give his Teslacam footage to the Oakland office, but when he did, they told him that there wasn't anything they could do since the video doesn't show the motorcycle's plate number. If you can identify the rider, his license plate, his tattoos, the bike stickers, or anything else relevant, your help would be appreciated. Just send us the information and we'll forward it along. I can't believe I finally get to say this, but roll the next Cybertruck video. Kyler activated his turn signal after noticing a semi-truck entering the highway, but the driver of a pickup in the other lane sped up in an attempt to block Kyler's merge. Kyler correctly judged the gap next to him and merged anyway, which triggered the pickup driver. After tailgating Kyler's Tesla, he sped up next to Kyler, yelling at him before exchanging hand gestures. The pickup driver then took things even further when he tried to push Kyler's Tesla off the highway multiple times. Once in front of Kyler, he brake-checked him and repeatedly blocked his attempts to pass him. Kyler told us he could hear the pickup driver yelling at him to pull over so they could handle this like men. Kyler is 20 years old and told us he had no interest in pulling over to argue with some angry dad, so he kept driving, hidden behind his Tesla's tinted windows as the pickup driver eventually left the highway. Jawad is a frequent Wham Bam submitter, but he never thought he would be sending us a video of a large accident. He lives in Shanghai, and he privately imported a Model 3 before Tesla opened its Chinese factory and sales locations. Here we see his wife driving their Model 3 to work. When she entered a tunnel, she had to slow down because traffic was getting heavier. Eventually, the traffic came to a full stop. Unfortunately, the taxi driver behind her didn't slow down at all and rear-ended the Tesla without even applying the brakes. The force of the impact pushed the Tesla into another stopped taxi in front of it. Both taxis were carrying passengers, but thankfully everyone involved was okay. The impact of the crash was so hard that the taxi got stuck in the bodywork of the Tesla. The police and the tow truck driver asked Jawad's wife to drive the car forward in an attempt to get them unstuck. But the taxi remained stuck even after several attempts to get it out. Since they were in a heavily trafficked tunnel, the police instructed her to drive the Tesla, with the taxi dragging behind it, out of the tunnel. She managed to pull the taxi out of the tunnel, parking on the first street just outside of it. Of course, this attracted quite the crowd. Jawad's wife said that the passers-by kept calling the Tesla a transformer because it didn't appear to have much damage. The taxi driver who rear-ended the Tesla told everyone that he had changed lanes and didn't have enough time to stop. Jawad's wife and this Teslacam video prove that's not what happened. The next day, after reviewing the Teslacam footage, the police called the taxi driver down to the police station. That's when he changed his story, stating that when he entered the tunnel, it was so dark he couldn't see clearly. When they pulled the taxi with the tow truck to separate it from the Tesla, this broke the rear bumper. It was visible that the Tesla's rear shock-absorbing beam only had minor damage. The taxi driver's insurance coverage will pay for the repairs to the Tesla. His own taxi was totaled, and the taxi in front of the Tesla only had some minor damage to its rear bumper cover. At first, they promised Jawad they'd get the Tesla fixed within 2 weeks. But because his Model 3 was imported, they've since told him that they can't use any repair parts from the Shanghai factory. His parts have to be shipped from the US factory. The cost estimate for the repairs is around $10,000 US. Nir was driving his 1-month-old Model Y in Folsom, California. As he approached an intersection, he noticed a Toyota that seemed like it wasn't going to stop. As soon as Nir realized that the Toyota was indeed not going to stop, he tried to speed up and move over, but he couldn't dodge it in time, and the Toyota T-boned his Tesla. Thanks to the Tesla's strong build, Nir and his wife weren't injured at all. The Toyota's airbags deployed, and it took heavy damage from the impact. The Toyota's front bumper and hood took a lot of damage, as we can see in the side cam footage. After the impact, the Toyota's license plate became stuck in the side of the Model Y. Both the responding police officer and the insurance adjuster were impressed with the Teslacam footage and concluded that the Toyota driver was at fault. It took over 2 months for repairs to be completed. Can you guess the total repair cost to fix the Model Y? Put your guess in the comments, and we'll tell you the total at the end of this video. No cheating. Troy was driving his brand new Model S in Oxnard, California. As he was taking a left turn, he felt a large impact. Troy says he's grateful for his Tesla's incredible safety features. The airbags appeared to go off before the impact. Everything seemed to happen in a flash to him, and the next thing he knew, the car was full of smoke and his arm felt warm. A driver approaching from the left had blown through their red light and T-boned his Tesla, spinning it 180 degrees before it came to a stop. Troy and his passenger walked away unharmed, as did the driver of the other vehicle. First responders arrived quickly after the accident. The driver who'd hit Troy claimed his light was green. He didn't have his driver's license with him, and his proof of insurance had someone else's name on it. Even after all that, the cops didn't arrest or even cite him. Troy sent his Teslacam video to Tesla Insurance, and they immediately agreed he wasn't at fault. They're still deciding if the car will be repaired or if it's totaled. Tobias was driving his Model 3 on Highway A20, a stretch notorious for pileups, and today would be no exception. He was driving in the right lane and could see from a distance that cars in the left lane were stopping. Suddenly, he saw the driver of a black BMW apply heavy braking before bumping into a gray Mitsubishi. Right after that, he saw the driver of a blue Model X braking hard, and he swerved right to give other drivers space to evade. That's when he heard a loud bang next to him. The Tesla Model X had stopped in time, but the drivers of two VW vans behind it didn't react quickly enough and shoved the Model X into the black BMW. The commercial VW vans were owned by the same company, so Tobias thinks this will end up causing some interesting conversations around the office water cooler. Emergency responders reacted quickly and closed off the highway for an hour while they cleared all the wrecked vehicles. Incredibly, everyone was able to walk away from the collision without serious injuries. Tobias noted the Model X took the brunt of the impact and was the most damaged of the involved vehicles. Watch what happened while Ahmed was driving straight through a green light. In the few seconds Ahmed had to react, he slammed on the brakes and swerved to the right, but he wasn't able to prevent a collision. All the airbags in Ahmed's Tesla deployed. Firefighters and paramedics arrived at the scene, but thankfully nobody was seriously hurt. The police immediately declared the other driver responsible since they'd made an unsafe left turn. The other driver's insurance provider accepted full liability. They've offered to pay for repairs, but Ahmed told us he doesn't think the vehicle is safe enough to be driven now. So he's in the process of getting legal representation to help him negotiate with the insurance company. The rain started pouring and there was an accident up ahead, forcing the cars to come to a sudden stop. Autopilot engaged initial braking. The cars in the fast lane were driving too fast to be able to stop in time. This was the result. Bruce quickly took over from autopilot, and at the same time, another crash started piling up behind him. Accelerating, he avoided being hit from behind. He was very lucky to only be a witness in this mass accident and not actually involved. He pulled over to the side of the road, and from what he initially learned, there were no serious injuries, even though some people were transported out by ambulance. Bruce and many other drivers had dashcam footage of the accident that they offered to the first responders at the scene. Now let's have a look from the camera that was mounted inside his Tesla. We can see autopilot braking, and Bruce taking the wheel and quickly pressing the save button for the dashcam footage. He had his cameras running because he was recording for his YouTube channel, All Things Tesla. This submitter was driving his Tesla Model 3 Performance down Highway 101 in California on a normal day. Suddenly, the heavy traffic ahead came to an abrupt halt, and our submitter only managed to stop in time by applying heavy braking. The driver of the black 2024 Chevrolet ZR2 pickup truck behind him, California plate number 80710X3, did the same, but the pickup driver hadn't secured the load of lumber he was transporting on his roof, and it flew off the top of his truck when he slammed on the brakes. Some of the lumber speared into the back of our submitter's Tesla, while some slid underneath it, scraping the underside. Here's where things get crazy, and we're going to play the video uncut so you can enjoy one of the most insane pursuits we've shown you on this channel so far. Even though this video was given to the police as evidence, they ended up not charging the pickup driver because of one technicality. Keep watching to find out what it was. Our submitter, who asked us to call him O-Easy instead of his real name, pulled over to the shoulder and the pickup initially followed him. Once they'd both stopped, our submitter got out to inspect the damage, and that's when he heard the pickup's engine roar as the other driver took off. Our submitter ran and jumped back in his Tesla before speeding after the fleeing pickup driver. Our submitter was determined not to let the pickup get away. Thanks to the traffic conditions and his Tesla's powerful acceleration, it wasn't hard for him to stay on the other driver's tail. He called 911 and continued the pursuit while talking to the emergency operator. As they approached a red light, our submitter saw an opportunity to block the pickup in the turn lane and force it to a stop. Instead, the pickup driver drove over a curb and made a U-turn, heading back to the highway in another attempt to escape. Rather than following the truck over the curb, our submitter kept an eye on it in his rearview mirror as he made his way to the intersection, then made his own U-turn and hit the juice pedal to catch up. After barely managing to see the turn the pickup driver had taken, our submitter sped after him. The pickup driver eventually made his way into a residential area. As they continued through a school zone, our submitter continued urging the operator to send police, but he was still determined not to let the pickup driver get away. After circling back, the pickup driver attempted some evasive maneuvers before entering the same residential area as before. As they re-entered the school zone, the pickup driver suddenly slowed down and made a U-turn. Unsuccessful in his pitiful attempts to lose the Tesla, he finally pulled over and parked his slowmobile on the side of the road. This time, our submitter stayed in his car with the 911 operator still on the phone. Eventually, the other driver got out of his pickup. Once the driver was out of his pickup, he approached our submitter. He told us the pickup driver appeared intoxicated as he told him, "I'll give you my phone number." But our submitter just told him he'd be waiting for the police to arrive. "Okay," the other driver replied before walking back to his pickup. Our submitter was afraid the other driver was about to take off again, so he maneuvered to block his pickup, but the driver reversed instead before once again running off like a scared little boy. Our submitter made a U-turn and resumed the pursuit. They flew past the school zone again, and our submitter eased off the accelerator in an attempt to de-escalate the situation so the pickup driver wouldn't do anything stupid. Well, anything more stupid. Eventually, the 911 operator told our submitter to stop chasing the criminal, so he slowed down and allowed the hit-and-run driver to escape. The operator told our submitter a CHP officer would respond very soon and they'd immediately continue the pursuit. Well, that's not what happened at all. 45 minutes later, an officer arrived to take a report. Our submitter showed them his Teslacam video, including the plate number and the other driver's face, but he was told there wasn't anything they could do. When he inquired as to why, they told him that the license plate returned to a pickup truck that was uninsured. That probably explains why the driver fled the scene, but we can't figure out why that would prevent the police from charging him with leaving the scene of a collision. Do you think you know? Let us know in a comment. Dennis was driving his Model 3 in Livermore, California. He's participating in the full self-driving beta, and this will be the first FSD beta crash we've ever shown on our channel. Autopilot was waiting at a red light to make a left turn. When the light turned green, Autopilot paused for a moment before proceeding into the intersection. That's when Dennis saw something in his peripheral vision just before feeling a heavy impact. A Honda truck had run the red light and hit the side of the Tesla. The airbags deployed, and Dennis escaped with nothing more than a sore body, for which he's very thankful to his Tesla. Dennis was able to show the Teslacam video to both the other driver and the police right there at the scene of the accident. The footage clearly shows that Dennis's light had been green for about 6 seconds and that the other driver had run a red light. Interestingly, Autopilot appeared to stop the car right before the impact. Otherwise, the Honda would have hit the Tesla's driver's side door directly instead of the fender. This might have spared Dennis from more serious injuries. An insurance claim has been filed, and the other driver's insurance has assumed full responsibility. The Tesla was totaled, and Dennis will be ordering a Model Y once the insurance provider pays out. Dennis has been a fan of Wham Baam Teslacam for a while, but he wishes he could have continued being a viewer instead of becoming a contributor. And of course, it had to be a Honda bump. Diva was driving his Model 3 in Mississauga, Ontario. Just as he entered an intersection on a green light, he felt an impact. A Jeep driver had taken an exit off of Highway 407 and just kept on driving through a red light, crashing into the Tesla. Diva was uninjured, so he jumped out of his car and rushed over to the driver of the Jeep and asked him, "Are you okay?" The Jeep driver confirmed he was fine, and they agreed that they should call emergency services. When they did, the police refused to come to the scene of the accident since nobody was hurt. When Diva got home, he filed an insurance report, including his Teslacam footage. The other driver accepted full responsibility, and his insurance provider agreed to pay for the damage. Unfortunately, here's where Diva's story takes a turn for the worse. Repairs for the Tesla will cost $35,000 US. Since the vehicle is worth more now than it was when it was originally sold, Tesla is asking Diva to cover $8,000 of the repairs out of his own pocket, since the insurance company only wants to pay for the original value of the vehicle. Diva asked his own insurance provider if they'd cover the $8,000, but they refused, calling this deal a personal agreement between him and Tesla. Diva still doesn't understand why he's being held responsible for the difference. Honestly, I'm pretty confused myself. Can anyone explain exactly what's going on here? Let us know in a comment. Nate was driving his Model 3 in Menlo Park, California when he passed a big rig that was going 60 miles per hour with a flat front right tire. Nate drove past the truck as he took his exit, keeping a close eye on the flat tire in his rearview mirror. When he was well past the truck, the tire shot off and took the same exit that Nate did. The truck tried to keep on trucking, but the driver ended up pulling safely over onto the shoulder. The tire rolled past Nate, bouncing into a fence before it also came to a safe stop. Jerry was driving down Highway 400 in Canada when traffic ahead of him slowed down, but the drivers behind him weren't paying attention. The drivers of an Acura and a Mitsubishi both managed to swerve in time, only to reveal a Volkswagen Jetta before it smashed into the back of Jerry's Model Y. Jerry stopped and made sure everyone was okay, and the young driver of the Jetta was actually afraid of him as he approached. Jerry calmed him down and told him he wasn't angry, just disappointed. Okay, he didn't actually say that. What Jerry didn't realize was that his Tesla had automatically called 911 and sent a notification to his wife's phone. Firefighters and paramedics responded, but both Jerry and the Jetta driver declined care. Both of them filed reports at the collision center, which is when Jerry found out the Jetta driver didn't have comprehensive insurance, which would have paid for the repairs to his own car even though the collision was his fault. His insurance did cover the cost of fixing Jerry's Tesla though, $35,000. Completing the repairs took 2.5 months. When the traffic light in front of Charles turned green, he noticed other drivers running their red lights and waited until they were done recklessly breaking the law before proceeding. Sadly for him, one driver ran the red light way later than any of the others. Charles told us his Teslacam footage makes it look like he punched the juice pedal intentionally to ram the other driver, but that's not at all what happened. In reality, he simply didn't see the pickup truck, probably while it was in the blind spot behind his Tesla's A-pillar. The pickup driver was found responsible for causing the collision, and his insurance provider totaled Charles' 2024 Model 3. He used the settlement to replace it with a 2025 Model 3 with the exact same specifications. Talk about a silver lining. Richard was driving his Tesla Model S in Atlanta, Georgia. Autopilot was engaged and maneuvered the car into the right lane to take an exit. As he passed a semi-truck, a car 2 lanes over started changing lanes to take the same exit. This resulted in the car nearly sideswiping Richard's Tesla. Autopilot tried to make enough room to avoid an accident, but the other driver overcorrected and lost control. They ended up performing a pit maneuver on the Tesla as they both drove down the highway. Richard's Model S spun around over all the lanes. Luckily, it wasn't hit by any other cars or trucks. No airbags were deployed, and even without the rear left tire touching the road, Richard was able to regain control and maneuver to safety. Even though the state of Georgia requires drivers to carry insurance, the other driver was uninsured. Instead, Richard's long process of sorting out a claim with his own insurance provider has begun. Wes Johnston is a frequent submitter to this channel and has been sending us videos since the beginning. A couple of months ago, he reached out and asked us to spread the word of this woman who stabbed his mother Sherry's brand new Model Y with a knife. 2 days after the video was posted, the woman was found. And while Wes and his family waited for a court date, the police asked us to pull the video from YouTube since, according to them, it could have hindered the investigation. Now they're back from court, the case is settled, and we have even more information on what happened and why. But first, let's take it from the beginning. This actually all started the day before the act of vandalism, which happened in Sumter, South Carolina. Sherry's Model Y was brand new. They hadn't even put permanent license plates on it yet. This woman got upset because Sherry had parked in her spot. However, as the judge told her in court, there are no reserved parking spots in a public parking lot. In the video, we can see that she tried to park as close to the Tesla as she could, which was her first act of aggression. The next day, Sherry drove her Model Y to work at 7 a.m. Watch what happened about 30 minutes later. If we slow the footage down, we can see that this woman had the knife ready in her hand above her purse. She then went ahead and dragged the knife along the side of the Tesla's door. Sherry parked far away from all other cars to prevent door dings, and this vicious individual went out of her way to damage the car. Wes and Sherry noticed while reviewing the Sentry mode footage that the offender arrived 30 minutes after the car was parked and sat in her car in the parking lot for about 5 minutes before the attack. So it definitely seems like she spent some time planning it out. Another angle shows that she then entered the back door of a nearby business to drop off some items. Then she returned to her car and drove away. Wes never imagined they would get such useful footage from all 4 of the Sentry mode cameras. Sherry contacted the police and provided the footage, which clearly showed the criminal's license plate number. The police arrested the vandal at her place of employment a few days later. She admitted to knifing the Tesla after being told about the video evidence. The woman chose to avoid getting a criminal record by settling out of court and agreeing to pay for the damages. She showed no remorse and was still angry about the Tesla taking her parking spot. If the case hadn't been settled out of court, she would have had to pay a $2,000 fine, and Sherry would have had to sue her in a separate civil action to receive compensation. Wes suggests as a tip to other Tesla owners who might find themselves in a similar situation, don't format the drive, and be sure to save the videos from all 4 cameras before and after the event. In this case, the other camera angles helped track down where the woman worked, leading to her arrest. Austin had lent his Model 3 to his friend Missy, who was driving it on the highway in Columbia, South Carolina. Traffic suddenly came to a complete stop, and autopilot immediately activated the automatic emergency braking and sounded the forward collision warning. Chris was driving his Model X northbound on I-95 near Boca Raton, Florida, when he witnessed this bizarre accident. It almost looked like the driver was about to fall out of the window. Fortunately, the driver never hit anything else and was able to move safely to the side of the road. The wheel went flying after the pickup truck hit it, and we can see it bounce off the hood of the car in the inside lane. Jackie was driving her brand new Cybertruck to work and was about to pass her college town's college campus when the unthinkable happened. A college freshman excited for finals week blew through her stop sign without looking at the road or noticing Jackie's bright, shiny truck. Both drivers pulled over to call the police, swap information, and file insurance claims. Even though they were both shaken up, neither was injured. Her Ford Focus was totaled, while Jackie's Cybertruck's frunk was dented. Thankfully, it was still drivable. The repair bill for the Cybertruck came to $12,000 and repairing it took Tesla about a month. Steve was on his way home after a long workday, but as he drove down a highway, he had no idea what was about to happen. As he glanced in his rearview mirror, he noticed the headlights of a Tesla headed toward him at breakneck speed. The speeding Model 3 smashed into Steve's Tesla so hard that it was shoved into the concrete barrier on the right before careening across the entire 3-lane highway and slamming into the median barrier. Steve's Tesla was stuck in the breakdown lane with no way to get out of the highway. Eventually, a state worker helped him across the highway after law enforcement arrived. Here's where the story gets really crazy. The driver of the Model 3 pinned the blame for the collision on a vehicle driving in the center lane. They claimed they'd been unable to change lanes to avoid a collision because that other car had been in the way. The cops cited the Tesla driver for failing to brake to avoid a collision, but they said it would be difficult to prove exactly what had happened since they hadn't witnessed the collision for themselves. That's where Steve's Teslacam footage saved the day. Interestingly enough, the other Tesla driver said they had never heard of the Teslacam feature. That just goes to show you should never assume a Tesla driver has their Teslacam in operation. Jordan was driving his Model Y, or rather the car was driving itself since Jordan is in the full self-driving beta. The Tesla merged to the left lane to overtake a Subaru Impreza, but that's when everything went wrong that could go wrong. All the Tesla's airbags deployed, keeping Jordan and his kids extremely safe. The collision pushed the car up on two wheels, but it did a great job absorbing the impact and not flipping over. 3 police officers quickly arrived to the scene of the accident, but none of them could figure out what had happened. Everybody was blaming someone else. Jordan walked over to them with his USB drive, which they promptly plugged into a patrol car computer, and they were able to view the Teslacam footage right there at the scene. Thanks to the video, they finally figured out that a pickup truck had merged onto the road and hit the Impreza. The Impreza then hit the Tesla, which spun out and hit the guardrail. If we watch closely, it looks like the SUV in front of the truck slowed down and the Subaru driver hit the brakes to let the SUV merge over. That's when the truck driver decided to overtake the SUV without checking for traffic. Here's where the story gets even more interesting. It turns out that the pickup driver pulled a U-turn and left the scene, making this a hit and run. The police told Jordan that he should show the video to the insurance providers since they'd likely also need help determining who was at fault. As a result, neither insurance company accepted liability for the accident since they're both blaming the pickup driver. Jordan and the Impreza driver had to file separate claims with their own insurance providers. Jordan has ongoing doctor visits and has also contacted his lawyers. They think he might be able to track down the pickup driver with the help of the police. His Tesla was deemed a total loss, and he's currently negotiating with his insurance provider for compensation. They offered him a little over $83,000 for the car, but they only valued the FSD at $12,000. Since Tesla has raised the price for FSD since he initially purchased it, it now costs $15,000. Jordan wants them to pay him that much so he can order it for his new car without losing $3,000. Alan says he's always had full confidence in autopilot. At least he did until this happened. He was stuck in stop-and-go traffic, so he'd set his follow distance to the closest setting. But then traffic cleared up, and his Tesla had sped up to 55 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. This is when traffic suddenly piled up, and a Honda stopped too quickly for autopilot to react in time. Alan took over at the last second, but he wasn't able to avoid a collision. Tesla drivers can set a follow distance from 1 to 7, a setting which determines how much distance you want to maintain between your Tesla and the vehicle ahead of you. Each setting corresponds to a time-based distance that represents how long it takes for the Tesla, from its current location, to reach the location of the rear bumper of the vehicle ahead of you. Alan told us he has since set his follow distance to the maximum setting of 7. The highway patrol arrived and everyone involved in the accident was unharmed. An insurance claim was filed at the scene, and the initial estimate to repair Alan's Tesla was $7,000, but the total cost ended up being $25,000, and repairs took 4 months to complete. Jayle was driving his Tesla Model X down the passing lane of a New Jersey highway when he merged to the travel lane to let a Toyota pass him. Around the same time, a Jeep driver was swerving in and out of traffic and cutting off other drivers. A different Toyota ahead of Jayle in the travel lane began slowing down, so he merged back into the passing lane to overtake it. That's when the Jeep driver caught up to Jayle, but instead of slowing down, he decided to pass both Jayle and the Toyota on the right. As the Jeep driver merged into the travel lane, the Jeep made contact with an Audi that was also changing lanes. The Jeep then dove into the Tesla, shoving it into the median barrier. The Jeep was then sent airborne as it also smashed into the median barrier head-on. Incredibly, nobody was harmed in the collision. Even more incredibly, nobody was willing to accept responsibility for it. The estimate to repair Jayle's Model X came to $73,000. The Jeep driver's insurance provider accepted responsibility, but the Jeep driver only had the mandatory $25,000 of liability coverage. Jayle is now trying to get the rest of the repair bill covered by his own insurance provider. Up ahead, cars were swerving all over the road trying to stop in time. The driver of a Jeep even headed out into a field in order to avoid an accident. Unfortunately, a driver behind Missy wasn't paying attention and evidently didn't have any forward collision avoidance system. They rear-ended the pickup truck directly behind her at full speed. We searched news and public records for information about the accident, but nothing was reported, which hopefully means nobody was seriously injured. Justin was driving his 1-month-old Model S Plaid in Washington Township, New Jersey. He had his 6-month-old son in the back seat and autopilot was engaged. He was driving straight down the road when an oncoming car crossed the double yellow lines and drove into him. Justin immediately checked on his son in the back seat, and he was just giggling as if he was having the time of his life. The other driver ended up in someone's front yard on Justin's side of the road. Emergency services were quick to arrive at the scene, and officers issued the other driver a ticket for failure to maintain their lane. Justin only sustained a busted lip and some neck pain, but his car was not so lucky. Justin filed an insurance claim, and the repair estimate from Tesla came in around $80,000 US. In the end, Justin's insurance company deemed the car a total loss. They cut him a check for almost $150,000 US, which included the price of the car and all the extra features like autopilot, as well as his custom wrap. Justin is hoping Elon will see this and give him early access to one of the new colors, Deep Crimson, Abyss Blue, or Mercury Silver, for his new Plaid Model S. Justin visited his car at the scrapyard where he took this final video of his beloved Tesla. As you can see, he titled the video, "She's Totaled." But she also might have saved your son's life, Justin. I consider that an absolute win. Thanks for sharing, Justin. It's sad to see that our first submission from a Model S Plaid owner ended up being a crash video. It definitely was intense, but keep watching, because this episode is about to get a whole lot crazier. Corbinian was driving his Model 3 in Bavaria, Germany, when another Model 3 in front of him tried to overtake but didn't see an oncoming car. The Tesla appeared to launch him back into his lane, saving the big slide. The driver then continued with the overtake he had already started. James was driving his Model 3 on the highway in Battle Creek, Michigan. He and other drivers were obeying the speed limit, which had been temporarily lowered for a construction zone. Evidently, a truck driver thought James was driving too slowly, and when they got to the end of the construction zone, he merged into the passing lane to fly past James at well over the speed limit. With the construction zone behind him, James began accelerating back to the normal speed limit of 70 miles per hour. Before he'd finished passing James, the trucker merged back into the travel lane, hitting the driver's quarter panel and sending his Tesla spinning. After he'd spun a full 180 degrees, the semi-trailer hit one of the passenger side wheels, spinning the Tesla more and leaving it sideways on the left side of the road. The Tesla was still drivable, so James pulled off the road and stopped on the left shoulder, while the semi pulled over on the right shoulder a little farther down the road. James told us that he, his passengers, and even the trucker were all fine and not even bruised. The trucker claimed that James had been in his blind spot, which is interesting because if we can see the trucker's face in the Teslacam footage, he definitely should have been able to see the Tesla if he'd been paying attention. The police arrived 20 minutes later and immediately determined the trucker was at fault without even watching the footage. James started to drive home since he was pretty close already when the collision occurred, but after only a few seconds of driving, practically every warning and error message imaginable started popping up on his Tesla's screen. The Tesla ended up being totaled by James' insurance provider. Before gap coverage, he received an insurance settlement of $39,000 US. Gap insurance is an optional auto insurance add-on that kicks in if your car is stolen or totaled in a collision. If your remaining loan amount is more than your insurance payout, gap coverage pays the difference so you don't have any debt left over. James truly believes that if his car's center of gravity hadn't been so low, he would have flipped over while going 70 miles per hour and the collision would have been much worse. He's already ordered a new Tesla Model Y. This anonymous submitter rents his Tesla out on Turo, or he used to until he was summoned to a junkyard to collect the remains of his Model Y. He immediately retrieved the flash drive and discovered this Teslacam footage, which might be the wildest footage we've ever featured on Wham Baam Teslacam. Incredibly, both of the Tesla's occupants were unhurt, but the same can't be said for the car itself. Unsurprisingly, it was totaled. Thankfully, our submitter said Turo quickly paid out the cash value of his Tesla. He has no idea why this happened, and the driver never provided him with any explanation. One thing we can all agree on after seeing this footage is that Tesla's safety is unmatched. Safo was driving his Model 3 home to San Jose, California after getting a haircut. That's when a lady hit the right side of his car while pulling out of her driveway. She decided to pull out even though her view had been blocked by cars parked on the street. Autopilot wasn't engaged, but Saifo says the initial swerve to the left was performed by the car anyway. He performed his own maneuver, which caused him to hit the hedge on the left. The right front axle was broken and Saifo couldn't move the car out of the way. Everyone involved in the accident, including Saifo's passenger, was fine and nobody needed medical attention. Saifo did call 911 though, since he couldn't move the car out of the way, and they sent a tow truck. The other party accepted responsibility for the accident right away. The initial inspection was done by a Tesla certified repair shop. They stopped checking for more damage once the estimate reached over $35,000 US. Tesla insurance deemed the car a total loss. Saifo told us it's been almost a month since the accident, but he's still waiting on Tesla insurance to write him a check. He thinks they're having trouble figuring out how much they should give him. Saifo wanted to shout out his barber Zaza, who works at the Burlingame barbershop, for giving him the most expensive haircut he's ever had. But he'd do it again, even if he had to ride his bike all the way there. Mika and his family had just left the mall and had made it through a yellow light when the drivers in front of them suddenly slammed on their brakes. The Tesla engaged automatic braking and stopped in time before they rear-ended the car ahead of them. Unfortunately, the driver behind them wasn't paying attention and ran the red light. They didn't brake, but they did swerve to the right at the last second before rear-ending the Tesla. Mika called 911 and paramedics checked out his kids and said they were okay. The other driver was very apologetic and admitted fault at the scene. The sheriff's deputy who responded just smiled and nodded when he saw the Tesla, saying, "Let me see the Teslacam recording." Mika contacted the other driver's insurance provider and discovered she'd already made a claim. The total repair bill came to $15,000 US, and the repair process took 2 months thanks to parts delays. Andrew was driving down the freeway in Lake Forest, California, when he saw a silver Jeep abruptly stopping and about to enter his lane. As Andrew started to go around him, a white Jeep rear-ended the silver Jeep, causing it to crash into the side of Andrew's Tesla and pushing him into a lane of faster-moving traffic. The driver of a white Honda Odyssey said she wasn't expecting another car to suddenly be in her lane, so she didn't have time to brake before rear-ending the Model Y. There ended up being 6 vehicles involved in the accident. After the white Jeep rear-ended the silver Jeep, it continued to plow through and rear-ended a BMW. The silver Jeep was also rear-ended a second time by a white Mercedes. The California Highway Patrol arrived on scene to take a report. Andrew is still waiting on the final verdict from the police report and action from his insurance provider, but the officers at the scene did indicate that the driver of the white Jeep will most likely be found to be at fault. Ralph was driving his Model 3 on the Long Island Expressway in New York City when a tire flew off a school bus on the opposite side of the road. The tire bounced over the median and over Ralph's Tesla before smashing into the Honda behind him. In slow motion, we can see how the bus jumped a little when the tire popped off. The tire rolled toward the median, got some hang time, and bounced on top of the median before crashing down behind Ralph. Ralph stopped and rushed over to the driver of the Honda to make sure everyone was okay, and luckily, nobody was hurt. He exchanged phone numbers with the driver of the Honda so he could send them a copy of his Teslacam footage for their insurance claim. This clip submitter was driving his Model 3 with autopilot engaged in Bradford, Ontario, Canada. As he approached a red light, autopilot slowed the Tesla down to stop behind a Chevrolet. That's when he suddenly felt an impact and his car flew into the Chevy in front of him. The driver of a pickup truck behind him didn't slow down, hitting the Tesla from behind at full speed. Luckily, the submitter and his family were unhurt, and so were the occupants of the other vehicles involved. The driver of the pickup truck was charged with careless driving. The total damage to the Tesla led the insurance company to declare it a total loss, and they provided him with the replacement value for a new Tesla Model 3. Panta had just picked up the Tesla Model 3 he bought at a salvage auction. He repaired the car enough to drive it and was tinkering around in the interior when he discovered it still had a USB drive in it. He went ahead and plugged it into his computer and found this video of a FedEx truck speeding through an intersection before slamming into the Tesla. It looks like the FedEx truck might have been unoccupied. Pata paid $12,000 for the car, and shipping it to Georgia cost him another $3,000, which includes the auction fees. He's budgeted $4,000 to fix it, which means he'll end up paying $19,000 for a rebuilt Model 3. Thomas's father had just picked up someone from the airport in the Tesla he'd owned for less than a week. His temporary license plate was almost blocking the rear camera, but we can still make out a speeding red Corvette approaching fast. The Corvette passed him on the right and spun out of control before smashing into the median barrier. Thomas's father stopped and checked on the Corvette driver, who was miraculously unhurt. He waited with him for 10 minutes until first responders arrived. When Thomas's father came home, he asked Thomas to help him pull his Teslacam footage. And when he watched it, Thomas almost couldn't believe his eyes. Thomas helped him send the footage to us, but this isn't his first Wham Bam submission. Mike had parked his Model 3 outside his office in Salem, Oregon, when a car pulled up next to his. A thief, notably with his pants pulled all the way up, exited the vehicle. Using a rock, the thief smashed out a rear window. With the alarm going off, he only had a second to grab a couple of small boxes before quickly driving away. Fortunately, the boxes were empty, but this is a good reminder to not leave things in your car that a thief might find attractive. Mike filed a police report and included the camera footage, which had captured the thief's license plate and face. They were able to find and arrest him within hours of the incident. The police officer Mike spoke to had never seen Tesla's Sentry mode footage before, and he confirmed that they never would have found and arrested the offender without it. Total repair costs for the window and door actuator came to about $600. Ed was driving his 2-week-old Model Y in San Francisco, California, doing about 70 miles per hour on the freeway when this Honda Civic came up behind him. The initial impact caused Ed to spin to the left. Then the vehicles locked together, causing a spin to the right. The Honda then bounced off the center divider and hit Ed again, as we can see in the right camera, causing him to spin back the other way. The front camera shows Ed's perspective, as well as the reason why, if you're going to be in an accident, you want to be driving a Tesla. Notice the minimal body lean and quick recovery, which can be attributed to the low center of gravity, 50-50 weight distribution, and superior stability control response time of an electric drivetrain. Ed says it was the best spin-out scenario he could imagine, and that he barely felt the impact, since the Model Y weighs 4,400 pounds, about twice as much as the Civic. Ed got out and asked the Civic driver if he was okay, and he responded by asking Ed if he had changed lanes and hit him, as if the accident had been his fault. It turns out that the driver of the Honda was under the influence, and he ended up being taken away in handcuffs. #HondaBump. Ed's insurance company is trying to determine if his Model Y is totaled. Michael was driving his Tesla down I-664 when someone in front of him hit their brakes super hard. Autopilot was engaged and automatically applied the brakes. Micah took over, swerving the car to the right and onto the shoulder. As he was waiting to merge back onto the highway, all of a sudden he heard a huge bang and witnessed this 3-car accident. Micah saved the footage and gave it to the Virginia State Police, and the officer was impressed with the footage and informed him that 3 people had been taken to the hospital, but they were all okay. Lila was driving her Model Y down I-405 in Bothell, Washington, and rain was pouring down in rush hour traffic. She was driving at 65 miles per hour with the flow of traffic when the pickup in front of her swerved into the left lane without warning, revealing a traffic jam directly in front of her. Lila told us she couldn't swerve either way to avoid a collision because there were cars on both sides. So all she could do was hit the brakes before running into the Audi in front of her. Lila admits she was driving closer to the Jeep pickup than she should have been, but in her own defense, she told us that traffic will just cut in front of you on I-405 if you leave a gap any bigger than that. Nobody was injured, and Lila's phone called 911 as soon as it detected the collision. She then called her father to help her since she's only 16 years old and had never been involved in a collision before. We've gotta say, that's a spectacular wrap. If you know anything about it, let us know in the comments. Luke was supervising full self-driving in his Model Y. As his car approached a yellow light, it began to slow down. The Tesla came to a gentle chauffeur stop as the traffic light turned red. Suddenly, a Jeep slammed directly into it from behind. Luke went to check on the Jeep driver, and incredibly, nobody was injured by the impact. The Jeep driver told Luke that he'd been distracted when the collision occurred. Do you think FSD should have handled the situation differently? Post your ideas in the comments below. One thing is certain, the collision could have been avoided if the Jeep had been equipped with active safety features like automatic emergency braking or forward collision warning. The massive accident made news headlines, and now we get to show you the Teslacam footage. Unfortunately, there is some dirt on the front camera, but we can see him braking for the Opel in front of him. As he moves to the leftmost lane, the dog appears in the middle of the lane. That was when he felt the impact. From the rear view camera, we can see that the other drivers slowed down significantly, all except for one, which hit the Opel in the middle lane at full speed. The resulting fire was quickly put out, and news reports stated that the fire only caused minor smoke damage to the cabin. We're not sure if that really matters in determining if these cars can be salvaged or if they're totaled. Thankfully, the frightened dog was taken to a shelter by some good Samaritans. While Keone was driving to his sister's house in Maricopa, Arizona, he approached a newly installed traffic signal that was on its second day of operation. Keone started slowing down for the traffic in front of him, and so did the motorcyclist to his right. However, the driver of a red Hyundai behind them didn't notice traffic slowing down and slammed into the back of Keone's Tesla. Luckily, the motorcyclist hit the throttle and managed to escape the impact, driving through a hail of car parts that sprayed all over the road. Incredibly, a police officer was right behind them and saw the whole thing. The driver of the Hyundai admitted to the police that he'd looked down at his phone. By the time he looked up, it was too late. He ended up hitting the passenger corner of the Tesla, spinning it around. The rear wheel was completely ripped off the car, and we can even see the ground through the inside of the trunk. This Model 3 was brand new, with only just over 1,500 miles on it. In the end, it was totaled due to the extensive damage. Keone says the Hyundai driver was very nice and very apologetic during the whole situation. The officer didn't even ask to see the Teslacam video because Keone's description of the accident matched the other driver's version. Unfortunately, Keone hurt his back pretty badly and is currently undergoing physical therapy. Hugo was driving his Model S down the highway in Merida, Mexico. A police pickup truck was speeding up behind him with lights on, but without any siren. As traffic started to pile up in front of them, the cop moved over to the left lane behind Hugo. Hugo had nowhere to go since another car was moving into the lane on his right. When Hugo braked for traffic, the police truck rear-ended him. Thankfully, the police officer immediately took responsibility. Hugo thinks the officer might have been checking his blind spot before attempting to overtake him at the moment that Hugo braked. This caused him to hit the rear end of Hugo's Tesla without even attempting to stop. Hugo was devastated when this happened since he'd waited a long time to take delivery of the car, and he'd only been behind the wheel for a couple of months. By that, I mean he'd literally only been behind any steering wheel at all for a couple of months. Hugo is only 16 years old. He had his driver's permit, which the police checked very thoroughly. They filed an insurance claim, and Hugo is waiting to hear how long the repairs will take and how much they will cost. He's just glad he had video footage to prove what happened. Nico was waiting at a traffic light. When it turned green, he began to slowly enter the intersection. His light had been green for almost 5 seconds when a Honda driver blew through his red light and hit Nico head-on. Nico's Tesla lit up every error message you can think of, and his car refused to move. After the Honda rolled to a stop, it was down for the count as well. Nico checked on the Honda driver and found out she was unlicensed and uninsured. He notified the police, and the Honda driver was cited for driving without a license and for driving without insurance. All Nico could do was shake his head while imagining the jingle, "Jump in! Honda bumped!" Our submitter was driving his Tesla down a highway one rainy day when he hit a pothole before losing control. His Tesla slid across every lane of the highway before colliding with a short section of guardrail that was protecting a large pole. Thankfully, our submitter was uninjured, and he was able to summon first responders to the scene. Sadly, his Model 3 ended up in the scrapyard after the impact caused massive frame damage. The damage we can see in these photos is only the tip of the iceberg, but things could have been much worse if the car hadn't hit the guardrail. Imagine if it had gone careening down the hill or even rolling over. Robbie was driving his Model 3 westbound on Highway 4 in Concord, California. Traffic came to a complete stop, and so did Robbie, but the car behind him didn't. Robbie's Tesla was rear-ended, causing it to spin around. He hit the Hyundai in front of him and the Prius to his left before he rolled into the barrier. The driver of the Dodge didn't see the traffic had stopped until he was just a car's length away from Robbie. That's when the driver locked up his brakes before hitting Robbie at full speed. Incredibly, everyone involved was able to walk away from the accident. Unfortunately, Robbie had to be taken to the hospital by ambulance for some of his injuries. He was able to show the police his Teslacam video while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Robbie is now dealing with his insurance claim, and his car has been deemed a total loss. Once everything is settled, he'll be ordering a new Tesla since, according to him, his Model 3 saved his life. A woman coming over the hill didn't notice the light and smashed into Jay's Tesla at about 70 miles per hour. Jay says that Autopilot did alert him before the impact, but there was nothing he or Autopilot could do to prevent it. The vehicles rolled a short distance after the impact before coming to a complete stop again. Even though none of the Tesla's airbags went off, both Jay and his passenger were alright. Jay jumped out to help the woman out of her car when he noticed she was trapped in her vehicle's airbags. She was okay, and with his help, she managed to get out of her car. The Tesla was leaking an unknown fluid, and the vehicle went into emergency mode, which ended with it shutting down. Tesla called Jay's phone 2 minutes later, but at the time, he was busy talking to the woman and the police. Both cars were completely totaled and had to be hauled away on tow trucks. Even though they both were customers of the same insurance company, there was a battle of almost 2 months before the company paid out. Jay's insurance agent told him that having the video as evidence that he was completely stopped was very helpful for his claim. He had a stealth Model 3 performance, and unfortunately the insurance company didn't know how to value it correctly. The entire car ended up being replaced, but not until Jay fought for them to replace his full paint protection car wrap, which took about 2 months to approve. This video was sent in from a Model X owner in Texas who was involved in an accident. The Tesla driver suffered minor head injuries, and the truck driver sustained severe leg injuries. The Teslacam footage was used in the police and insurance reports. The truck driver was found at fault and had to pay for the damage. A delivery van blew through the red light and collided with Brett's Model 3, as well as a red Ford Focus. The delivery driver claimed he'd attempted to slow down and stop for the light, but witnesses claimed they'd seen and heard him speed up in an attempt to get through the intersection before the traffic with the green light had started moving. Maybe the delivery driver couldn't hear that himself, as Brett pointed out he got out of the van wearing earbuds. Not only is driving with earbuds against his employer's policy, in many places it's also illegal. Brett is waiting for the insurance company to evaluate his Tesla, but he thinks they'll probably total it. The Model 3's right camera was destroyed during the collision, so the red Ford Focus can't be seen in the Teslacam footage, but here's a look at the damage it sustained. Brett had only owned his Tesla for a little over a year, but he's thankful he was in a Tesla for this experience. He plans to buy a Model Y to replace it, which should cost about $37,000 after the federal tax credit. Our submitter was driving his Model 3 in West Valley City, Utah, when the unthinkable happened. He felt a sudden impact to the side of his Tesla before the driver's door was ripped open. His car careened down the road and smashed into a barrier before finally stopping. As he sat in his newly obliterated Tesla, the other driver walked up and leaned into the wreck to talk to him, and this is where the story takes a surprising turn. The guy accused our submitter of running a red light, blaming the collision on him. Our submitter was still stunned after the 360-degree spin and wasn't sure what had happened as the other driver continued to accuse him of causing the incident. The driver of a semi-truck used his truck to block the road before helping our submitter out of his Tesla. The whole time, the other driver just kept accusing him of running a red light. When our submitter finally got a chance to play back his Teslacam video on the screen, it clearly proved our submitter hadn't run a red light. This could only mean the other driver had run his red light and was trying to project his own mistake on our submitter. When police responded, the Teslacam footage came in clutch, proving our submitter was innocent. He purchased a brand new Model 3 Performance the day after the collision, and he told us he's loving the refreshed Model 3. Huge shout out to the Staker Parson trucker who helped him out. People were walking around the parking lot and shopping, but the first sign of trouble was rain starting to pick up. Next, the electricity went out, and seconds later, the wind picked up. The wind got so strong that small objects started flying around in the parking lot. Eventually, bigger and bigger objects were being picked up and carried around the lot. Look at this guy rushing to his car for safety. Luckily, he managed to get inside just as a tornado touched down. The tornado was so strong that it was moving cars in the parking lot and objects were flying everywhere.
Wham bam! Rock you like a hurricane. Are you ready, man? Teslacam! I hope you were satisfied.
The tornado that tore through Barrie that day left a path of destruction over 3 miles long and up to 300 feet wide. The Canadian Federal Weather Agency rated the tornado EF2, with wind speeds reaching up to 130 miles per hour. The city of Barrie said that 10 people were hospitalized, but miraculously, none of them suffered life-threatening injuries. When Ben sent us the video, he hadn't yet reached out to his insurance provider since there were so many other things in the community that needed to be fixed, but it's next on his to-do list. Debris struck basically all over the car, leaving plenty of scratches and dents. Even the rims were damaged. Ben is confident the insurance claim process will go smoothly. Nanita was on her way to a doctor's appointment during morning rush hour traffic. Autopilot was engaged, and as she approached an on-ramp, 2 cars were merging onto the highway. One of the drivers came off the ramp and immediately tried to merge into the fast lane, crashing straight into Nanita's Tesla. Her Tesla was pushed into the far lane, barely missing a car that had been passing her on the left. The tires and rims on the driver's side made contact with the concrete barrier. Nanita told us autopilot took over after the impact, keeping the car steady as it got her safely to the side of the highway. The side airbags deployed, but the front airbag did not. After this, the Tesla was disabled and wouldn't allow her to drive. Emergency responders pushed the car out of the road, which damaged the rear bumper cover and hatch. Repairs cost over $21,000. At first, she was told the Tesla would be totaled, but then the insurance company changed their mind and went forward with repairing it, which took 3 months to complete. Al was driving in Lawrenceville, Georgia, when he slowed down for traffic that was stopping at a red light up ahead. The driver of the Ford Focus behind him didn't see the traffic slowing down. The other driver tried to change lanes, but collided with Al's right rear bumper and tire. The driver barely managed to keep his Ford Focus upright. In the Model X, Al says he only felt a small bump. Unfortunately, what he thought was merely superficial damage ended up requiring the replacement of the entire rear subframe, motor, axles, rear air handler, and, of course, the rear bumper cover. The ricochet from the impact also cracked the side chassis frame. Collectively, the damage estimate was more than $50,000 US, and Al's insurance company decided the vehicle was totaled. Cutlass was obeying the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit in his Model 3 Performance while on his way to work. He was glad the light ahead was still green as he approached, as it had stayed green for over 20 seconds. Even as he was celebrating the long light, someone else ran their red light at full speed. By the time he noticed the Toyota, he had little time to react. He stood on the brake pedal and swerved, a move which probably saved the other driver's life. By turning right, he made sure his Tesla hit the rear end of the Toyota rather than the driver's door. You can see what we mean in the photos of the damage done to the Toyota. Cutlass's Tesla immediately called 911. After he escaped from the airbags, he was able to walk away almost completely unhurt, only sustaining some minor bruises. First responders arrived in under 5 minutes. When Cutlass's Model 3 reverted to low voltage mode, he was unable to use the screen as we can see in this photo, but he gave his USB drive containing his Teslacam footage to the police. The Toyota driver was found fully responsible. The Toyota had actually spun around and collided with a Jeep as well, but thankfully neither of those drivers were hurt either. The Toyota itself didn't fare so well. After being hit by the Tesla on one side and the Jeep on the other, it was torn into pieces. Cutlass's Tesla was deemed a total loss, and the insurance company cut him a check for $35,000 US. Witz had just dropped his pregnant wife off at the tint shop to pick up her Tesla Model Y. This footage is from her drive home, but her new car never made it. Minutes after leaving the shop, she was driving down an on-ramp when she slowed down and stopped for traffic waiting at the ramp light. The driver around 300 feet behind her wasn't paying attention before rear-ending her at between 50 and 60 miles per hour. Her Tesla proceeded to slam into a barrier before colliding with another Model Y in front of her. Thankfully, the other driver had swerved to the right just before the collision, reducing the force of the impact. She immediately called Witz in a panic, screaming, "They hit me! They hit me! I was in a car accident!" She then hung up to call 911 after being prompted to do so by her phone and her watch, which had both detected the collision. Witz was stunned. His pregnant wife had just been in a collision and he still had no idea where she was, until he realized he could pull up her car's location in his Tesla app. Once he determined her location, he raced to the scene, but traffic had backed up on the on-ramp. So he used the shoulder to reach the collision scene just 2 minutes after the police. Thankfully, everyone was okay. Witz's wife was taken to the emergency room so she and the baby could be checked out, and amazingly, they were both safe and sound. The repair estimate for the Tesla skyrocketed above $35,000 US, making it a total loss. Witz is thankful for the Teslacam footage from both Teslas that were involved. He told us the driver responsible tried to say that the drivers ahead of him had stopped without warning. The clear video evidence confirms that his excessive speed and inattentiveness is what actually caused the collision. And Witz told us it's clear he was focused on something other than driving. Damon was sitting at a red light in his Model 3 in Grand Prairie, Texas, when an SUV on the opposite side of the road suddenly ran the red light and started across the intersection. The SUV was T-boned by another car from the left, which sent it tumbling onto its roof before slamming into Damon's Tesla. Damon jumped out and rushed over to the driver of the SUV, who was hanging upside down inside the car. Damon asked, "Are you okay?" He responded that he was, and Damon helped him out of the car. Once out, the guy asked Damon, "Did I run that red light?" Damon just nodded his head. They checked on the other driver, and luckily, everyone involved was okay. The police arrived moments later. The officers were happy they could view the Teslacam video right inside Damon's Tesla. Thanks to the footage, they easily determined who was at fault, which also helped with the resulting insurance claims. Damon was able to drive his Tesla away from the crash site, and he's now waiting for a repair estimate from Tesla. This submitter was headed to a stag party with his friends. They were all excited, but the mood in the car changed rather quickly when an older man in a Renault Kangoo ran a stop sign. The man driving the Renault had been blinded by the sun when he looked to his left, and when he turned his head to the right, he couldn't see the Tesla. Our submitter was driving at 50 miles per hour, so there was no time for him to react. The Renault T-boned the Tesla, spinning it into a traffic sign and sending it flying. Luckily, the submitter and his friends in the Tesla were uninjured. The driver of the Renault was dizzy and shaken up, but our submitter was able to calm him down. The initial repair estimate came in at $30,000 US, but once disassembly had started, it was determined that the car was totaled. The insurance company paid for the full value of a new car, and our submitter ordered a new Model 3, which will be delivered within a few months. His Tesla had previously been customized with a matte black wrap, JR3 wheels, and he'd even replaced the Tesla logo with a Batman emblem. Eddie was driving his Tesla Model Y in Gurnee, Illinois, on a road with a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit when he stopped for a traffic light. Just as he stopped, he noticed something huge approaching in his rearview mirror. Ignoring both Eddie's Model Y and the red light, a semi plowed straight into the back of the SUV. Witnesses to the collision noticed fluid spilling from the truck, so they quickly pulled Eddie out of harm's way until first responders arrived a few minutes later. The truck was practically parked in the Tesla's back seat and had to be dragged out. Even though the Tesla had crumpled like an accordion, Eddie was able to walk away from the wreck without any serious injuries. Here's where the story takes a twist. The trucker told police that Eddie had cut in front of him, and he didn't have time to stop. The Teslacam video clearly shows the trucker didn't try to slow down or stop, and he was in for a shock when Eddie presented this footage as evidence of what had really happened. The police cited the trucker for failing to reduce speed, expired registration, and for not having insurance. Although Eddie was able to walk away from the crash, injuries appeared later, including whiplash and a sore shoulder, for which he's now receiving treatment. Eddie's insurance provider was very happy for the video evidence, and they also found the trucker responsible. They totaled the Tesla once the repair bill exceeded $41,000 US. Courtney was in the center lane of the George Bush Tollway in Rowlett, Texas, with full self-driving engaged when FSD suddenly changed lanes to the right. This lane change was made for a reason, and Courtney told us she couldn't have reacted fast enough to what happened next. Thankfully, FSD was ready and deftly piloted her Tesla around a black Nissan before steering clear of the wrecked cars that rolled into her lane. A car had come to an abrupt halt in the middle of the highway, prompting another driver to stop behind it. The driver of a white Model Y had failed to react before rear-ending the second vehicle at full speed. Courtney pulled over on the shoulder and assisted the elderly Tesla driver, later sharing this video with the involved drivers who all now have one thing in common. They're all searching for the driver of the white car who had mysteriously stopped in the middle of the highway, causing this four-vehicle collision. We tried enhancing frames from the Teslacam footage using AI tools, and the license plate number we came up with returned to a Hyundai Elantra, which doesn't seem right. Then again, we've been wrong once before. Let us know in the comments if you can help out the victims by identifying this car. Hunter had parked his Model 3 on the very same street as in the last incident, in front of his colleague's Hyundai. That's when a distracted driver drifted for over 6 seconds before slamming into the Hyundai without even trying to slow down. This pushed the Hyundai into the Tesla. Some firefighters were right behind the offender and witnessed the whole thing. Only about a month earlier, Hunter had promised the fire department that he would show them the Tesla battery cutoff procedure, since he was one of the first in his town to own a Tesla. This wasn't exactly the situation he had in mind. Fortunately, the Tesla was repairable at a cost of 20,000 Australian dollars, since the offending driver had comprehensive insurance. It had to be shipped 1,500 kilometers to a repair center in Adelaide, South Australia, and it's expected to take 8 to 12 weeks to repair. Unfortunately, the Hyundai was totaled, as its damages were estimated at over 17,000 Australian dollars, more than the value of the vehicle. The offending driver claimed that the accident was caused by a mechanical failure. However, after the police reviewed the Tesla footage and surrounding street cam footage, it was determined that the accident was caused by the driver being distracted by her phone. In this enhanced still image taken from the rear view camera, we can actually see her holding the phone in her hand above the steering wheel. Hunter adds that he wants to see the availability of parts and service from Tesla improve as Elon has promised. The main reason his repairs will take so long is because of how long the replacement parts will take to arrive from Tesla. He'd also like to see more charging infrastructure in Australia, as the number of Teslas in Australia is now 10 times what it was when he purchased his Model 3 only a year ago. John was driving his Model 3 on his way home in Houston, Texas when he heard a roaring engine noise up ahead. Watch what happened next. The Corvette in the opposite lane slid and hit a tree with such impact that the tree fell over. The force of the hit even pulled the roots out of the ground. John pulled over to make sure everyone was okay. Miraculously, the driver of the Corvette walked away from the crash. John couldn't confirm it, but to him it looked like the Corvette driver was racing the Dodge from the stoplight. Unfortunately, his windshield was hit by debris from the Corvette, so he approached the driver to ask him for his insurance information, but the Corvette driver offered to pay for the damage out of his own pocket instead. At first, John thought that was a little sketchy, but after visiting a Tesla service center and getting a quote for the repairs, he contacted the Corvette driver and he promptly paid the bill. John took this cell phone video of the Corvette after the wreck. That's quite the impact. Tristan was driving his Model X on the Garden State Parkway in Cranford, New Jersey, when he noticed cars up ahead swerving to avoid a wrecked car in the leftmost lane. Several of the cars lost control and crashed as they were trying to avoid the accident. As Tristan came closer, he saw that they were actually trying to avoid a woman who had been ejected from the wreck and was lying in the middle of the road. He quickly moved his Tesla to block traffic and protect the woman from getting run over. Tristan activated his hazard lights and started waving at approaching cars to slow down. As soon as he was sure that all cars behind him had stopped, he got out to check on the woman. It turned out she was a nurse. She was conscious and able to speak, but she had both a broken arm and a broken leg. Tristan calmed her by holding her hand while he called 911. In the meantime, the drivers who had lost control while avoiding the wreck started reversing back to the crash site. The driver of the black Lexus was a Union County Sheriff's officer, and he also called in the accident before directing traffic around the crash site. Seconds later, a doctor with a first aid kit stopped and checked on the woman. Tristan kept holding her hand and promised that he wouldn't leave her side. Next, a pickup truck stopped and an off-duty emergency medical technician jumped out and headed to the crash site. He was wearing shorts in the middle of a cold January. This just confirms that medical workers are in fact superheroes. Moments later, first responders arrived. The doctor and the sheriff's officer cleared a path for them to come through. The emergency responders just kept on coming. New Jersey State Police, Cranford Police, ambulance, fire department, even tow trucks. It's crazy to see all these people running around while Tristan stays with the woman the entire time. Tristan found it very lucky for the woman that an EMT, a doctor, and a sheriff's officer all happened to stop within 1 minute of the accident. Based on her vehicle having a flat tire, he speculates it might have blown out and caused the accident, but he's not sure. The police still haven't determined the cause. The EMT in the black shorts knew the other EMTs who were arriving and even directed the firefighters on what to do. Tristan says he doesn't consider himself a hero. He just did what he hopes someone would do for him if he was ever in a similar situation. We disagree, Tristan. You did a heroic job in stopping traffic and staying with the woman all the way until they put her in the ambulance. Well done. Wham Bam, you're a hero, man. Tristan is actually the founder of the New Jersey Tesla Car Club, which has over 1,500 members on Facebook. Another member of the group was stuck in miles of traffic in his Model 3 due to the accident and shared these pictures. This was a very scary accident, and it warms our heart that people like Tristan and the others who stopped actually exist. We wish the woman a speedy recovery. Wesley was driving his Model 3 in Brisbane, Australia. In the United States, some pickup owners like to lift their trucks, but since everything is upside down in Australia, pickup owners there like to lower their trucks and call them utes, short for a utility vehicle. Wesley was pulling up to a red light when he got behind two souped-up utes. The one in front of him was so eager for the green light, he busted a burnout. We're not sure if he was trying to impress or intimidate the driver of the Tesla. Then he drove off, even though the light was still red. When the light turned green, his buddy pulled a massive power slide in front of Wesley, who was just enjoying the show. Julio was driving down a highway toward Hamilton with supervised FSD enabled. Pay close attention to the white car to the right of this truck, which the truck driver apparently didn't see. While Julio was passing the semi-truck on its left, the trucker began merging to the right. He didn't see the white car in his blind spot, clipping the back end. When he realized what was happening, the trucker tried swerving away from the car, but he overcorrected and lost control. Right then, Julio's Tesla began sounding the alarm while FSD did its best to avoid the out-of-control semi, which was now veering into Julio's lane. FSD steered as far to the left as possible, barely missing the median barrier. Julio hit the juice pedal and used his dual motors to accelerate away from the semi, which had managed to drag the white car across the highway and into the barrier. Julio and his passengers were fine, and his Tesla was completely untouched. Sadly, the same can't be said for the vehicles behind him. Chris was driving his Model 3 in Atlanta, Georgia, when he slowed down as a traffic light turned yellow. A BMW didn't even come close to making the light, and instead it hit the right rear section of a car making a right turn before ricocheting into a Mustang. Chris stayed at the scene and gave his contact info and the Teslacam video to law enforcement, who instantly determined that the BMW driver was at fault. This anonymous submitter from USA Baby sent us this video from when his Model Y was totaled. Those tire tracks are where his Tesla went straight into the woods and took out a tree. Let's take a look at the tape. He was on his way to the gym at 4 a.m. one morning, and he told us the roads were icy, which can also be seen in the video. As he headed into a bend in the road, he lost control and slid off the road, continuing for 30 feet before slamming into a tree at 40 miles per hour. Remarkably unhurt, our submitter called 911, but the police had trouble locating his Tesla buried in the woods. It took them around 10 minutes to find him in the 10-degree weather. The airbags had deployed, rendering the car undrivable, and it was later deemed a total loss. Our submitter took a rideshare to the gym so he could still get in his workout. USA, baby! He did visit the collision site later, realizing then how far into the trees his Tesla had traveled. It's incredible he not only walked away from the wreck, but he even managed to make it to the gym and work out. That's another win for the incredible safety of Tesla vehicles. Noah was driving his Model 3 on Highway 401 in Toronto, Canada. Just as he passed a semi-truck, he noticed a car spinning out up ahead. Both Noah and the semi-truck slowed down, but the driver of a Cadillac behind them misjudged the situation and tried to overtake the semi-truck, causing them to crash into Noah's Tesla. Noah says autopilot kicked in after the accident, helping him steer between the cars ahead of him, but it couldn't stop him in time and he still ended up hitting the red car that had initially spun out and caused everyone to stop. The red car then drove off, leaving Noah behind at the scene of the accident. The Cadillac driver told the police that he thought someone was going to hit him, so he tried to avoid them, hitting Noah in the process. Unfortunately for them, the footage shows this wasn't the case. Noah was able to walk away from the crash, and he adds he's infinitely grateful to Elon Musk and Tesla's team for creating this car. JJ was backing his Model 3 out of his driveway one regular morning in Austin, Texas. As he made his way down the street, he slowed down to stop at a stop sign just like he does every morning. This time, he hadn't even reached the stop sign before a Toyota came flying around the corner. He tried to swerve out of the way, but the Toyota hit JJ's Tesla head on. When he got out of his Tesla, JJ realized his right arm wasn't okay. After he called 911 to report the accident, the fire department, the police department, and an ambulance all responded to the scene. The paramedics checked JJ's arm and concluded that it was broken. Thankfully, the Toyota's driver and passengers were unharmed. The firefighters used absorbent material to clean up the fluids that were leaking from the Toyota. Since the Tesla doesn't have any gasoline, engine oil, or transmission fluid, there wasn't anything leaking from it for them to clean up. Next, the police officers jumped into action. The Teslacam footage made it easy for them to determine what had happened, and they gave the other driver 2 citations, one for reckless driving and the other for driving uninsured. If the cost to repair the damage is worth 75% or more of what the car was worth, it'll be considered totaled. Since the other driver was uninsured, it's now up to JJ's insurance to pay for the repairs or replace the car with a new Tesla. Here's a picture of JJ's arm in a cast. Wham Bam, get well soon, man. We're sending you a Wham Bam hoodie to lift your spirits while you wait for both your arm and your Tesla to get fixed. Justin and his roommate were driving in uptown Dallas, Texas, when a truck ran a red light, T-boning another Model 3 right next to them. They stopped to check on everyone. Both the man in the truck and the couple in the Tesla were shaken up, but nobody was seriously injured. Brian and his girlfriend Jen were driving east on I-70, headed home from a ski trip, when a Subaru driver lost control while attempting to pass traffic in the left lane. The Subaru slammed into the left quarter panel of the Model Y, ultimately sending the Tesla into the concrete barrier. Thankfully, nobody was injured, but the Tesla was rendered undrivable by the impact. The driver of the Subaru was very apologetic and accepted full responsibility. It took the Colorado State Patrol 30 minutes to respond. When the officer asked Brian what had happened, Brian told him, "Why don't you just have a seat in my car and I'll show you?" After watching the video, the officer replied, "Wow, that sure explains it." With that, he had no further questions. Picture this. Nick's friend Josh had never been in a Tesla before, let alone a performance model, so Nick swapping seats to let Josh drive ended up being a huge mistake. Naturally, Josh wanted to test full self-driving. Nick told him, "Don't touch anything when it's active and pay attention." 2 seconds later, Josh floored the juice pedal into a corner, and that's when everything went wrong. About halfway through the turn, FSD deactivated, sending the Tesla hurtling into a building. Obviously, FSD isn't meant to be used with manual full throttle acceleration, especially while cornering. Thankfully, nobody was injured, and it looks like the retaining wall redirected the car into the strongest part of the building. This prevented more extensive damage to the structure, but the building's corner cut straight through the Tesla instead. Surprisingly, the front lid was in perfect shape, but the right corner of the car, including the headlight, basically exploded. When Nick asked Josh what happened, he said he'd seen Nick using the accelerator when he'd been using FSD earlier, so he'd been doing the same. Nick explained, a little too late, that he'd only been giving slight throttle input to keep FSD from driving slowly, but not enough to cause a loss of control. Of course, that isn't something someone would know if they had no experience using FSD. Sadly, the Tesla was totaled, but Nick ended up buying the car back about a month later at a fraction of the original cost. Incredibly, there was no major frame damage. Nick swapped out the front bumper cover, passenger fender, and the damaged suspension. He did most of the work himself, other than painting the body panels. Overall, the situation was disappointing, but considering that everyone was okay and Nick now has unlimited rights to talk smack to his friend, things seem to have worked out for the best. Let's stay in the not-so-wintry California for a while with this December video from Kevin, who had parked his Model S in Long Beach when Sentry mode captured this event. Kevin says that all he could do was laugh when he watched this on the Sentry mode player. He actually remembers passing these guys walking while he was returning to his car. It looks like he's taking out his wallet and putting cash on the car's frunk, and he seems to have plenty of money to spare. We're not sure what else he might be pulling out though. One thing's for sure, these guys will definitely be asking Santa for a Tesla. George was driving from Redondo Beach, California to Snow Valley Mountain to go skiing with his daughters Adele and Sophie. That's when a car on the other side of the freeway lost control and hit the center divider head-on. The barrier did its job and kept the car from flying into oncoming lanes, but pieces of the car flew across and landed next to the Tesla. George said there was no time to react, and everything happened so fast, his only option was to drive through the storm of sparks and debris. George's daughter Adele said, "Papa, this accident will definitely make it on Wham Baam Teslacam." He says he doesn't remember it being so dramatic, but when they got home and watched the video, his jaw absolutely dropped. It really made them realize how precious life is and how it could be taken away in a split second. Then they prayed that whoever had been in the accident was safe. It was definitely a close call. We searched the news, but we couldn't find any mention of the accident, which hopefully means there were no serious injuries. This video from Ryan shows a pretty unusual Sentry mode event. Ryan says that he usually finds it funny to watch the Sentry mode events to see what shenanigans it captures when parked on the streets of LA, but this one takes the cake. Carlos was driving his Tesla Model 3 home from work on what had been a normal day in Austin, Texas. As he drove down the I-35 on-ramp, he thought nothing of it when he merged in front of a white Mazda. Evidently, the Mazda driver was highly offended by Carlos's merge, kicking off some of the most reckless road rage we've ever seen on this channel. The temper tantrum you're about to see would end up causing a massive highway crash involving 7 vehicles. But you'll be shocked to find out what the police did after the dust had finally settled. As Carlos approached the end of the on-ramp, the white Mazda was closely tailgating his Tesla before the driver crossed a solid line and started driving on the shoulder. After spraying rocks and dirt everywhere, the Mazda driver merged onto the interstate before accelerating in an attempt to get ahead of Carlos before he had a chance to legally enter the highway. The Mazda driver's first attack was an attempt to push Carlos's Tesla out of his lane, invading so far that Carlos had to swerve to avoid being sideswiped. Up to this point, Carlos had no idea that he'd been engaged in vehicular combat, but this move from the Mazda driver was his first indicator that something was very wrong. Carlos kept his cool and continued merging to the left while the Mazda driver took to the rightmost lane in a bid to pass Carlos. Sadly for him, that lane was actually an exit lane filled with slower moving traffic, and the Mazda ended up getting stuck behind Carlos again. Once he saw his opportunity, the Mazda driver floored the gas pedal and cut across the entire highway to get in front of Carlos in the passing lane. The Mazda driver then brake-checked Carlos to the point that Carlos had to come to a complete stop, all during rush hour in the passing lane of an interstate highway. I bet you can guess what happened next. Traffic behind Carlos wasn't able to stop, and a chain reaction of mayhem began to unfold behind him. A total of 6 vehicles behind Carlos collided with each other before his Tesla was rear-ended by a Toyota. Predictably, the Mazda driver chose not to stick around. Thinking quickly, Carlos punched the juice pedal to pursue the Mazda. But as the other driver dove across traffic to reach an exit, Carlos remembered his Teslacam would have all the evidence he needed and he pulled over. Police arrived quickly and closed I-35 down for over an hour. When Carlos showed them his Teslacam footage, which he assumed would be the critical evidence they needed to hold the Mazda driver responsible, they told him they probably wouldn't go after the other driver. Carlos asked, "How is it possible for a person to get off untouched after causing such mayhem?" Their response was that since the Mazda hadn't been involved in the actual collision, they likely wouldn't pursue the driver at all. If you thought that story was crazy, just keep watching. We've lined up even more insane stories from Tesla owners. Roll 'em. Alan was driving his Tesla early one morning during a downpour. The sun was also rising, and the reflection off the wet asphalt was extremely glaring. Suddenly, Alan noticed the vehicle ahead of him slowing down, so he also hit the brakes. Sadly, the driver behind him didn't see what was happening and rear-ended Alan's Tesla at full speed. It didn't stop there. The road glare was so bad, drivers continued rear-ending each other, eventually culminating in a 28-car pileup that got national news coverage. Incredibly, a police car was driving right behind the Buick that hit Alan's Tesla, and this helped prevent any other cars from crashing into them. Sadly, it didn't do much to prevent mayhem further behind them. Once Alan got home and saw the incident being covered on the news, he realized he'd been near the very front of the pileup. During the news report, he was able to spot his own car on the screen. There it is, right there. The interstate highway was shut down for 3 hours while response personnel cleared away the remains of 28 wrecked vehicles. Miraculously, nobody was injured. That's gotta be some kind of record. Alan's repair bill reached $41,000, but when he filed a claim with the Buick driver's insurance provider, they said the $25,000 policy wouldn't cover it. Not to mention the damage done to the 2 cars ahead of him, Alan's own insurance provider had to step in and they totaled his Tesla. This submitter was taking her kids to school when disaster struck. A pickup driver ran his red light, squeezing between other vehicles. By the time our submitter saw the truck, it was too late for her to stop. All her airbags deployed, and after the dust had settled and she'd made sure her kids were okay, our submitter walked over to check on the pickup driver. When she asked if he was okay, he told her that he was. He then confirmed he'd been aware the light was red. He never asked if she was okay or apologized for causing the collision. After the pickup driver showed no concern for her safety or for breaking the law, she wasn't surprised by what he did next. She said that when the police arrived, he lied and claimed she'd caused the collision by speeding. Justice was served instantly when our submitter showed the police her Teslacam footage, making the collision investigation open and shut. That was far from the end of the drama, though. After she filed an insurance claim, she found out the pickup driver was uninsured. Her Tesla was totaled by the collision, and her own insurance provider paid for it under her uninsured motorist coverage. If you thought that was crazy, buckle up, because things don't get any better from here. Bofo was driving his Model Y in Orlando, Florida, when he was viciously attacked by a road-raging pickup driver. The whole thing started as Bofo was driving along in the right lane, and the driver of a Toyota Tacoma with Texas plates approached from behind in an attempt to pass him. Bofo accelerated hard to block the Tacoma driver, an action he was not happy about. The Tacoma driver tailgated Bofo for a while, eventually driving past and brake-checking him. Bofo immediately swerved to go around him, and that's when things escalated quickly. The Tacoma driver used the stripe section of the road to speed up next to Bofo before throwing things at his Tesla. This passing attempt was unsuccessful, and eventually they both approached and stopped for a red light. As both vehicles came to a stop, the other driver got out of his pickup truck and approached Bofo's Tesla before banging on the windows and demanding he lower them. Bofa had his 3-month-old child with him, sitting right next to the window the pickup driver was banging on, so he felt disinclined to acquiesce to his request. Besides, the way he kept his right hand at the 4 o'clock position of his waistband should make anyone nervous. Bofa told us the guy spewed profanities before finally returning to his pickup truck. When the light turned green, Bofa turned a corner and sped away. He's thankful nobody was harmed in what was clearly a tense situation. He also said that nothing was damaged, other than the Tacoma driver's ego, of course. He sent along shoutouts for his wife and son, who both love watching Wham Baam Teslacam. While at work, Jesse got a notification on his phone that the alarm on his Model 3 had been activated. He rushed out of the meeting he was attending, but when he finally got to the garage, he found his car all smashed up, along with 2 witnesses who had seen the whole thing. Let's take a look at the Sentry mode footage. A guy in a Mustang was stunt driving in the parking lot when he lost control, hitting the rear bumper of the Tesla. That's when the first witness passed by the scene with a dash cam running, capturing a view of the Need for Speed guy as he got out to check the damage to his Mustang. Sentry mode also caught this at an even better angle. Both his license plate and face were visible from the left repeater camera. After checking the damage to his own car, he got back in and took off. That's when the second witness caught him leaving the scene and recorded this video using his phone. A hit and run report was filed, and due to the Sentry mode footage of his face and license plates, he was found by the police and charged for both the accident and for fleeing the scene. Nico's wife was driving their Model 3 at 70 miles per hour when all of a sudden she felt a large impact from behind. The driver of a Dodge Charger had veered out of his lane and clipped the back end of the Tesla at high speed. Nico's wife froze in shock when the impact occurred, releasing the steering wheel. The Tesla's emergency functions took over and kept the car steady before finally stopping. The other driver stopped about half a mile up the road, but he never came back to check on Nico's wife. He even told the Florida Highway Patrol trooper that Nico's wife had hit him. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to show the trooper her Teslacam footage at the scene of the accident because the Tesla thought it was still in drive, and wouldn't let her view the video on the screen. The trooper ticketed the driver of the Charger anyway, and the driver told Nico's wife that he'll see her in court to fight his ticket. Nico is looking forward to seeing the other guy's face when he reveals the Teslacam video in the courtroom. The insurance company totaled their Tesla and paid them $15,000 more than the car was purchased for brand new a year ago. They've already placed an order for a new Tesla since Nico's wife refuses to drive anything else after this. She's fully confident that the Tesla saved her life by taking control after the crash. Nico asked us to shout out his business, Brothers Gutters, and says their Tesla was a great marketing vehicle. People loved to talk to him about his Tesla, so keep that in mind if you're deciding on a company car. Aaron was on his way to work one morning in downtown San Diego, California, when he overtook a Chevy Silverado that was indicating for a right turn. The street the pickup driver was planning to turn down was actually a one-way street though, so he couldn't turn. Instead, he continued forward and got behind Aaron to turn at the next street. At a red light, the pickup driver rolled up alongside Aaron. Initially, he thought that maybe he was an enthusiastic Tesla fan, so he rolled down his window in case the stranger wanted to say something. It turned out that the pickup driver felt that he'd been cut off by Aaron, and he was upset that Aaron had slowed down once he had gotten in front of him. Confused by the accusations, and motivated by the strong odor emanating from the man through the open window, Aaron decided to remove himself from the situation. The pickup driver then attempted to aggressively cut him off on the following corner, almost hitting a pedestrian while doing so. After reviewing the footage, Aaron realized that the man may have been under the influence of alcohol, as a small liquor bottle fell out of his car when he opened his door. Vic was driving his Model 3 with autopilot engaged in Springfield, Virginia. Autopilot merged to the left to put Vic in one of the 3 lanes heading toward I-395 North. Autopilot slowly started to overtake a semi-truck on Vic's left that was driving a little under the speed limit. Right then, the truck driver decided to move over 1 lane, merging into the lane where Vic was driving. The driver used his turn signal, but Vic didn't notice because the truck was in his blind spot. Unfortunately, Vic was also in the truck driver's blind spot. The truck hit his Tesla, and Vic says Autopilot didn't react to avoid the collision, but Autopilot did sound an alarm when the impact occurred, which alerted him to quickly take over and save the car from spinning out. Vic showed his Teslacam footage to the state trooper that responded to the accident, proving that Vic had been in his own lane the entire time and that the truck had crashed into him. The truck driver was found to be at fault and received a citation. The repair estimate for the Tesla was $9,800 US. Luckily, the Teslacam footage made the insurance process simple. Vic has been told it'll take up to a month to receive replacement parts due to supply shortages. This Model 3 owner was driving in downtown Los Angeles, California when a Honda made a left turn in front of her. She had no chance to stop and crashed right into the Honda. Emergency services were quick to arrive at the scene, and an argument about who was at fault ensued. The police reviewed the Teslacam footage while still at the scene and saw clearly that the Honda driver didn't use their turn signal and had actually made an illegal left turn. There's even a no left turn sign hanging from the traffic light. All the airbags in the Tesla had deployed, and it was declared a total loss by the submitter's insurance company. She ended up getting 3 weeks of medical treatment for her injuries, but thankfully she's now back on her feet. Duff was just about to merge onto a highway when he noticed a cloud of sparks and heard a loud engine roaring past him. Duff told us the Camaro either had a tire rupture or the driver was going too fast and lost control after overcorrecting. Either way, the car smashed into a concrete wall, and although the driver wasn't hurt, he was definitely upset. Duff and another driver stopped to verify that only the Camaro driver's ego had been injured. He called the police and a friend to come give him a ride. Drew was driving his Cybertruck, taking his wife to pick up her new Model S at a Tesla service center. He was driving slowly due to dust after a dust storm warning had been issued. Suddenly, visibility dropped to 0, and when Drew slowed down and stopped, chaos erupted. The driver behind him never slowed down before smashing into the back of Drew's Cybertruck. Then, another driver ran into his Cybertruck's front end. The Cybertruck's pyro fuse blew, disconnecting the high-voltage battery, so once the dust had settled, Drew needed help pushing his pickup truck to the side of the road. The 48-volt battery also disconnected, disabling all the truck's electronics, and here's the sticky twist. The Cybertruck's bed was filled with honeybees, and without power, he had no way to get it open. While there is a manual release for the tailgate in the event of power loss, that release is on the inside, so it's really only meant to allow someone trapped in the bed to escape. When the tow truck arrived to transport the Cybertruck, we have to assume the driver was shocked to find out it was filled with bees. The tow truck driver gave Drew and his wife a ride to the service center where they were dropping off the Cybertruck, and technicians were able to use a battery jumper to open the truck's tailgate. The bees were unharmed, so they loaded them into the Model S they were picking up before leaving the Cybertruck behind at the service center. Drew doesn't know yet how much repairs will cost. The impact bent the tow hitch, and he isn't sure if there's any frame damage. Based on the photos, it seems like the truck held up amazingly well considering those heavy impacts. It sure seems like the Cybertruck really was designed to survive the apocalypse. Ronald was picking up his brand new Model Y at the Tesla Service Center in Plano, Texas, and, no kidding, he captured his first Wham Bam moment before even leaving the parking lot. Right in front of him, the driver of a Model X Plaid pulled into the Tesla Service Center, but not quite all the way, as she was blocked by a Model S ahead of her. The automatic door closed on her rear window not once, not twice, but 4 times before she finally pulled forward, but still not far enough. The next time the door came down, it scraped her trunk lid before getting stuck on her rear bumper cover. Ronald provided copies of his Teslacam footage to the service center employees, as well as to the Model X driver. Who do you think ended up paying for the repairs? Post your opinion in the comments. This video was sent in from a Model X owner in Japan. Can you think of a Japanese car brand infamous for making cars that bump into other cars? That's right, here we can see a Honda approaching. Get ready for some bumping action. The Honda merged without indicating over a solid line and crashed into the Tesla, which swerved onto the curb to avoid a worse accident. Luckily, only the Honda's mirror hit the Tesla, and by the looks of it, the woman driving the Honda is waving her hands as if to say, #HondaBump. Michael was driving his Model 3 in stop-and-go traffic on the German Autobahn near Munich. Suddenly, the semi-truck behind him ignored the stop part of stop and go and smashed into the back of his Tesla. That impact didn't look too bad, but here's where the story takes an interesting turn. Can you guess what it cost to repair the damage from this accident? Leave a comment with your guess, and we'll tell you the answer at the end of the video. Here's a hint. There was frame damage, so don't be afraid to use a lot of zeros. MJ was driving his Tesla Model Y across a bridge near downtown Dallas. The full self-driving beta was enabled when a Mazda came up behind him at high speed. The driver of the Mazda lost control, overcorrected, then crashed into the back of the Tesla, effectively performing a pit maneuver at highway speed. MJ felt the Mazda impact his Tesla, and then he felt his car countersteer throughout the 180-degree spin, keeping itself stable. In his opinion, FSD Beta did a great job getting the vehicle under control and keeping the wreck from getting any worse. Thankfully, nobody was injured. Both drivers stopped and exchanged insurance information. With the help of the police, they safely moved off the bridge. Chris was driving his Cybertruck and had just picked up his 6-year-old son Finn at school when he got stuck in stop-and-go traffic. While most drivers were participating in the stop-and-go traffic flow, one of them forgot about the stop part. The driver of the Toyota Tacoma behind Chris wasn't paying attention and smacked right into the back of his Cybertruck. Thankfully, the impact wasn't severe enough to hurt anyone, but the same can't be said of the other pickup. The Tacoma's front doors were wedged closed, and when Chris went back to check on the other driver, he discovered that he was trapped inside. Thankfully, Chris was able to help him pry his door open and escape. The other driver's first comment to Chris was that he had been admiring Chris's Cybertruck prior to the collision, and didn't actually know what it was. Chris just told him he was about to be internet famous. Both of them agreed that the Tacoma had sustained far more damage than the Cybertruck. The driver of the Tacoma was very apologetic. He was fully insured, and his insurance provider paid for the damage to Chris's Cybertruck. Chris ended up ordering new parts for $1,200 US and fixed his Cybertruck himself in 5 hours, while the Tacoma had to be towed to a shop for repairs. Chris wanted to shout out his son Finn, who loves everything Tesla, including Wham Baam Teslacam, we assume. Yvonne and his friend were on their way to the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles, California to check out the Tesla Roadster on display there. That's when a silver Lexus merged in front of them. Yvonne had autopilot set to 70 miles per hour. When the Lexus merged, the driver clearly accelerated, moving faster than the Tesla's constant speed. Traffic slowed down up ahead, but the Lexus didn't. It doesn't look like the driver even hit the brakes until just before he slammed into a black Kia. Autopilot didn't react or give any warnings, so Yvonne took over and applied the brakes. He doesn't think Autopilot had a chance to react, as the accident was too far in the distance. Everyone involved was shaken up, but miraculously, nobody was hurt. The Freeway Service Patrol arrived minutes later. Yvonne and his friend believed that the Lexus driver was distracted, but he wouldn't admit to it. Instead, he kept repeating that he was using cruise control, which might be true, but he clearly didn't brake. Brian was driving his Model 3 in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. He was approaching an intersection where the drivers coming from the right had a stop sign. A 2013 Buick LaCrosse driven by a young woman had already stopped at the stop sign, but then she proceeded to make a left directly in front of Brian. Brian attempted to avoid a collision, but he didn't have enough time. He clipped the driver's side quarter panel, spinning her into a telephone pole. Brian's Tesla went up a small hill before hitting a stone pillar. Brian's driver's side airbags deployed, but there were no major injuries to anyone involved, including the other driver. Brian called the police to report the accident. When they arrived, the woman tried blaming Brian for what had happened. She claimed she'd already completed the left turn and that Brian had rear-ended her, causing her to spin out and hit the pole. Brian let the officer on scene view his Teslacam footage, and he immediately determined that the other driver was at fault. Ironically, we can see in the video that there was even a big sign which reads, "Look left, right, left." Apparently she didn't see it. Heath was driving his Model 3 to work in the HOV lane when traffic suddenly stopped in the lane next to him. A Ford SUV up ahead decided to switch lanes to skip traffic, causing mayhem in the process. The Ford driver tried to merge into the center lane of the highway, but they hit another vehicle that was already traveling in that lane, sending the Ford back over the highway and into Heath's lane. Heath swerved to the left in an attempt to avoid the vehicle, but the loosened bumper smashed into the front of his Tesla and scraped down the side of his car, breaking the side view mirror. The Mercedes traveling behind Heath ended up smashing head-on into the SUV. Heath pulled over on the shoulder and called 911. Thankfully, everyone was okay. The vehicle that was in the center lane that had made first contact just kept going, making this a hit and run. Unfortunately, the driver of the Ford SUV that caused the accident was uninsured, so Heath had to open a claim with his own insurance provider. Tesla referred him to a trusted auto body shop, and the current estimate for repairs is $4,400 US. They're booked out for 12 weeks though, so he's getting a quote from another shop. Hold on to your handlebars because this Tesla's about to wreck. Anthony was traveling down the right lane of a main road in his Model 3 Performance when the driver of a Dodge Caravan pulled out and made a wide turn toward the leftmost lane. The driver then changed his mind, ending up right where Anthony was headed. Anthony hit the brakes and swerved to the left, but he wasn't able to avoid colliding into the back of the Dodge. All the Tesla's airbags deployed. Workers from a nearby construction zone witnessed the collision and ran to help. Anthony called 911 and first responders arrived moments later. Thankfully, they didn't discover any injuries while assessing his condition. Murali was driving on I-90 when traffic ahead began slowing down. Sadly, the driver of a vehicle behind him wasn't paying any attention. The driver failed to notice the stopping traffic before plowing into the back of an SUV. The SUV swerved across the entire highway to the shoulder, then turned back toward the passing lane. Incredibly, the SUV managed not to collide with any other vehicles. Murali called 911 and reported the collision, and it was later featured on the news and mentioned as the cause of a massive traffic delay in that morning's commute. Thankfully, there were no reported injuries, but all 3 lanes of the highway remained blocked for a couple of hours before everything was cleaned up. JJ Cola was driving his Model 3 with autopilot engaged when out of nowhere this happened. He says this is the first time he's ever been attacked by a grill while driving. Maybe this is the newest version of rolling coal on Teslas? He tried to keep his distance and not touch anything due to the pandemic, but he really wanted to help, so he got right to it. Here, JJ Cola signals to his sister to use summon to bring the car closer. Tristan was driving his Model 3 in Waynesville, Ohio. He was stopped at a red light when the driver of a red Chevy sedan waited to apply the brakes until he was only about 15 feet away from crashing into Tristan at 50 miles per hour. The Tesla's emergency lane assistance system activated and kept him in his lane. Without that, he would have crossed into the oncoming lane and risked getting hit head-on. As Tristan rolled toward the center line, we can see that autopilot engaged and steered the Tesla to the right. Tristan's hands weren't even on the wheel after the impact. Tristan sustained a minor concussion, but the driver of the Chevy fared worse and was taken away in an ambulance. Thankfully, he did survive the crash. The police report indicated that the other driver had been distracted by his cell phone. The damage to the Chevy was extensive, but the damage to the Tesla initially appeared to be only cosmetic. In the end, the repair bill came to $16,000 US. The Chevy driver's insurance provider is picking up the bill, and Tristan has been told that the repairs will take around 4 months to complete since the body shop is so backed up. This next video is from Doug, who was driving his Model 3 on the on-ramp to I-95 near the South Carolina and Georgia border in August of 2019. This video really illustrates the danger of driving too slowly. As Doug was about to enter the highway, the car in front of him on the on-ramp slowed almost to a stop, instead of accelerating and merging into traffic. This resulted in the cars behind them pulling out onto the highway in an attempt to go around them. This slowed down everyone on the highway, and the truck pulling a trailer must not have seen the mayhem. It swerved onto the median, causing a total loss of control followed by a rollover. According to news reports, the highway was shut down for 2 hours, but fortunately, there were no deaths reported. This submitter was driving his Model 3 in Plano, Texas. When traffic stopped for construction up ahead, the Honda behind him didn't. The collision ripped the Honda's front axle and wheel off and immobilized the Tesla. Both vehicles were stuck, which ended up being a good thing. Keep watching and you'll see what I mean. Our submitter called the police before tow trucks arrived to transport the vehicles. When the police checked the other driver's identification, they discovered something that prompted them to immediately arrest him. The police took off with the Honda driver before our submitter managed to get his insurance information. This left our submitter with a wrecked Tesla and a tow truck driver asking him a lot of questions that he didn't have the answers to.
Yeah, this is mine.
Will it move at all?
Yeah, but the wheel is jammed up, so...
I understand that, sir. What I'm trying to say is I got to get it off the road. I got to pick this one up first.
Okay.
Then I got to grab yours. But if it can move, then I can pick this one up and we can get it in a parking spot. We'll have to bring another truck out here.
Sure, but
Alright.
whatever works. I doubt it will move, but we'll see.
I understand. But we'll have to figure it out because I got to call a second truck.
Sure.
He did manage to get the police report number, so now he'll be filing a claim with his own insurance provider and including his Teslacam footage as evidence. Sadly, this isn't the first collision this submitter's been in. Remember this one, when a Model 3 was rear-ended and had a rear wheel ripped off? Yep, same submitter. This new collision happened just a few months after he'd received his new Tesla. What are the chances of that? As she proceeded through an intersection with a green light, an oncoming driver making an unprotected left turn failed to yield, smashing head-on into Dakota's Tesla. The other driver immediately began claiming that Dakota had run a red light. She tried to calm him down and explain that her light had been green. Eventually, the police were summoned to the scene. The responding officer was very excited when he realized Dakota had been driving a Tesla. He told the other driver to be quiet before requesting Dakota's Teslacam drive. He then plugged it into his laptop, watched the video, and with that, the case was closed. Teslacam for the win! Sadly, Dakota's Tesla was totaled, but we're pretty sure she probably ordered another one to replace it. Joseph was driving his Model Y in Austin, Texas when traffic stopped fairly quickly for a dog in the road. Joseph came to a complete stop, and when he noticed a pickup coming up behind him, he moved up a bit to give it some more room. Both vehicles managed to stop completely, but the Texas Disposal Service garbage truck didn't. It plowed into the pickup truck, which was then pushed into Joseph's Tesla. Clearly, the driver hadn't been paying attention as he crashed into them at full speed. Thankfully, nobody was in the oncoming lane at the time, or else they would have collided head-on with the garbage truck. There were no serious injuries, and everyone involved walked away. Joseph's two 75-pound Pyrodoodles were in the back of his Model Y, and they'd been thrown against the back of the driver's seat. They were quite shaken up, but they felt better after Joseph let them out to walk around. There were no passengers in the pickup truck, but the driver was transporting two vintage mopeds which had been damaged. The truck collapsed like an accordion thanks to the force of the impact, since the garbage truck driver said his truck was almost fully loaded. Obviously, all the fault lies with the garbage truck driver, and the pickup driver and Joseph weren't at fault. Joseph is now waiting to hear his repair estimate. This clip was sent in by an airline pilot who had just finished his shift and was driving home from the Los Angeles airport on a Friday night. The driver of the Nissan in front of him dove for an exit a little too late, hit a barrier, and flew into the side of the submitter's Model 3. The 23-year-old female driver of the Nissan claimed in her statement that she was driving home from a bar, but she assured the California Highway Patrol that she'd only had 2 beers. Her disabled vehicle caused a pileup behind them involving several other vehicles, including a motorcycle. In her statement, she lied about what had happened, having no idea that the incident had been captured on video or even that she'd hit the Tesla at all. After the CHP reviewed the Teslacam footage, she was immediately arrested for felony DUI and eventually pled guilty. Amazingly, the submitter was unhurt, but others weren't so lucky. The Tesla was deemed a total loss, and it took 10 weeks for the submitter to get it replaced replacement. He thinks the B-pillar probably saved his life, and he has no idea how he didn't lose control of the car. Despite accepting liability, the Nissan driver's insurance company Geico still hasn't offered settlements to any of those involved, and it's been almost a year since the accident. This video from Michael in Germany shows that not everyone is impressed by American steel. Dom was on his way to work when an old lady drove straight into his Cybertruck. A local news reporter found out about the Cybertruck crash and rushed to the scene, no doubt excited to show a wrecked Cybertruck on the front page, but he was in for a shock. While the old lady's Toyota Camry was absolutely obliterated, Dom's Cybertruck was almost completely untouched. The only damage was some scratches on the plastic bumper cover. The journalist even wrote, "Looks more like a Toyota Camry hit a Sherman tank." He ended his article with, "Note to self, don't get in an accident with a Cybertruck." Dom confirmed that driving a Cybertruck feels like driving a tank. He's thankful that nobody was injured in the collision. The Camry was totaled by the impact, and Dom is now waiting to find out when he can get his bumper cover replaced at a Tesla service center. Katie was driving home from work when a distracted Audi driver drifted into her lane and practically climbed the side of her Tesla Model 3. The Audi's front wheel made contact with Katie's rear wheel, launching the Audi into the air and forcing her Tesla to veer off the road and onto a sidewalk. Amazingly, nobody was injured. The Audi's side curtain airbags deployed as it nearly rolled over, and Katie's Tesla automatically called emergency services. However, since there were no injuries, first responders weren't sent to the scene. The Tesla sustained damage to the rear bumper cover, quarter panel, and driver's side wheels. In addition, the Audi's tire left a mark on the Tesla's driver's door. Both vehicles were towed away and later totaled by the insurance companies, who found the Audi driver responsible for the collision. This video was sent in by I Don't Give a Frunk. Great username, by the way, and just wait for it. This Model 3 actually belongs to famous YouTuber Danny Duncan, who put this bullhorn on the frunk of his Tesla. The frunk is the front luggage compartment of the Tesla, a portmanteau of the words front trunk. David's wife was driving their Model 3 westbound on I-10 when they saw a car suddenly brake and swerve into a semi-truck's lane for no apparent reason. They stopped, and David ran to the semi first, which was wedged into the trees on all sides. The engine had been thrown a good distance into the woods. He couldn't get to the cab because of how it was jammed into the trees. Thankfully, some professional landscapers pulled over to help, and they used their chainsaw to cut a path to the cab. The driver was conscious and able to talk, but was pinned into the cab, and David had no way to get her out. There was also a passenger in the back that he couldn't see. They were able to get them to tap on the inside of the cab to confirm they were alive and conscious. The driver of the car was bloodied, dazed, and shaken up, but alive and able to talk. There were no other passengers in the car. David says it felt like it took forever before first responders arrived, but in reality, he thinks it was only about 10 minutes. He saw firemen carrying the jaws of life to the remains of the truck cab. After providing the dashcam video to the police, they decided to get out of there and let the professionals do their jobs. This clip's submitter was driving his Model 3 in Auburn, Washington. Autopilot was engaged when traffic slowed to a stop. A motorcyclist behind him had plenty of time to slow down, but it looks like he panicked instead. He locked up his rear brake, lost control, spun 180 degrees, and crashed on a narrow shoulder. The submitter watched it all in the rearview mirror and took over from autopilot, moving his Tesla forward and to the right as the motorcycle slid toward him. The driver behind him stopped to make sure the motorcyclist was okay. In this section of the highway, the submitter says there's not much of a shoulder to pull onto since Jersey barriers are very close to the road. Two pedestrians began jaywalking across the road just as our submitter's light turned green. While taking their time crossing in front of our submitter's Tesla, they made gestures while yelling something unintelligible. One of them began walking toward the car. Our submitter tried to get out of the way, but the man ran up and kicked the Tesla's fender. The impact even knocked the repeater camera out of alignment when the guy kicked and dented the fender. Our submitter did not think stopping would be a good idea, so after reaching a safe location, he made a police report and an insurance claim noting the damage. The vandal hasn't been located, so our submitter ended up paying his insurance deductible to get the damage repaired. He might be facing an increase in his insurance premiums as well. In the end, our submitter paid out of his own pocket after this random man kicked his car. Our submitter would love to press charges, so if you know who this man is, please let us know and we'll pass the information along. Banny was driving Jules's Tesla Model X to a Detroit car show in poor weather conditions when disaster struck. He was keeping with the flow of traffic when the Tesla suddenly lost control and spun out. Disaster followed soon after in the form of 3 huge semi-trucks. Incredibly, the first trucker missed him by aiming for the guardrail, but the second truck struck the Tesla, deploying the side curtain airbags. Thankfully, nobody was injured. Police were called, and after they arrived and collected statements from witnesses, Banny was found responsible for the collision. When Jules filed an insurance claim, his insurance provider disagreed with the police after seeing this video, declaring that Banny was blameless in the situation. Instead, they determined that the trucker who'd rear-ended him was at fault, and this kicked off a lengthy battle between the involved parties. Eventually, Jules's insurance provider agreed to pay for repairs, but when the bill climbed over $20,000, they chose to total the Model X rather than repair it. Ruffy was driving his Model 3 in Mississauga, Canada. He entered an intersection on a green light and got T-boned by a car coming from the left. Both police and paramedics were called to the scene, and the other driver was taken to a hospital but later released. Ruffy later found out the other driver was uninsured and his car had been totaled. The Tesla is currently in a body shop getting inspected to see if it can be repaired or if it's also totaled. Andrew was driving his Model 3 in Los Angeles, California when traffic backed up on US Route 101. He stopped, the car behind him almost stopped, but the car behind them hit them both at highway speed. Miraculously, everyone involved in this accident walked away. Andrew had no idea how serious the crash was until the next day when he saw this video. His jaw absolutely hit the floor when he reviewed it. Andrew told us that autopilot detected the collision and automatically steered around the vehicle in front of him. The Tesla missed the car by inches and probably saved them from injury and definitely saved them from insurance nightmares. The driver that had caused the accident paid for everything, including the medical bills of everyone involved. Andrew's Tesla was in the shop for 4.5 months, but it's now back on the road. The other 2 cars were totaled. Watch what happened when Sean was driving his Tesla Model 3 with autopilot engaged down a highway in Texas. Sean took over control before crashing into the side of a Ford and being forced off the road. Luckily, he was able to stop before reaching a large ravine in front of him. Apparently, the Ford driver had decided she wanted to make an illegal U-turn on the highway from the right lane, which she proceeded to do without even checking for traffic. When the police showed up, an officer sat in the passenger seat of Sean's Tesla and watched his Teslacam video before immediately citing the other driver. Sean had to drive back home from Texas to Wisconsin with a gash in his passenger door. The total cost of repairs was $12,000 US. He wanted to shout out Marshall Auto Body in Wisconsin for fixing his car. Alex had lent his brand new Model 3 to his friend Alexis so he could get to work. It was so new, in fact, that Alex hadn't even made the first payment yet. They were supposed to meet for lunch when Alex received a notification from his Tesla app that one of his tires had lost all pressure. Another driver had made an illegal left turn without checking for other traffic, colliding with Alex's Tesla and sending it spinning off the road and into a ditch. Shortly after, Alexis called Alex to inform him of the collision. Alexis didn't know what to do, so Alex quickly made his way to the scene of the wreck. Once he'd arrived, Alex witnessed the full extent of the damage while also discovering that Alexis was completely unhurt. The other driver, who'd been illegally driving without insurance, tried to put the blame on Alexis by accusing him of speeding. When the police took one look at Alex's Teslacam footage, they quickly found the other driver completely responsible. When she admitted she'd been trying to make a left turn from a right turn only lane, they gave her a citation as well. The police credited the safety of Alex's Tesla for the fact that Alexis hadn't been injured at all. They also mentioned that, considering the way it had hit the ditch, they would have expected it to roll over. Thankfully, the car's low center of gravity kept it upright after the impact. The Tesla Collision Center estimated over $35,000 to fix Alex's Model 3 Highland, but since he has Tesla insurance, they were able to get the parts for half price. That brought the repair estimate down to about $22,000, which meant his Tesla wasn't totaled. After 4 months in the shop, it came back looking brand new. Man, Tesla insurance customers are so lucky. Psst, Tesla, please bring Tesla insurance to Washington State. Alex wanted to shout out his friend Alexis and told us he's glad he wasn't hurt in the collision. He's got no hard feelings toward his friend, and he's incredibly thankful to Tesla for making the safest vehicles on the road. When Keith pulled into a cell phone store parking lot, he found 2 police cars that were blocking in a suspect vehicle. When Keith asked to get through so he could enter the store, officers denied his request. Keith overheard officers saying a suspect was asleep in the car. He went to get some food while he waited for them to clear the scene, but he had no idea what would happen next. After several more officers arrived, the suspect woke up and tried to escape by reversing. One of the cops pushed his vehicle into the cell phone store. The suspect then tried to escape on foot, but an officer deployed a taser and took him down right next to Keith's Tesla. Keith provided a copy of his Teslacam footage to the police after an officer noticed the Tesla's camera was pointed right where the guy had gone down. Keith provided a statement to a local news reporter, and they proceeded to chop his remarks down to just a couple of seconds of him saying he was thankful his Tesla hadn't been damaged. Another angle was posted in the Seattle subreddit by user President Joe. This footage came from the mattress store right next to the cell phone store. According to the news station, the suspect was charged with eluding a police vehicle, possessing a stolen motor vehicle, driving under the influence of drugs, 2 counts of felony assault, and the sale and delivery of methamphetamine. Sounds like he had an eventful afternoon. Ashley was driving her Model Y in Spokane Valley, Washington, when an Audi in front of her stopped to make a left turn. Ashley stopped in time, but the pickup truck behind her didn't. She felt a massive impact. At the same time, she noticed that Tesla's brake pedal was already pushed to the floor so the car wouldn't hit the one in front of her. The pickup truck had slammed into the back of her Tesla at full speed, and the driver didn't appear to apply the brakes at all. Ashley also told us her glove box, normally locked with a pin, opened during the crash. Police and paramedics were quick to arrive at the scene of the accident. Ashley was taken to urgent care and diagnosed with a concussion and whiplash. The police determined that the pickup driver was at fault. Ashley says it was a big pain dealing with the aftermath of the crash. The pickup driver didn't have enough coverage on his insurance policy to cover the damage he'd caused to her Tesla. The Tesla was deemed a total loss, meaning that the cost of repairing it would exceed the value of the car. In Ashley's case, that value was $50,000 US. Eventually, Ashley was able to process a claim with her own insurance provider, and she's already ordered a 2022 Model Y Performance. This submitter was driving his Model 3 in Toronto, Canada, when the driver of another Tesla in front of him crashed into a boat. Another vehicle that was pulling a boat on a trailer made a quick lane change into the lane where the Tesla was traveling. The Tesla drove up on 2 wheels before the trailer and the boat smashed into it. The driver of the boat behaved very erratically and kept yelling at the Tesla driver. Eventually, a transit officer showed up to de-escalate the situation. The submitter shared a copy of his Teslacam footage with the other Tesla owner, and they haven't heard anything else about the incident. Marisol was driving her 2020 Model Y Performance one early morning in Visalia, California, when all of a sudden an oncoming vehicle drifted into her lane. All her airbags deployed before she even knew what happened. As she attempted to pull to the right, airbags surrounded her like a Baymax hug. Looking out the window, she saw a tire rolling and thought her own Tesla's tire had ripped off. It actually turned out to be the tire of the vehicle that hit her, a Chevy Malibu. The left camera was hit straight on and stopped working on impact. The driver of the other vehicle took off on foot into some nearby orchards before the police arrived. Police are still investigating, and insurance has yet to determine if they'll be repairing her vehicle or writing it off as a total loss. Marisol purchased her Model Y as an early birthday gift for herself. She says it certainly paid off, as it may have saved her life. The Teslacam footage also proved to her insurance and the police who was at fault. Marisol named her car Zeus and took this picture in case this was the last time they saw each other. Casey was driving his 3-day-old Cybertruck in Covington, Louisiana when he started to slow down for a red light. Sadly, the Ford driver behind him didn't. Casey estimates the Ford driver only braked for half a second before crashing into the back of his Cybertruck. Both drivers pulled over at a nearby gas station, and the station owner happened to be standing at the side of the road and witnessed the whole thing. The station owner walked to the back of Casey's pickup to inspect the damage, and when Casey got out to talk to him, he said, "There's no damage. I want a vehicle like this." Casey just had to laugh at the whole ordeal. Let's listen in on what he had to say after the collision.
Well, this is cute, y'all. I just got rear-ended. But, you want to know something? Unbelievable.
Thankfully, nobody was hurt. After a state trooper arrived and wrote a report, both drivers were able to drive away, but Casey doesn't think the Ford driver made it very far considering how much coolant he'd lost. The local Tesla authorized body shop wanted Casey to drop off his Cybertruck for 3 to 4 months so they could order parts, then find time to work on it. Casey asked them if they could just remove the bumper cover and examine the damage, then put it back so he could drive it while they waited for the parts. But they told him if they took the bumper cover off, they wouldn't be putting it back on until repairs were complete. Rather than waiting 3 to 4 months, Casey decided to repair the damage himself. He filed an insurance claim, but since the Cybertruck is a newly released vehicle, the insurance company has no idea how much the parts will cost, and Casey had to figure it out himself. What about you? Would you dare attempt to repair your own Cybertruck? Thankfully, Casey runs the Tesla Rebuilders Discord community, so this won't be his first foray into fixing faulty four-wheelers. This submitter admits to taking his eyes off the road for a few seconds, a mistake that sent his Tesla to the scrapyard. When he accelerated around a slowing Lexus, he overcorrected, spinning completely around before jumping a curb and smashing into a parked Toyota. His Tesla immediately contacted emergency services on its own. Thankfully, he was able to walk away without a scratch after first responders swarmed the area. His insurance provider totaled the Tesla, and a month of kicking himself later, he replaced it with a Model Y Performance. Steve was getting on a highway in Leeds when a Volkswagen driver behind him threw a wrench into the works. Steve glanced in his rearview mirror, unsure what had happened. Reviewing his Teslacam footage later revealed the VW driver made a plethora of errors. While he was next to the truck, he sped up instead of slowing down, forcing himself to use the shoulder. When he decided to merge, he wasn't just in the trucker's blind spot, he actually pit maneuvered himself off the front of the truck before spinning across the entire highway. After slamming into the median barrier, he ricocheted back across every lane before ending up on the shoulder. Sheesh. Remember when we told you about a Tesla owner who helped us stop a bike thief a couple of weeks ago? Sadly, no good deed goes unpunished, and he curb rashed one of his wheels in the process. Well, we've got a wholesome follow-up to that story. A guy named Sam reached out to us and said that if our submitter went to his repair shop, he'd fix the wheel for him for free. He didn't ask us to shout out his body shop, but we're going to anyway. He works for Carrosserie Auto Prestige in Montreal, and they'll even do remote diagnostics for free. Ross from Phoenix, Arizona sent us this video. He let his friend borrow his Model 3 while he was out of town. Watch what happened when his friend was stopped for a red light. Keep your eyes on this pickup truck. As the light turned green, Ross's friend hit the accelerator, but he didn't notice the truck running the red light. He hit the truck behind the passenger door, and the truck ramped off the front of the Tesla and rolled onto its roof. Ross says he's surprised how quickly they were able to get out of the truck to yell at his friend. The police who showed up to the scene were impressed that they could see the playback of the accident right in the Tesla. They made sure to write the truck driver a few tickets before leaving. The truck driver filed an insurance claim first, claiming it was Ross's friend's fault, but the Teslacam proved that the truck driver ran the red light. His insurance fully covered the $12,000 repair bill. It took a month to repair the Tesla. The damage to the front end was extensive. Check out these pictures of the damage. Ross had just gotten his Model 3 back when he sent us the video. He says it was a long month of waiting, but he's happy to be back behind the wheel. The first time Ryan Smith's Tesla was vandalized, the Sentry mode feature hadn't been released yet for his Model 3. This time, the cameras were rolling. Ryan later ran into the gentleman at his apartment complex's clubhouse. The man claimed that Ryan's Tesla took too long to charge, and the "no pee" that he left on the driver's door was meant to tell Ryan no parking. He was himself driving a plug-in Prius and didn't realize that Teslas take far longer to charge than his plug-in hybrid. Ryan said, "We had multiple talks after, a lot of talks about Teslas. He wants one as his next car. We became pretty cordial, in fact. I'd like to chalk up the way I handled the situation as me growing up and not reacting like I would have in my younger days." The man offered to have Ryan's Tesla detailed. Since Ryan was able to remove all markings, he chose not to press any charges and didn't go any further. In his opinion, the discussion they had was enough to resolve the situation. Paul was driving with full self-driving enabled, testing the latest version and collecting footage for his YouTube channel, but he wasn't expecting to capture a wham bam moment.
Jesus Christ. F***ing A.
A Honda driver suddenly stopped to yield to pedestrians. Paul slammed on the brakes and swerved to the left as a collision warning sounded.
Jesus Christ.
At first, Paul didn't think his Tesla had touched the Honda since he hadn't felt or heard an impact, and the visualization on the screen appeared to show a gap between the two vehicles, so he continued. When the Honda driver began following him and honking, he realized they must have made contact, so he pulled over. While FSD can definitely anticipate many things, Paul told us neither he nor FSD expected that the Honda driver would suddenly stop during a right turn the way he had. Paul thinks the Honda driver had been turning too fast to begin with, then had to slam on the brakes when the pedestrian stepped off the sidewalk. Paul made 3 observations. 1, the Honda driver could have safely stopped farther to the right out of the way of traffic. 2, the setting sun made the Honda's brake lights difficult to see. And 3, the high-mounted center stoplight was practically invisible behind a dark window tint. Once they were both pulled over, the two drivers inspected their vehicles for damage. Paul realized he'd been the perpetrator of a reverse Honda bump. Thanks to his paint protection film, there was no damage to the paint of either car. Small smudges were easily wiped off them both. Paul decided to leave the scratch in his PPF rather than paying to get it replaced. According to the law, Paul would be considered responsible for causing this collision. Check out his channel Supercharged Travels to see more FSD videos. Thanks for sharing, Paul. This emitter had lent his Model Y out to his father when he got a notification on his phone that a collision had been detected. His father had been driving home from work when an oncoming pickup drifted across the center line and headed straight toward him. The pickup impacted the Tesla's fender before ricocheting into the woods. The collision spun the Tesla practically in place, leaving it facing the opposite direction. One of the front wheels, with suspension parts attached, was ripped off the car and left in the road. The Tesla automatically notified emergency services, and first responders wasted no time. Firefighters, paramedics, and police all arrived at the scene within minutes. Both drivers were able to walk away from the collision without any serious injuries, but they both went to the hospital to be checked out just in case. Our submitter has made an insurance claim, but no repair estimate has been completed yet. Based on what we've seen, we wouldn't be surprised if the Tesla is deemed a total loss. Barry was driving his Model 3 in Savannah, Georgia. He just exited I-95 and was slowing down for the traffic light up ahead. After stopping behind a Toyota RAV4, Barry suddenly felt a large impact. When he looked to his right, he saw the tires of a Honda crawling up the side of his Tesla. If we take a look at the right repeater camera, we can see the same bizarre sight that Barry saw. No airbags were deployed in the Tesla, but the car did go into accident mode. Barry got out and talked with the driver of the Honda. She was pretty rattled, but everyone involved was okay. They proceeded to inspect his car, and he mentioned to her that this was going to be a very expensive repair bill. He sent the Teslacam videos to the police and his insurance company. The latter was quick to determine that the Tesla was a total loss. The cost to repair the damages was greater than the price of a new Model 3, so they cut Barry a check for $52,000 US. Okay guys, here it comes. Hashtag Honda Bump. We actually get a lot of comments that the hashtag Honda Bump joke is getting old, but it's not our fault that we get so many videos of Honda drivers causing accidents. We even ran a poll asking what you would be most afraid of to see in your rearview mirror. Even though the options included some truly scary cars, Honda won the poll in a landslide with 79% of over 19,000 votes. Jalen was driving his Model 3 in Rockford, Illinois. As he approached an intersection, the light turned yellow. This intersection has a rather long yellow light, so Jalen says he knew he had time to make it. The car coming toward him seemed to think he was going to stop and turned in front of him. The Chevrolet hit the side of Jalen's Tesla, which sent it up on a curb where it got some hang time before crashing back down. Jalen managed to regain control, brake, and steer away from the SUV in the lane in front of him. Everyone involved in the accident ended up being okay. Jalen thinks both of them could have avoided this accident, but in the end it was determined that Jalen had the right of way. The police were quick to arrive, and they both filed their respective insurance claims at the scene. Jalen is working with the insurance companies, but so far it looks like they're going to total the car since it sustained over $40,000 in damage. Jalen wants us to give a shout out to his friend Felipe, who told him about the Wham Bam channel and encouraged him to send the footage in. Thanks, Felipe. Keith was driving his Model Y in Los Angeles, California when traffic in the lanes to the left had all stopped. He moved over to the right lane to get a clear path. As he approached a traffic light, the light turned green and he started to cross the intersection. Unfortunately, the stopped vehicles in the left lane blocked his view of a red light runner. A Honda slammed into the driver's side door of the Tesla, spinning it around. The bumper ripped out a signpost and shattered it into pieces. Hilariously, the bumper cover of the Honda that had caused all this mayhem rested calmly next to the wrecked Tesla, but the driver wasn't as calm. The driver of the Honda got out and walked over to Keith, but then he rushed back to his banged-up Honda and sped off, making this a hit and run. Even though the Honda driver left his bumper cover at the scene of the crime, there was no license plate on it. The car didn't have license plates at all for that matter. Keith called the police, but they informed him they wouldn't be responding to the scene because he was uninjured and it was only a hit and run. Keith called a tow truck and filed an insurance claim. His car is still in the repair shop. Alan's Tesla Model S Plaid rolled over after hitting a patch of ice on a winding mountain road, leaving him stranded alone for hours. Let's back up and start this story from the beginning. Alan was headed to his cabin in the Sequoia National Forest one evening. The forecasted low temperature was above freezing, and Alan still had summer tires on his Model S Plaid. He told us his Tesla never warned him about freezing conditions, but while he was coming around a bend, he hit a patch of ice and was sent sliding into the side of the mountain. The Tesla rolled onto its roof before righting itself. Less than 10 minutes later, it completely shut down, so even the heater was no longer running. It quickly became very cold, and there was no cell reception for miles in any direction. The wreck happened in a very remote area, and it was unlikely anyone would drive by, certainly not before daybreak. Thankfully, Alan was able to call for help on his satellite phone. It took a couple of hours for first responders to arrive. Thankfully, Alan only had minor cuts from glass and knives flying around and hitting his head. Where did the knives come from? Alan had been taking some dishes up to his cabin, and they were in boxes in his back seat. The impact sent them flying forward before they rolled around the car while it was rolling over. The responding highway patrol officer told Alan he was fortunate to hit the mountainside. If the ice patch had been on the prior curve, the car would have flown off the road and splashed down in the freezing cold Kern River below. The officer also told him that had happened the previous winter, and sadly, the family in that car didn't survive. The next day, Alan drove back to the scene of the wreck and found his car's air compressor that had been ripped off. He kept it as a souvenir and to remind him to be more careful while driving on mountain roads. The car was totaled after the repair bill exceeded $100,000 US. While Alan doesn't know if having all-season tires would have made a difference in this case, he made sure to get a set for his replacement vehicle, which is also a Model S Plaid. Good call, Alan. Peter was driving his Model Y in Amsterdam. Remember that fact, it'll be important later on. After turning onto a two-lane road, he decided to overtake the two slower cars ahead of him. Right as he passed the Volkswagen, that driver decided he also wanted to overtake the car ahead of him. The VW sideswiped the Tesla, effectively pit maneuvering it and sending it onto the nearby train tracks. Our submitter told us that when the VW struck his wheel, the car bounced into the air and he never had a chance to countersteer. All involved drivers stopped. After verifying that nobody was hurt, they contacted the police and started assessing the situation. The 20-year-old driver of the black Volkswagen refused to accept responsibility even after our submitter showed him his Teslacam video. Our submitter told us he wasn't angry. In fact, he was glad he was alone in the car and that he hadn't hit a train, a pole, or any pedestrians. When police arrived, our submitter assumed his Teslacam video would make this an open and shut case, but that's where the story took what he calls an Amsterdam twist. The police put the blame on the driver of the third car, the one they'd both tried to overtake and the one our submitter crashed into after being sideswiped. All three drivers were required to give samples of their saliva to test for any intoxicating substances, for which the Opel driver tested positive, sparking massive news coverage. Tesla stuck on the tram tracks, causing massive delays by a driver under the influence. Our submitter told us he spoke with the Opel driver and he mentioned he'd been smoking something the day before, which caused the positive reading. The next day, he was cleared by the police of any wrongdoing. With him now deemed not responsible, the blame was shifted to the VW driver, who was ultimately found at fault for the collision. Our submitter's Tesla, which was just a few weeks old, was totaled by his insurance provider, and he immediately ordered a new one. He also told us he works for the local electric company, and now his coworkers tease him for trying to charge his Tesla on the train tracks. Yang was on his way to his friend's house in Shenzhen, China. He wanted to pass a semi-truck on his left, but was waiting for the right moment so he wouldn't get stuck in the semi's blind spot. As soon as he saw an opportunity to clear the semi-truck, he accelerated. Suddenly, an on-ramp appeared that he hadn't noticed before, and he was forced to slow down for cars merging onto the highway. He proceeded to get stuck right where he didn't want to be, the semi-truck's blind spot. A moment later, the semi hit his Model 3. The semi-driver admitted fault, acknowledging that he hadn't noticed Yang in his blind spot, but he blamed that on the rain. In the video, we can see that the truck driver waited until the last moment to use his turn signal, which was way too late. If he'd used his signal sooner, Yang thinks this accident could have been avoided. The repair shop informed Yang that his left quarter panel couldn't be repaired and would have to be replaced. They'd have to order a new part from the Shanghai factory, but it's been shut down due to the recent pandemic outbreak in Shanghai. Now, he'll have to wait a couple of months to get a new quarter panel. Total repair costs came to $4,500 US. Always use your turn signal and use it before changing lanes, not during the lane change. This video sent in by Mr. Levizzle shows a guy giving the Tesla family thumbs up and showing Sentry mode that he parked far away so as not to ding this parked Tesla. Francesco was driving his Model 3 on a highway in Italy. He'd just entered a tunnel when traffic slowed down for construction up ahead. As he was about to come to a stop, he felt a solid impact from behind. The driver of the Range Rover that had been following behind him hadn't noticed traffic slowing down and crashed into him at full speed. The Tesla was pushed forward into the car in front of it. That car then crashed into the car in front of it, turning this into a massive multi-vehicle accident. Luckily, everyone involved was able to walk away from the accident unharmed. The Italian Highway Patrol responded to the scene. While waiting for the tow truck to arrive, Francesco showed the officers his Teslacam footage right on his Tesla's screen. The footage clearly showed them he wasn't responsible for hitting the car in front of him. He sent them a copy of the video, and they included some screenshots from it in their official report. The police station called later that day asking if he'd installed the cameras himself. They were enthusiastic to find out that there's standard equipment on all current Teslas. Thanks to the Teslacam footage, Francesco was cleared of any fault in the accident. His Tesla has been repaired by an Italian Tesla-authorized body shop, and the repair bill was about $35,000 US. Francesco says the body shop did an excellent job, but the car was stuck in the shop for almost 5 months waiting on replacement parts from Tesla. Now he's still dealing with the insurance claim process. Dave was commuting to work when traffic slowed down for a major collision scene up ahead. Dave quickly realized traffic wasn't just slowing down, the road had been completely shut down and traffic was coming to a standstill. The driver of a Toyota behind Dave decided ain't nobody got time for that and began making a U-turn across a double yellow line. What he hadn't noticed were the oncoming police cars approaching at high speed, lights and sirens active. I bet he noticed after he clipped one of them. The collision was so loud, David panicked thinking he'd been hit, or was about to be, and he quickly accelerated to get out of the way. After realizing what had happened, Dave rushed over to assist the officer. He was stunned by the collision, but he gave Dave a thumbs up before climbing onto his vehicle's roof to get out of the marsh. Another officer stopped to check on the Toyota driver, who was also fine, but we're guessing he got a hefty fine after that reckless move. As a side note, Dave told us he was 20 minutes into his commute when this occurred. An FSD version 12.4.1 is so good, this was the first time he'd needed to even touch the pedals or steering wheel. And he was joyriding his new Model 3 Performance on a back road when he took a corner a little too fast. Hunter's door was jammed shut, forcing him to use the passenger door to get out. A super nice guy who lived up the mountain saw what happened and came down in his tractor, hooked up his Tesla, and pulled it out. I hope you're sitting down because what Hunter told us next will shock you. He's a repeat submitter to our channel, and the incident we just showed you happened less than a year after the last video he sent us. A year ago, we featured this video on Wham Baam Teslacam showing the time when Hunter totaled a Model 3 Performance. Shortly after that, he replaced it with a Model 3 Long Range, but it was totaled in Hurricane Helene. Next, he tried his luck with a Ford F-150 Lightning, but it was totaled in a collision less than a month ago. He then got a new Model 3 Performance, and that's the car we just watched him drive off the road. Hunter told us he's considering traveling around on foot from now on. For all of this, Hunter will be the first submitter to be inducted into the Wham Baam Hall of Fame. Congratulations, I guess? A big box of Wham Baam merch is headed your way. Now, please, Hunter, do us all a favor, drive safe. Ash was driving their Model 3 in Orange County, California. They just dropped off their mother at the airport and were on their way home. A white car turned onto the street just as Ash was passing, so Ash moved to the left a bit as the other driver crossed into their lane. This annoyed Ash since they were driving just under 45 miles per hour because of the car in front, so the white car was probably going at least 60 miles per hour when it sped into the intersection. As the white car sped through the intersection, a silver car on the other side of the road made an unprotected left turn. They must have misjudged the speed of the white car, crashing into them. The white car got pushed into a tree by the impact. We can even see the leaves shake from the hit. The car then spun around before it finally stopped. Ash pulled over, and when the police arrived, an officer sat in their car and watched the Teslacam footage, filming it with his body cam. This submitter was driving his Model 3 late one night on a freeway in Los Angeles, California. This was the day after he saw our video titled "The Worst Drivers in the World," in which we revealed that Dodge drivers were voted the second worst drivers in the world in a poll we ran. He couldn't have imagined what would happen next. The submitter was overtaking slower-moving cars that were causing traffic. As he puts it, there was no reason for all this traffic so late at night. One of the cars he overtook was a Dodge Challenger, whose driver didn't like this and decided to speed up and try to catch up with him. As their speeds got higher, the Dodge driver tried to overtake the Tesla on the right when this happened. The Dodge rear-ended another car at very high speed, and they both ended up smashing into the concrete barrier. On the rear-view camera, we can see that the Tesla and the Dodge both passed this SUV on either side, and the collision happened when they both tried to merge in front of it. The submitter says he noticed that the Dodge disappeared from his mirror, but it was only once he got home that he learned the true magnitude of the crash. We haven't found any news related to the accident, but we hope everyone's okay. We can't tell their exact speed from the footage, but we're sure this accident could have been avoided at a lower speed. Please be careful out there. This video was taken by a parked Model 3 in the California beach town of Coronado and sent in by an anonymous submitter. This clip perfectly explains why you shouldn't text and bike. Fortunately, it looks like she mostly avoided damaging the car, and she didn't appear to be hurt very seriously. In the next clip, we see her dusting off her knees. Andrew was driving with supervised full self-driving engaged. He was on his way to Little Caesars to get lunch for him and his roommates, but he had no idea this trip would turn his life upside down. A Prius driver, distracted by something in her passenger seat, veered into Andrew's lane and struck his Tesla head-on. The Tesla automatically called 911, and while first responders were still on the way, bystanders helped Andrew out of the vehicle. The Prius driver was acting very suspiciously. While only partially dressed, she seemed to be avoiding the situation by making her way to the sidewalk. Andrew was taken away in an ambulance and had to stay under medical supervision for 8 days, resulting in a $16,000 US medical bill. When a police officer came to the hospital and gave him the Prius driver's insurance info, he immediately called the number.
Hello.
Hello, is this Alexis?
That's when he discovered that the Prius driver had given the cops a fake number. He then read the police report and found out she'd been wearing an ankle bracelet and GPS tracker. What he found out next hit him like a ton of bricks. The Prius driver was uninsured. Without uninsured motorist coverage, this left him on the hook for paying his medical bills. If you don't know, uninsured motorist coverage protects you if you're involved in a collision with a driver who's illegally driving without required insurance. It can help cover medical expenses and missed wages. In contrast, Andrew's own insurance coverage only covered the repairs to his Tesla. The local Tesla certified body shop estimated the repair costs at $46,000 before his insurance provider decided to total it.
Run by a friend.
A Honda driver failed to stop at a stop sign, failed to yield to traffic, and failed to see this submitter's Tesla. Check out the aftermath of the Honda bump that totaled his Tesla Model S. Let's watch the Teslacam footage so we can see what happened. He was driving his Model S in Lakeville, Minnesota on a main road and at a steady speed. He told us his Tesla sounded an alarm while engaging automatic emergency braking when a Honda driver failed to yield even though he had the right of way. He tried to swerve to avoid a collision, but he didn't have enough time to react. The damage was so severe, his Tesla was disabled and had to be towed away. The other driver admitted fault at the scene, and the police report also confirms she'd failed to yield. Our submitter filed an insurance claim and is waiting to find out if his Tesla will be repaired or deemed a total loss. Sorry, buddy, you've been Honda bumped. This clip comes from Josh Dooley. It happened on June 21st, 2019 in Oakland, California. At First, we see this gentleman walk past Josh's Tesla Model 3. Then he smashes a window of a parked car. And then a second car's window as well. He then walks up to Josh's car again. Here he's checking the car and looking in the window. Then he checks the surrounding area before coming back. Finally, he smashes the back side window, but then runs away thanks to the car's alarm system. Josh says that there was nothing of value in the car and that the thief didn't take anything. He reached out to the police, but never got a response. While taking an impromptu trip to Dallas, Scott had parked his Model Y in a hotel parking lot overnight. That's when his laser had a negative effect in this situation. A man approached the parking lot like he was on a mission. He started pulling door handles to check if there were any unlocked cars. That's when the Tesla laser went off, showing the man that he was being recorded. Apparently, this made him furious. He decided to take out his rage on the poor, unsuspecting side view mirror. Police were notified, and about an hour later, the police reported they had caught the guy, as he'd broken into other vehicles and threatened hotel staff. An insurance claim has been filed, and Scott is still waiting to hear back about it. This Model X owner was driving in Austin, Texas, when he witnessed this dog running across I-35 where the speed limit is 70 miles per hour. You can see the dog's owner chasing after him, but unlike his dog, he stops to check for vehicles before crossing. On his way home from work, Chris accidentally drove through a red light before getting T-boned by a speeding Audi SQ7. Police responded to the scene. Amazingly, both drivers were able to walk away from the collision without serious injuries. Sadly, both vehicles were totaled, but what's really interesting is that both drivers were deemed to be responsible for the collision. The Audi driver was driving 15 miles over the speed limit at the time of the impact, and of course, Chris had run a red light. Chris's insurance provider paid him a settlement of $52,000 for his totaled Tesla. This video is from a different Luke. Watch what happened while his Tesla was motoring along at 70 miles per hour. The driver of a large black pickup truck crashed into both Luke and another pickup. Luke's left side camera captured the entire event, continuing to record even after two brutal impacts. The pickup driver, who Luke told us was intoxicated, first hit a white pickup truck, then both of them collided with Luke's Tesla. Luke estimates the black pickup was going well over 100 miles per hour, and he also pointed out it was in the HOV lane even though the driver was alone in his pickup. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured. All three drivers pulled over and called the police, and when they arrived, Luke says they arrested the driver of the black pickup for DUI at 10:55 in the morning. Luke pointed out that his front camera shows his Tesla correcting itself back into its lane to prevent another collision. Don't drink and Hamid was sitting at a traffic light when he witnessed a red light runner get T-boned and roll over. Hamid rushed over and helped the driver, who was unharmed. When the police arrived, he showed them his Teslacam video. They were very happy the Tesla had captured the incident, and they recorded it right there on the screen. The Chevy pickup truck next to him stopped properly for the light, but the Honda CR-V behind him barely slowed down before rear-ending the pickup. The impact pushed the Chevy into the concrete median barrier and then into another Honda CR-V right in front of it. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first double #Honda bump. It wasn't until Stan reviewed the footage after he got home that he noticed how close the debris from the crash came to hitting his car. He sent the video to the local police department. They thanked him for the video, but he didn't get a follow-up. We hope everyone involved is okay. J.E. was driving his Model S in Hesperia, California. After making a left turn southbound on a 2-lane road, this white SUV merged into the opposing lane of traffic rather than getting behind him. J.E. wasn't sure if he didn't realize it was the opposite lane or if he merged here with the intention of overtaking him. As they proceeded down the road and toward a blind corner, a pickup truck was heading toward them northbound. The white SUV noticed the pickup truck ahead of him, and rather than slowing down and merging into the southbound lane behind J.E., he sped up. He merged in front of J.E., nearly hitting both the pickup truck and the Tesla. Joseph's mother was taking her daughter to an interview and was using the full self-driving feature on her brand new Tesla Model S. She first encountered the matte black Range Rover before getting on the Prospect Expressway in Brooklyn. And does that license plate say LOL? Well, at the time she didn't really notice it, and why would she? The Range Rover was behind her as the Tesla took them safely to their destination. It wasn't until they'd entered the expressway that she began paying attention to the Range Rover as it tailgated other vehicles in the passing lane. Once a Honda moved over, the Range Rover driver began tailgating a van, finally overtaking it only to get stuck behind a Volvo that wasn't moving fast enough for him. Zooming in reveals the Range Rover driver flipped off the Volvo driver, but while he was distracted by his gesturing, he nearly ran into Joseph's mother's Model S. He tried to take control and swerve back into the passing lane, but his overcorrection sent the Range Rover smashing into both the Tesla and the Honda next to it. The Range Rover driver exited his SUV unhurt and couldn't be bothered to check on Joseph's mother and sister. If he had, he would have discovered they'd both been hurt in the collision and they ended up being transported to the hospital by ambulance. They called Joseph and he came in his own Model S in case they needed help. When he arrived, the Range Rover driver was claiming that the Volvo driver had hit him before fleeing the scene, and that's why he lost control. Joseph tried to access the Teslacam footage, but by then the car had shut down, and he wasn't able to remove the storage device containing the footage as it was locked in the glove box. With no way to access the video files, Joseph turned his attention to his relatives and went to see them at the hospital. Both had sustained multiple fractures and other injuries. A few days after the Tesla had been towed to a service center, they opened the glove box and called Joseph so he could come and retrieve the footage. When he watched the video, Joseph discovered the Range Rover driver had lied to the police and the insurance companies. When his insurance provider received a copy of the Teslacam footage, they accepted responsibility immediately. Joseph is now having the police report modified to include the facts revealed by the footage, including that the Range Rover driver lied. His family is also pursuing legal action against the Range Rover driver for the emotional distress his actions caused. Nick was renting out his Foundation Series Cybertruck. 2 hours into the rental, he received the dreaded phone call. His Cybertruck had been totaled after being rear-ended by a box truck. Let's take a look at the Teslacam footage and find out exactly what happened. Nick's renter had slowed down for an SUV making a right turn, but the driver of the box truck behind him wasn't paying attention and didn't notice until it was too late. Incredibly, nobody was hurt in this brutal collision. When police responded, the officers were amazed at how little the Cybertruck had moved after the impact. Instead of getting sent flying, the rear of the Cybertruck had crumpled like an accordion, perfectly protecting the driver by safely absorbing the energy of the collision. If anyone still thinks the Cybertruck doesn't have crumple zones, this video ought to prove it once and for all. The Cybertruck's battery fuses blew, cutting power from the main battery pack to prevent any electrocutions. After the estimated repair cost exceeded $60,000, the pickup truck was totaled. Nick pointed out that if the box truck had been equipped with advanced safety features like his Cybertruck was, this expensive mistake might have been avoided. Adrian and his friends left Paris for a road trip to Germany in his 1-month-old Model 3. It was a long drive, so they took turns behind the wheel. It was Adrian's friend's turn to drive the last leg before reaching the border of Germany. His friend who'd only gotten his driver's license a week earlier. As his friend was about to merge back onto the freeway after they'd switched drivers, he merged too quickly onto the freeway and crossed a solid white line. A Renault had no chance to avoid the Tesla and hit them at full speed. Luckily, everyone involved in the accident was unhurt. Adrian says the accident caused a 3-mile-long traffic jam. The police came to investigate, and Adrian's friend accepted 100% fault for causing the accident. The Renault was totaled in the crash, and the Tesla is currently in the repair shop. Adrian says he's not sure how much the repairs will cost yet, but he's sure they'll be expensive. We hope they're still friends. Maybe Adrian should show him how to activate autopilot next time. Vadim was driving his brand new Tesla Model 3 in Antelope, California. A Honda merged into his lane, so Vadim moved over to the next lane, but so did the Honda. They made contact, sending the Tesla up onto an island, but not before taking out a small tree and kicking up dust in the process. It took Vadim a few minutes to fully comprehend what had happened. His Apple Watch had already detected that he'd been involved in a car accident and called 911. Thankfully, all the airbags had deployed in the Tesla, so Vadim escaped with only a couple of bruises. He walked over to the Honda driver, who was also unharmed, and he told Vadim, "I was trying to get out of your way." Police and firefighters arrived at the scene within 5 minutes of the accident. Vadim says this was his first car accident, and he was in a state of shock for 30 minutes. Some people driving by even yelled, "You can't park your car there." Since Vadim was in control and autopilot hadn't been engaged at the time, he doesn't think autopilot tried anything to avoid the accident. Apparently, the Honda driver didn't think he was at fault at all. Vadim told him to make a police report and he'll send in his Teslacam footage. Unsurprisingly, the Honda driver was found to be 100% at fault. The report called it a collision while changing lanes, and it was determined that the Honda driver had performed a double lane change without waiting for 4 seconds between them. Vadim's Tesla was later declared a total loss, and his insurance provider cut him a check for $71,000 US. He's planning on using it to get a new Tesla. Smile, you're on Tesla's Sentry mode camera. This video from Marius Pop shows someone who seems to know what Tesla Sentry mode is, and it looks like he's doing his best to activate it. What he doesn't seem to realize is that it's already activated and recording everything he's doing. Mia is an Uber driver who had just dropped off a passenger at a shopping center and was crossing an intersection to pick up another passenger from a store across the street. She was almost completely through the intersection when, at the last second, she noticed the grille of a semi-truck approaching her at full speed. Mia's life flashed before her eyes, and she told us she thought it was all over. She tried to swerve before the semi hit her, but the impact pushed her into a vehicle in the left turn lane. All her airbags deployed, and she opened her door almost immediately to escape the powder from the airbags, making it difficult for her to breathe. A healthcare worker witnessed the collision and was on scene within seconds, assessing her condition and calming her down. A witness to the collision came over from the opposite side of the intersection and started saying Mia had run a red light. She immediately hit the dashcam button on her Tesla several times to ensure the footage would be saved, as it was the only proof she had that her light had been green. Mia was transported to the hospital and later released with some sprains and deep tissue bruising. After getting home, Mia reviewed her Teslacam footage and discovered the trucker had made no attempt to stop. Mia thinks he must have been on his phone, as her light had been green for at least 6 seconds before the impact. Mia is convinced that if she'd been in any other vehicle, she might not be alive to tell her story. She's thankful to Tesla for building absolute tanks. Nick was driving his Tesla when he noticed an oncoming SUV behaving erratically. The SUV crossed the grass median before taking down a road sign, and Nick was able to turn just in the nick of time to avoid a head-on collision. The SUV then continued before colliding with another SUV that had been just behind Nick. The driver of the black SUV said later she'd pulled as far as she could to the right, but she wasn't able to get out of the way of the other SUV, which had been traveling around 60 miles per hour at the time of the impact. Bystanders called first responders, and paramedics and firefighters arrived a few minutes later. Amazingly, neither driver was seriously hurt. Nick can't know for sure, but he suspects the driver of the out-of-control SUV might have blacked out before the wreck. The other driver's insurance provider later contacted Nick to request a copy of his Teslacam footage, which he was happy to provide. We have to congratulate Nick for his quick thinking and driving skill. His awareness and decisive reaction kept him from being involved in this terrible collision. Craig was waiting at a red light when vehicles started moving out of the way for a fire truck responding to an emergency. Guess what happened next? Of course, a Honda driver decided to engage Honda bump mode, striking a Toyota who was trying to get out of the way. Craig was almost involved as well, as the car behind him came close to striking him had he not moved forward to give him some room. This video was recorded in 2019 before the rear Teslacam was enabled with the software update, so unfortunately we don't have that angle. He pulled over and loaded the videos on his iPhone. After the police spoke to the involved parties, they told Craig that they wished they had Teslacam footage of all accidents. Craig never did find out who was ruled to be at fault. What do you think? Was it the Honda driver's fault for hitting the Toyota who was moving over for the fire truck? Or the Toyota driver who moved over the solid line without checking that it was clear? Paul was driving his Model 3 in Sterling Heights, Michigan. He was sitting at a red light waiting to cross a street with traffic lined up in front of him. Traffic had left a gap in the line for him to cross when it was his turn, so when the light turned green, he started to sneak out to make his way through it. Unfortunately, one car ran a red light and hit him straight on. Paul actually made us an animation to help us understand what had happened. Here he is in the blue car. When the light turned green, the red car came speeding through the red light and hit his Tesla. Police arrived at the scene and wrote a ticket to the other driver. Paul has submitted an insurance claim and is waiting for their verdict. By the looks of it, we're guessing the insurance company will declare the Tesla a total loss. This would be a great salvage find for rich rebuilds. Back yet. Steve was driving his Model 3 down a highway in Fort Worth, Texas. It was 2 a.m. and Steve had just gotten off work at his job as a healthcare worker. All of a sudden, he watched a wrong-way driver hit the rear axle of a semi-truck before careening into him. The impact was so hard that the Teslacam broke and the video feed cut out at the moment of impact. Miraculously, Steve was unharmed in the accident and was able to crawl out of the Tesla on the passenger side. Police responded to the scene and the driver of the pickup truck was arrested for driving under the influence. Steve's insurance provider declared his Tesla a total loss. Trish was driving home when she heard a crash. When she checked her rearview mirror, she saw a car coming at her on two wheels. The Jeep tipped onto its side before sliding into the back of Trish's Tesla. She got out to check on the Jeep driver. Thankfully, he was fine. He turned out to be only 16 years old, and this was his first vehicle collision. It almost looked like he was going to save it. If he'd turned the wheel the other way, the car should have flipped back onto its wheels, but since the airbags had already deployed after the initial impact, we're guessing it was impossible for the driver to see what was going on. Trish wanted to shout out her son Max, who convinced her to send in her Teslacam video. Good work, Max. Thanks for the support. Trish filed a claim with the Jeep driver's insurance provider and is currently waiting for a repair estimate from Tesla. Here we see Curtis and his wife driving to dinner in their Model 3 Performance in San Antonio, Texas. As they approached an intersection, the driver of a Mazda 5 made an illegal turn. When the car finally stops, we can actually see the hanging "No Left Turn" sign. The Mazda driver took full responsibility at the scene. Police and emergency services were called and nobody was taken to the hospital, but there were several people with minor injuries like cuts and bruises. The Model 3 was a total loss. Curtis got all of the money back for the car, plus all the extra features he'd paid for. including full self-driving, over $70,000 US in total. Curtis and his wife used the money to order another Model 3 Performance for him and a Model Y Performance for her. After going through such a bad accident, Curtis trusts Tesla more than ever with the safety of his family. All the airbags deployed, but Curtis told us he felt safe the entire time, even as his car was spun around. The Mazda hit the driver's door, where he was sitting, nearly dead center, and he firmly believes the amazing collision safety of the Model 3 kept him out of the hospital. Chris and his wife have been living in Mexico for over 3 years now, and he told us this night was the first time they'd ever been afraid for their safety. They'd just gotten in their Model Y after dinner at a restaurant and were discussing their plans for tomorrow when a vehicle pulled up behind their Tesla, boxing them in. 3 guys jumped out of the vehicle. One approached the Tesla on the passenger side while another approached on the driver's side. Both of them were armed, and they started banging on the front windows and shouting at Chris and his wife to get out. Chris's wife told Chris not to comply, but instead to do whatever it would take to get them out of danger. Chris shifted into reverse and floored the juice pedal, fully aware the attacker's vehicle was behind them. Their Tesla was also fully aware, and it engaged the automatic emergency braking and stopped Chris from backing up any farther. Chris then pulled forward to begin a 3-point turn since an island ahead of him was stopping him from just driving forward. The next time Chris started backing up, the rear of his Model Y collided with the attacker's door, creating a path to safety. As they drove off, Chris could hear the attackers shooting, but he thinks they must have been shooting airsoft guns since there were no bullet holes in his Tesla. Minutes later, the car full of criminals pursued them down the street, the damage to the passenger door clearly visible. Thankfully, Chris was able to lose them in the dense traffic. Chris reported the incident to the police after they got home, and they told him the vehicle the attackers had used had just been stolen. They also told Chris the attackers were probably cartel members. He told us he's glad these criminal geniuses didn't know how their Tesla's door handles worked because the car had been unlocked at the time of the attempted robbery. Chris has made an insurance claim and is now waiting for a repair estimate to fix his damaged trunk lid. Amy was approaching an intersection when the light turned yellow. Roads were wet, and she wasn't sure if she'd be able to stop, so she decided to try to make it through the yellow light. Unfortunately, that was a big mistake. A lady driving a silver Chevy Cruze failed to yield to oncoming traffic, instead following behind another car turning left. Neither Amy nor the Tesla's safety features were able to react in time, and she slammed into the front passenger side of the Chevy. The impact caused her to hit a pickup truck, making this another 3-car accident. We say another because this wasn't Amy's first 3-car accident in a Tesla. More on that in a bit. Luckily, both drivers were okay. Unfortunately, Amy's Tesla wasn't so lucky. It was deemed a total loss after receiving a repair estimate of over $35,000 US. Police decided that Amy and the Chevy driver shared equal fault for the accident. They both received a citation, Amy for running a red light and the other driver for failing to yield. According to Amy, she's cursed when it comes to owning a Tesla. Only 3 months earlier, her first Tesla was totaled in another 3-car accident. Unfortunately, she hadn't had her Teslacam set up, so we don't have any video of it, but her photos tell quite a story. She was rear-ended and pushed into a Hyundai in front of her, making a Tesla sandwich. The guy who hit her just jumped out of the car and ran away, and was never found. Thankfully, Amy wasn't injured, although she admits she was very shaken up. John was driving his Model Y early one morning in Charlotte, North Carolina, when he merged right to reach his upcoming exit. Suddenly, the driver of a red Mazda began cutting into his lane, then overcorrected when he noticed the Tesla and went spinning. The Mazda collided with John's front left wheel and spun him out while the Mazda continued to hit another vehicle, making this a 3-vehicle collision. Police and firefighters responded, and based on the morning lighting of these photos, it looks like they took a while to arrive. The state trooper watched this footage in John's Tesla before finding the Mazda driver responsible and issuing him multiple citations. John wasn't hurt, but the same can't be said for his Tesla. The impact damaged the vehicle's suspension, lighting up his dashboard like a Christmas tree and rendering the vehicle undrivable. The initial repair estimate was around $34,000, leading to the insurance company totaling John's Tesla. Since it wasn't even 2 weeks old and only had 1,300 miles on it, he got a check for the full value of the vehicle. This clip's submitter was driving her Model 3 behind a small truck on the national highway in Taiwan when, all of a sudden, this happened. A flying piece of plywood cut a big hole in the front window on the passenger side of the Tesla, but the driver was luckily alone in the car at the time and she escaped without any injuries. She's glad the Tesla's window was strong enough to avoid shattering, but the cabin was still sprayed with dust and small shards of glass. She called the police, who quickly arrived at the scene, and by reviewing the Teslacam footage, they were able to identify the truck. When they confronted the driver, they learned it was a rental truck, and they suspect that the driver hadn't even tried to secure the cargo. After being questioned by the cops, the driver of the truck was fined for endangering the public. The submitter says it was a shocking experience that started a long process involving lawyers and insurance companies trying to sort out the problem of repairing the damage. She's glad she's okay, and she's grateful for all the people who stopped to help. This submitter was enjoying the corners of a road famous with motorcycle riders with 3 of his friends in his Tesla Model 3. The name of the road translates to the Road of 17 Turns. You're about to see why this submitter asked to remain anonymous. We absolutely do not condone the driving you're about to see, but we're hoping our viewers will learn not to follow this submitter's example. He told us he was showing off his Tesla's all-wheel drive to his friends, along with his driving skills. He claims he's not a bad driver, but he also admitted he was going too fast for these corners. The speed limit on this road is about 30 miles per hour, but our submitter told us he was going about 55 miles per hour. He told us the Tesla was handling the turns well and even drifting around some of the corners. But in the last one, he lost control and smacked into a curb. The impact damaged the front and back wheels, their control arms, part of the front motor, the front bumper cover, the side skirt, and more. Thankfully, nobody was injured and the airbags didn't deploy. Our submitter summoned 24-hour roadside assistance, and they towed his Tesla away from the scene. After a grand total of 7 collision experts examined the Model 3, they determined it could be repaired. Fixing it cost the equivalent of over $23,000. Aaron was using autopilot in his Model 3 down a tollway in Colorado when he approached this semi-truck going about 60 miles per hour in the right lane. Suddenly, the semi merged into Aaron's lane. When it hit Aaron's Tesla, the glass from the passenger side exploded throughout the cabin and all over Aaron. The impact sent Aaron off the road, where he swerved to avoid the cable barrier. After yelling into his phone for a while, the truck driver came over to ask Aaron if his airbags had deployed. Aaron learned later that this was a question from the truck driver's insurance company, who was trying to determine whose fault the accident was. In the meantime, Aaron was stuck in the Tesla with the doors jammed shut. After first responders pried the doors open, Aaron was taken away in an ambulance. Aaron says that a year after the accident, he's doing a lot better, but not without a lot of challenges. Unfortunately, the Tesla was a total loss. We can see here the right camera hanging loose from the car, and it reminds us of something out of a Terminator movie. Kyle was driving through an intersection with a green light when the driver of a Hummer H3 made a left turn, failing to yield. And by failing to yield, we mean she failed to notice Kyle at all. He made an evasive maneuver to the right, but the Hummer still struck the driver's side of his Tesla. When the Tesla's wheel made contact with the Hummer, it was ripped clean off. And it wasn't just any wheel, it was a Martian wheel. Police were summoned to the scene, and the vehicle ended up being towed away. Kyle is now filing an insurance claim with the other driver's insurance provider. Imagine you're the detective investigating this collision. Who would you say was responsible, Kyle or the Hummer driver? If you guess the Hummer driver was in the wrong, you're correct. Not only was she committing a crime against common sense by driving that ridiculous gas guzzler, she was also found fully responsible for causing the collision. When traffic ahead of Anthony began slowing to a stop, he noticed the car behind him was not slowing down, so he swerved onto the shoulder to avoid being rear-ended. Sadly, the other driver did the same thing before colliding with Anthony's Tesla, impacting the right rear wheel. Anthony's Tesla came extremely close to colliding with the vehicle ahead of him when the impact occurred. Thank goodness he pulled over when he did. Anthony checked on the other driver and found him extremely agitated, so he called 911. When the California Highway Patrol arrived, they found the other driver at fault after seeing the Teslacam footage. They also cited him for expired registration. Thankfully, nobody was injured. It took 7 months and $13,000 to repair Anthony's Tesla. He told us the worst part of the whole ordeal was having to drive a Nissan Versa while waiting for his Tesla to get fixed. Anthony told us that Wham Bam rocks, and he probably recommends you subscribe, and he told us he's thankful to be back in his Tesla. NM was driving his Model Y south on US Route 101 in San Luis Obispo, California. Rain was pouring down, and he was driving 5 miles per hour below the speed limit with autopilot disengaged. He knew that sudden acceleration or braking might cause the car to hydroplane, so he was feathering the accelerator, but he still lost control. The Tesla hydroplaned into oncoming lanes. Due to sheer luck, NM managed to miss nearly all of the northbound traffic, but his luck finally ran out and he hit the rear axle of a big rig. His tires had around 16,000 miles on them. They were in good condition and not bald at all. NM says it was a miracle that he and his family were able to walk away from the accident, considering the amount of damage to the car. The cabin experienced virtually no damage, but the frunk and the crumple zone absorbed nearly all of the impact. The California Highway Patrol, the emergency responders, and the tow truck driver were all quite surprised that they got out alive. He urges other Tesla drivers to drive slower in rainy conditions and disable regen braking if possible. The Tesla was deemed a total loss by his insurance provider. Frank was driving his Model 3 with autopilot engaged in Sacramento, California. Autopilot was cruising at 65 miles per hour in the middle lane when a white Prius passed the Tesla on the driver's side. Behind the Prius, a Honda was approaching too fast. It swerved to the left, right into the center divider, and then shot across the freeway directly into Frank's Tesla. Frank says autopilot and the Tesla's emergency systems kicked in immediately, swiftly preventing the car from losing control and getting him safely to the side of the road. The driver of the Honda was unlicensed and uninsured. In fact, they were already headed to jail the next day on unrelated charges. The CHP arrested him on the spot for reckless driving, reckless endangerment, and, of course, having no license or insurance. The next day, Frank's insurance provider reviewed the Teslacam footage before replacing his car in record time after the body shop informed him the vehicle was totaled with $22,000 in damage. Frank admits to owning a Honda as a second car. He's convinced that if he'd been driving his Honda that day, he wouldn't have walked away from that crash. He says Tesla Autopilot might have saved his life. Edwin had left his Tesla Model Y parked outside of his home in San Diego, California, when a guy walking past came up with a brilliant idea. He picked up a large rock and threw it into the Tesla before running away like a scared little boy. Edwin got a notification that his alarm had been triggered and ran out to find the rock lying in his car's back seat. Needless to say, it was not a pleasant discovery. Sadly, the coward responsible was long gone. Edwin called the police and made a report when officers responded. The initial repair bill is $3,000, but it might increase since the trim is scraped and the interior door panel is also damaged. If you recognize this criminal, send us a message or contact the San Diego Police Department. Christian jumped into his Cybertruck and headed home to his wife right after a tornado had hit and taken out all the power in the neighborhood. He told us he was going about 40 miles per hour, but this was still too fast for him to see very well in complete darkness. With the road extremely wet from heavy rain, his Cybertruck began to hydroplane after he slammed on the brakes, and the front of the pickup sheared through a fallen cedar power pole. Christian told us his Cybertruck immediately pulled over to the side of the road, preventing him from continuing to drive while keeping all the other systems operational. With the power in the area completely out, he had to leave his Cybertruck and walk out of all the downed power poles and power lines. First responders were completely tied up dealing with the aftermath of the tornado, and the 911 operator told Christian it would be a while before anyone could come help him. The initial repair estimate, based only on a visual assessment, was $14,000, but the assessor warned Christian that the estimate would increase once Tesla was able to take the Cybertruck's front end apart, which they weren't able to do for 3 weeks. Ryan was driving his Model 3 to work in Kansas City, Missouri. A freezing rainstorm had hit the Kansas City metro area just before sunrise. Ryan could tell that the car behind him was traveling too quickly to stop. In an attempt to avoid hitting Ryan's Tesla, the other car tried to swerve onto the shoulder. Unfortunately, he crashed into the barrier instead. Ryan changed lanes in an attempt to give the Chrysler more room, but the Tesla continued to slide laterally on the ice as it fought to get traction. Another Chrysler behind him was also going too fast, and as the Tesla slid across 2 lanes, they had to swerve to avoid hitting Ryan. That's when he was hit by a flying guardrail, losing control. He was finally able to get some traction and keep from sliding into the guardrail, but the guy behind him slid right on by. The other car bumped into the guardrail before spinning out in front of Ryan. It was quite the little dance show before things got serious again when he started sliding toward Ryan. Ryan talked to the driver of the car that almost slid into him. They were both pretty shaken up. It was too dangerous for Ryan to go back and check on the other drivers, so he never heard what happened to the first car. However, he does know that many other cars crashed into the guardrail that had flown into the road. He says it was a crazy accident. Abdul was driving his Model Y westbound on I-4 in Orlando, Florida. Autopilot was engaged when all of a sudden a car moving at 70 miles per hour headed right toward him. Autopilot blared an alarm as soon as the car in front of him braked, and Abdul quickly took over and swerved. He didn't know which way he should go to escape in this high-stakes game of chicken. He swerved to the left to avoid a head-on collision, but the car hit the side of his Tesla, sending it into the barrier before sliding across all 4 lanes to the other side of the highway. The police arrived about a minute later since they'd already been chasing the wrong-way driver after receiving multiple calls about him. The cops had to shut down the highway while the intoxicated wrong-way driver was arrested and taken away. Abdul filed an insurance claim, and his insurance provider quickly determined his Tesla was a total loss. He's ordered a new one with the same specifications, and he's expecting delivery between October 2022 and January 2023. This is what's left of Yancey's Model 3 after he was involved in the accident we're about to watch.
Back up, please.
All the Tesla's passengers walked away from the accident, and the police said they were surprised that the cabin was basically untouched. Yancey was merging to the left lane when his friend in the passenger seat yelled, "Watch out!" He said there wasn't much he could do as they were going about 65 miles per hour. All he could do was slam on the brakes and hold onto the wheel firmly. He closed his eyes and braced for impact. Let's take a closer look at what caused the accident in the first place. The Dodge Charger seemed to have been speeding onto the highway and hit this small concrete separator on his left. In response, he swerved towards the right, hitting the rail and losing control, hurtling towards traffic. The Dodge Charger driver had to be taken to the hospital. Yancey had to go through his own insurance since the other driver wasn't covered at the time of the accident. The Tesla was a total loss, and the insurance company told him there was no way the car was going to be repaired. Yancey added that he plans on buying a new Tesla eventually since it saved his life and those of his friends that night. Jay was driving his Model Y in Pembroke Pines, Florida. He was behind a pickup driver who was waiting to turn left when the driver suddenly slammed the gas. The pickup driver crashed straight into a Tesla Model X that had been approaching at high speed. Looking at the replay of the collision, the Model X can be seen approaching through the windows of the truck, so we have no idea how the pickup driver missed it. The Tesla spun a full 360 degrees, and the Falcon Wing doors opened after the impact. Incredibly, a nearby ambulance was able to respond in only 3 minutes. When the paramedics arrived, Najee left, so he doesn't know what else happened, but he told us the drivers of both vehicles seemed unhurt and able to walk away from the wreck. Alan was using full self-driving in his Tesla Model 3, and he had no idea it was about to have its capabilities pushed to their limits. He was in the travel lane of a Texas highway when a pickup pulling a trailer merged into traffic going much slower than other vehicles in the exit lane. When a line of drivers engaged in communal tailgating approached the pickup and trailer, chaos ensued. When the blue car merged to go around the pickup and trailer, the SUV driver following it braked a little, then released the brakes before realizing what was happening and braking hard. The driver of the Toyota SUV tailgating the Ford Explorer didn't have time to stop, so they swerved into the travel lane and right in front of Alan. FSD slammed on the brakes, but it couldn't avoid a collision altogether because a white pickup truck was approaching from behind in the passing lane. The white pickup was struck by the Toyota, sending both vehicles spinning. The pickup spun all the way across the highway and off the road, narrowly avoiding a collision with the pickup pulling the trailer. Incredibly, everyone involved was okay, but the same can't be said for their vehicles. All the airbags in the Tesla deployed, filling it with smoke, and the view out of the windshield was blocked by the airbags and the front lid. Alan told us a very nice person stopped and helped him get his door open. Alan grabbed his SSD before exiting the car, and when the police arrived, he was able to show them what had happened. Police cited the Toyota driver after determining she was responsible for the entire collision. Cue up the dramatic music, please. Jonathan lives in Burleson, Texas. There's an intersection near his house where these birds gather twice a year for about a month when the seasons change. They refer to it as the Birdmageddon. No one knows why they gather at this same intersection every year, but Jonathan has to pass this intersection every day to get home. We all know what it's like to get bird poop on our cars. It's something you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. Jonathan says he has to clean about 5 bird turds off his car every time he goes home. Jonathan, you the real MVP. Liu was driving his Model Y in Seattle, Washington. Watch what happened when he came to a stop at a red light. A Mazda CX-5 took a right turn into the middle lane and hit the front tire of a Toyota RAV4. The Toyota was inches away from hitting Liu's Tesla. Liu got out and checked on the drivers. They were both okay, and Liu sent them the Teslacam footage for their insurance claims. Norm was driving his Model 3 in Sunrise, Florida when he stopped at a red light. Watch what happened when the light turned green. The driver of a Lincoln thought he had a green light and turned just as a Lexus came speeding through. The Lincoln clipped the back of the Lexus, sending it rolling onto its roof. Luckily, everyone involved in the crash was okay. This submitter was headed down a highway with his wife and their friend in the back when he realized he was about to miss his exit. Due to the weather conditions, he decided not to go for the exit. Rather than putting them all in a dangerous situation, he continued with the intent to take the next exit instead. His navigation immediately calculated a new route, and when he saw the next exit would be on the left, he let some traffic pass him so he could change lanes. After checking his blind spot multiple times, he began merging left to reach the upcoming exit. All of a sudden, he noticed a BMW quickly approaching. Even though he tried to speed up, he couldn't avoid a collision. In the Netherlands, the daytime speed limit is about 60 miles per hour, and that's how fast our submitter was going when he started changing lanes. He thinks the BMW was going over 105 miles per hour. His Tesla's collision data shows our submitter accelerated to about 74 miles per hour before the impact. Tesla support was automatically contacted, and the police responded in under 5 minutes with an ambulance arriving shortly after to assist the occupants of the other vehicle. None of the Tesla's occupants were hurt, but our submitter told us the driver and passenger of the BMW had both been using fake seatbelt clips to dismiss the seatbelt warnings, which didn't protect them at all, of course. The police called our submitter 2 weeks later to request his Teslacam footage, which he provided. They also informed him that they suspected a third car had been involved in the incident. They told him a Mini Cooper had been racing the BMW, and when he checked his Teslacam footage, he confirmed their suspicions. Our submitter told us if he'd been driving any other car, things probably would have been way worse for them. He's glad the Teslas are very safe, and this incident proves it. The repair bill came to over $32,000 US, totaling the car. With the insurance settlement, he immediately ordered a new one to replace it. Being in a collision in traffic sucks, but getting rear-ended by the FBI is a whole new level of nightmare. This is exactly what happened to Jason as he was driving home from work on I-695 near Baltimore. Rush hour traffic was heavy as usual when it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Jason was paying attention and was able to stop in time, but the FBI agent behind him must have been distracted as he slammed into the back of Jason's brand new Model Y. As both drivers pulled over, the other driver activated his vehicle's emergency lighting. Jason thought he'd been rear-ended by a cop car, but he soon discovered it was filled with FBI agents. Jason called 911, and when the Maryland State Police arrived, he showed the trooper his Teslacam footage. He also said it was obvious who was at fault in this collision: the men in black. Jason sent this video to the FBI and they accepted responsibility, but that's when he found out that government vehicles aren't insured the same way that privately owned vehicles are. The federal government self-insures their vehicles, so Jason had to pay for his own repairs before submitting a damage claim to the FBI for reimbursement. Instead of going through all that, Jason had his own insurance provider repair his Tesla, and they'll now go after the feds to pay for the damage on his behalf. After a tough negotiation between the repair shop and the insurance company, the final bill to fix his Model Y came to just over $12,000 US. Dan was sitting at a red light in Jacksonville, Florida. He'd only had his Model 3 for 5 months at this point, so he was still flooring the juice pedal at green lights, enjoying the smooth acceleration that an EV can provide. As Dan was preparing to blast off from pole position, a woman in a Buick Enclave pulled out from the line of cars behind him and took the spot next to him. When the light turned green, he took off. As soon as he hit the straightaway, he slammed the accelerator and enjoyed that wonderful EV torque. When he approached the next red light, the Buick merged in behind him. What he didn't know was that the woman had become offended and was now furious. Once they had come to a complete stop, she got out of her car and walked up to Dan. He didn't even notice her until she was right at his door, spitting on the driver's side window. Dan's not sure what this Karen's issue was. After reviewing the clips several times, he can only assume that she must have planned to cut in front of him after the light, but she never used her turn signal or indicated in any way that this was the case. His other theory is that she might just be a Tesla hater who tries to spit on at least one Tesla per day. By the way, this took place in May of 2020, right in the middle of the strict lockdowns and mask mandates. Dan hates to think that maybe she was trying to get him sick. Mike had parked his Model Y on the streets of Chicago one night when Sentry mode captured this incident. He got a notification in the Tesla app that his alarm had gone off, but he couldn't check on his car until an hour later. By then, the other driver had left, so Mike called the police and they asked him to come into the station since they don't send officers to investigate hit-and-run accidents. He told them he had it all on video, and they asked if the license plate number was visible. Unfortunately, the car didn't have any license plates on it. After hearing that, they didn't even care to see the video or try to identify the guy. They gave him a report number, and his insurance is covering the incident with no questions asked, since the video shows it all. The repair bill is estimated to be $6,000 US, and that's before they check to see if there's any unseen damage. Mike had a friend of a friend in law enforcement who heard the story and pulled the security footage of nearby businesses and confirmed that the vehicle had no license plates. The vehicle couldn't be followed on footage after it turned down a street with no cameras. Carlos was driving his Tesla Model Y in Edison, New Jersey, when another driver approached him quickly from behind. Carlos watched as the driver lost control. He hit the juice pedal and avoided being rear-ended, but the Lexus on his right wasn't able to escape the careening car. The speeding Toyota slammed into the Lexus, pushing it into a power pole and crushing it before it rolled into the parking lot of an auto glass shop. To top it off, the transformer on the power pole exploded, sending a shower of sparks down onto the road and an echo through the neighborhood. Carlos pulled into the first available parking lot as people poured out of the building to see what had happened. Incredibly, neither driver was hurt. Carlos was able to flag down a passing cop, and he immediately pulled over to help. Carlos pulled up his footage of the collision and invited the officer into his Tesla to watch it. The officer was grateful and told him the video evidence made it easy for him to determine that the Toyota driver was at fault. Noah's father was driving down a highway when an oncoming box truck collided with the median barrier. Noah's dad told us it looked like the truck's tire exploded, and he was afraid it might be launched over the barrier and into oncoming traffic, which would have been a very dangerous situation. Miraculously, this didn't happen. Noah's dad pulled over where it was safe to do so and called the California Highway Patrol. Thankfully, an officer was parked just down the road. This video is a good reminder about how vulnerable road workers are. Just imagine if the truck's tire had exploded a split second sooner. Jim was driving his Model 3 with the full self-driving beta activated. The Tesla was cruising along in the right lane when a semi-truck started overtaking him in the left lane. Suddenly, the truck started moving into Jim's lane, hitting the back end of the Tesla and essentially pit maneuvering him. Jim told us the Tesla made the post-impact spin save all by itself. He came to a complete stop just before entering opposing lanes, right in front of a sign informing him that he was going the wrong way. The trucker drove for a while before realizing he'd hit the Tesla. Afterward, he yelled at Jim for turning out in front of him. Jim and his wife both walked away unharmed. The Tesla was in the repair shop for 9 months, but it also made a full recovery. According to Jim, getting the car repaired was a huge hassle. At what Tesla called their best shop in North Carolina, they vastly underquoted the damage by $11,000 US, making working with the insurance company a nightmare. On top of that, he says Tesla messed up his vehicle's registration by registering his vanity plate to another Tesla he purchased as a replacement when he thought the first one would be totaled. He eventually begged Tesla leadership directly for help after the New York Times reached out to tell his story. We do have to admit, it is a great license plate. John was driving down the highway with his wife and 3 kids on the way to the zoo when an accident similar to our first clip occurred. Out of nowhere, a lady driving a Scion came straight at them and smashed into the rear quarter panel. It doesn't even look like she tried to apply the brakes. She later stated that she'd fallen asleep at the wheel. John noticed she had Uber and Lyft stickers on her windshield. He showed his video to responding police officers, to which they replied, "Well, there's no doubt about who's at fault here." The Scion driver was uninsured, so John filed a claim with his own insurance provider. The Tesla was deemed a total loss due to the battery being ruptured. This clip's submitter was driving his Model 3 in Norway when the Land Rover in the opposite lane suddenly started to hydroplane. The submitter wants to thank the other driver for his efforts to not hit him, as he had his wife and 2 kids with him. There happened to be another Model 3 right behind the Land Rover, so hopefully he's watching and will share footage from his angle. Submitter was driving his Model Y with full self-driving enabled when his Tesla slowed down for a construction zone. The driver of the black VW Jetta following our submitter didn't follow suit. After bouncing off our submitter's Tesla, the Jetta collided with a semi-truck, then ricocheted back into the Tesla, pushing it into the grass in the median. Many first responders, including sheriff's deputies, state troopers, ambulances, the highway department, and tow trucks, all arrived at the scene. Eventually, traffic was directed around the collision scene on the right shoulder while an investigation was conducted and while cleanup was underway. Miraculously, both the Jetta driver and our submitter were able to walk away without any serious injuries. The investigation uncovered what really happened, and dashcam footage provided by another witness proved crucial to discovering the cause of the collision. The footage shows the witness driving at 75 miles per hour when the Jetta passed them at an even higher speed. The Jetta swerved into the left shoulder before the collision, and our submitter believes this was likely caused by distracted or impaired driving. The footage also reveals that the Jetta driver didn't brake until they were within a single car length of our submitter's Tesla. It's likely they were traveling around 80 miles per hour at the time of the collision. The investigation is still ongoing, but in the meantime, both vehicles have been deemed total losses. Considering the abundance of video footage, we're guessing the insurance companies won't have any problem determining who was at fault. Ashley was driving east on I-30 when a Volvo driver entering the highway panicked before running over a chunk of metal instead of straddling it. The 3-pound, 5-ounce piece of metal, measuring 8 inches by 22 inches, went flying through the air, first scraping the hood of Ashley's Tesla before puncturing the windshield and lodging into the dashboard. Ashley told us the impact against the windshield sounded like an explosion, and it spewed shards of glass of various sizes throughout the cabin. Somehow she kept her calm and safely maneuvered off the highway, stopping in the parking lot of a nearby gas station. A Good Samaritan checked on her and helped her call 911. Emergency operators wouldn't dispatch first responders since nobody was seriously injured. Miraculously, Ashley didn't get any glass in her eyes, but she told us she was picking pieces of glass out of her scalp for several weeks. Repairs to her Tesla took 3 weeks and totaled over $7,700 US. Mark had just taken delivery of his Model 3 and was heading to the service center for some small adjustments when a Ford proceeded to pull out in front of him. Mark took his foot off the juice pedal to slow down, and just as the car in the left lane passed him, he saw that the Ford wasn't staying in its lane, crossing into the left lane instead. The passing car clipped the front wheel of the SUV and flipped into the median. Luckily, everyone involved in the accident ended up being okay. Debris rained all over Mark's brand new Tesla, but fortunately, it didn't cause any damage. Mark pulled over to call 911, and the police used his Teslacam footage as evidence in the accident report. James was driving in Dallas, Texas, just a few weeks after picking up his brand new Tesla Model 3. He'd been driving eastbound in the middle lane when this F-350 decided to make a left turn, right in front of him. This resulted in James T-boning the pickup. The driver of the F-350 told James that she hadn't seen him. She was driving unlicensed and uninsured, 2 things that law enforcement wrote her tickets for once they showed up to the scene. The Tesla was totaled, but thankfully James had uninsured motorist coverage, so his own insurance covered the accident. This submitter was headed to Washington, D.C. with his mother during heavy rain when he started hydroplaning and lost control. The Tesla slid across 2 lanes and into the median, then hit a tree before stopping. Our submitter's phone summoned first responders automatically, and thankfully, a law enforcement officer that had been following a few miles behind stopped and checked on him even before the dispatched officers responded. When paramedics arrived, they checked on our submitter and his mother. Thankfully, they weren't injured. A tow truck ended up hauling the wrecked Tesla away. Our submitter filed an insurance claim the next day, and his insurance provider quickly decided to total his Tesla after the initial repair estimate climbed to $16,000 US. He doesn't know what caused the loss of control to occur, but he did tell us his tires were near their end of life, and he even had new tires on order that were scheduled to arrive just a week later. His insurance provider wrote him a check for $31,000, which he immediately spent on a used Model 3. Oddly enough, we can actually spot a trailer full of Teslas being transported in our submitter's Teslacam footage. Kyle was driving his Model Y in Ames, Iowa. He asked us to shout out the Cyclones. He was on his way to Iowa State University when a black pickup truck turned in front of a Ford Explorer before it clipped the pickup. Kyle stopped and called 911 to report the collision. When police arrived, he gave them a statement along with a copy of his Teslacam footage. He told us the Explorer driver was another college student. Who do you think was at fault in this collision? Traffic in the left lane was backed up, but the right lane was clear. The Explorer driver should have been able to proceed ahead at full speed. Kyle told us the Explorer driver had frozen up, but it sure looks like she reacted quickly to us. She just had no hope of stopping once she realized the pickup was failing to yield. What do you think? Marcel was driving home in his Model X one rainy night on the German Autobahn. As he approached a semi-truck, the driver started to merge into his lane. Marcel didn't react in time to avoid a collision, so he lost control and crashed into the trailer. Marcel was alone in the car and he was fortunately uninjured. The truck driver said he didn't think the accident was his fault, and that it was actually Marcel's fault for crashing into him. Police arrived while they continued to argue. The police were able to view the Teslacam footage inside Marcel's Tesla right there on the highway, and they immediately found the truck driver to be 100% at fault for making an unsafe lane change. Marcel filed an insurance claim with the truck driver's insurance provider, and since the initial repair estimate from Tesla was $60,000 US, the car has been deemed a total loss. This clip is from Roberto Capodici in Italy, who parked his Tesla Model 3 to go visit a friend at work. Roberto had parked his car on the side of the street in a designated parking spot, with cars parked both in front of and behind his car. When Roberto came back 15 minutes later, he found that his car had been damaged and that a few people had stopped the driver who had hit his Tesla. Here you can see people running out of the office building. And here we see the truck driver checking on the damage. The truck was from Belarus and the trailer was licensed in Belgium, complicating the insurance claim. Roberto says it took almost a year to receive an insurance settlement. The accident happened in June of 2019, and as of July of 2020, almost all expenses have been covered, except for Roberto's own time spent working on the claim. Norok was driving his Model S southbound on I-75 in Atlanta, Georgia, when he noticed a red Mitsubishi coming up behind him fast. After coming within inches of Norok's Tesla, the Mitsubishi driver swerved to avoid a collision and lost control. The Mitsubishi driver spun in front of Norok before smashing into a Nissan in the right lane. Both vehicles then crashed into a concrete barrier. Norok stopped and checked on both drivers after the Mitsubishi rolled upside down. Thankfully, both drivers were fine and able to walk away unscathed. The police quickly responded to the scene, and they were thankful when Norok gave them a copy of his Teslacam footage. Norok told us he's not happy that the collision happened, but he is thankful his own car wasn't involved. As a Tesla employee, he knows all about Tesla's safety features, but he had no idea that his morning commute would be putting them to the test. Everything seemed fine on this beautiful morning until he noticed something strange up in the sky in his peripheral vision. By the time he'd realized what was happening, he was too close to the falling tree, and it was too late for him to do anything about it. After his Tesla had been struck by the tree, a group of workmen who'd been felling the tree immediately rushed over to assist him. They apologized profusely and told him the tree had fallen in the wrong direction. Thankfully, our submitter wasn't seriously injured, and the responding police officer noted this was the first time he'd ever responded to an incident like this that hadn't involved a fatality. The Tesla's roof and upper frame were destroyed, but our submitter was alive. Even though his car was totaled, I think it's safe to assume that he'll be replacing it with another Tesla. Aaron was driving his Model 3 on a highway in Pennsylvania when he was hit by a driver who was cruising seriously fast. Luckily, everyone walked away from the crash uninjured. The police were called, and the other driver was found at fault because they'd been texting. Aaron has filed an insurance claim, and his insurance agent told him that they'll likely declare the Tesla a total loss. Let's watch that one more time on multicam.
Wham Bam Teslacam. Are you satisfied? Wham Bam.
John was driving his Model 3 in Tampa, Florida. While waiting at a traffic light, he heard a loud crunch. He managed to shift into reverse and back up just before another car's front tire landed on his Tesla. John says this particular intersection is infamous for accidents because it's a popular location for speeding and it's hard to see around the corner. The driver of the red car who had caused the accident had no injuries and walked away from the accident. The woman who'd been hit had a head injury and was taken away in an ambulance. John ended up with a small scratch on the front of his Model 3, but he feels lucky because the damage could have been a lot worse. John waited nearby until the police arrived since he was also involved and had video footage. The police were thankful for the evidence. Fidel had parked his Tesla on the street while visiting his mother's apartment, where there's usually no off-street parking available. The driver of a Dodge pickup hit Fidel's Model Y from behind before fleeing the scene. Fidel woke up the next morning to find a bunch of notifications on his Tesla app, and when he walked outside to check on his car, he was devastated. He filed a police report, but since the pickup's license plate number isn't visible in the Teslacam footage, he still hasn't heard anything back. The repairs cost $27,000 and took 2 months to complete. Kai was giving his daughter a ride home after a visit to the stable when they noticed the driver of a Range Rover who you might say wasn't so stable. Seconds later, the Range Rover crashed into 2 other vehicles before rolling over and landing back on its wheels. Kai immediately stopped and called the police before checking on everyone involved. Incredibly, nobody was injured. When the police arrived, they were very glad that Kai had captured the collision on video, and he told us the incident was later featured in the local newspaper. It reported that the Range Rover driver was intoxicated and unlicensed. Gee, who could have seen that coming? Pete had stopped at a red light in southeast Austin, Texas in his 4-month-old Model 3. Just as the light turned green, he heard the sound of screeching tires before feeling an impact. Apparently, the young woman driving behind him didn't notice that traffic had stopped. She locked up her tires trying to stop and swerved between the 2 lanes. She managed to hit Pete's Model 3 as well as the car sitting next to him. After clearing the intersection, Pete pulled in front of the wrecked car to make sure everyone was okay. Although the damage to his Tesla only seemed cosmetic, the other driver's insurance totaled the car anyway and paid for a brand new one. In the end, Pete only paid $300 from his own pocket. We're glad everyone got out of this unharmed. It could have been much worse. This submitter was driving his Model 3 in Queensland, Australia. He slowed down for traffic, but the girl behind him was only paying attention to her phone. She rear-ended him at full speed. The submitter thinks she must have been driving around 80 kilometers per hour, about 50 miles per hour, since that was the posted speed limit in that area. And it doesn't look like she applied the brakes at all. The submitter saw her coming in his rearview mirror, and we can see he tried accelerating away before impact, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Thankfully, nobody involved was injured. The General was driving his Model Y to work with the full self-driving beta active when the driver of a white Model Y in front of him slammed on the brakes. FSD had plenty of distance and quickly reacted, slowing down to avoid a collision. Sadly, the driver of a red Model 3 following the General swerved into the express lane and collided with a silver Model S. Both of those vehicles then made contact with the General's Model Y. Incredibly, nobody was harmed, even after the Model 3 was sent airborne. Teslas really are built like tanks. Firefighters and law enforcement responded to the scene. The General's Model Y was still drivable, so the police released him after taking his statement and a copy of his Teslacam footage. The officer was pleased with the video and told the general it would make his job easier. That definitely seems to be the case, as the collision report was completed only 2 days later. The report stated the driver of the red Model 3 was fully responsible after making an unsafe lane change. Apparently, the driver had immediately admitted to his mistake and accepted liability. The footage from the white Model Y in front of the general has already been widely spread on the internet, but we haven't been able to get a hold of the owner. If we can get in contact with any of the other Tesla owners, we'll update this story with their footage in a future episode. Until then, let's continue. Trent was driving his Model Y on the highway outside of Apex, North Carolina one sunny day when he witnessed something he never thought he'd see. This looks like it's straight out of a video game. Up ahead, we see a pickup truck swerving off the road, and it almost looks like he's aiming for that big jump at highway speed. The pickup gets some major hang time before putting its suspension to the test when it comes crashing down. Everything turned out okay, but Trent is pretty sure the pickup driver was on his phone when this happened. This emitter was eating a sandwich in his parked Tesla when his friend pointed out a shirtless man riding by on a bicycle before looking back as if he was trying to evade someone. Seconds later, another man wearing a bike helmet went running past them, yelling, "Stop him, he stole my bike." Our submitter saw that nobody else was reacting, so he felt the need to intervene. He sped off to offer his assistance to the bike owner in chasing down the thief. At first, the cyclist had difficulty opening his Tesla's unique door handles. Eventually, he managed to get the door open, and the chase was on. Our submitter cautiously followed the thief as safely and legally as he could. At one point, the cyclist tried to get out and confront the thief, but he sped off once more. Eventually, the bike thief gave up and dumped the bike before its owner confronted him and gave him a piece of his mind. Our submitter told us he was worried the situation might turn violent, so he drove off with his door still open to avoid getting involved. Sadly, in his attempt to put some distance between himself and the two men, he collided with a curb and rashed one of his wheels. Well, nobody said being a hero didn't come with a price. Well done to our submitter. He's a real MVP. Edward was driving his Model 3 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Watch what happened right in front of him when he was stopped at a red light. He jumped out to check on the driver who had rolled into him. She was injured and in shock, and there was also an injured dog in the cab. She ended up being taken away in an ambulance. Fortunately, the driver of the white Toyota was fine. After saving the Teslacam footage, Edward shared it with the police and all parties involved in the accident. The police were super impressed and thankful for it. The driver of the car that hit him called several months later to ask for a new copy of the footage. At that time, the investigation into who was at fault hadn't been settled yet. She still believes she was in the right and is suffering physically from the accident and planning to sue the Toyota driver. Her insurance only gave her a few $100s to replace her older Subaru. Edward isn't sure whose insurance paid for his repairs, but they cost $2,500 US, and it took a week for him to get his Tesla back. Karanda had just taken delivery of her new 2021 Model 3 on December 31st of 2020. On January 27th of 2021, it was a rainy day when she was driving down San Jose Boulevard in the Mandarin neighborhood of Jacksonville, Florida. She'd come to a complete stop in the left turn lane at a red light when, BAM! A Nissan ran into the back of her Model 3. Karanda thinks they were doing something else besides driving because it didn't seem like they even tried to stop. Immediately, she got out in the pouring rain to check on the other driver and to inspect the damage. The other driver backed up and signaled that he was okay, so Karanda went back to her car. That's when the Nissan driver sped off. Karanda contacted the police and gave them the video footage. Due to the rain, it was hard to make out the full license plate numbers, so the police said they couldn't do anything about it. The Tesla's bumper and trunk had to be fully replaced. She filed a claim with her insurance company and is waiting to hear the final cost. She hopes that maybe someone will recognize the car and can help her out. If you do have any helpful information, shoot us an email and we'll pass it along to her. Dinesh was headed home on I-290 after dropping his 2 kids off at their college apartment when he began to slow down for traffic up ahead. The driver of a Nissan Rogue noticed too late that traffic was slowing down. When he tried to slow down, he lost control and rear-ended Dinesh's Tesla. After the impact, the Nissan crossed 3 lanes of the highway and rolled into a ditch. The Nissan driver was uninsured, so Dinesh filed an insurance claim under his own insurance policy. Firefighters and paramedics responded, but thankfully nobody was injured. The insurance company's initial repair quote was over $11,000 US. But once Dinesh's car made it to a Tesla collision center, their quote came to almost $40,000. Dinesh wanted to shout out the Sanani family. Tommy was cruising behind a red Jeep in a construction zone with autopilot engaged when traffic came to an abrupt stop. The driver of the red Jeep tried to swerve around a black Lexus before rear-ending it. Tommy managed to avoid hitting both vehicles, but sadly, the driver behind him didn't react quickly enough and rear-ended Tommy's Tesla, shoving it into the black Lexus. Immediately following the collision, the interior of his Tesla started filling with smoke because the pyro fuse had gone off, severing the high-voltage cables. Tommy lowered the windows while the Tesla automatically contacted emergency services. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured. The Tesla was sadly totaled, and almost 3 months later, Tommy is still waiting for an insurance settlement. His family members, who also have app access to his Tesla, all got phone notifications that the car had suffered a catastrophic failure and was calling 911. At the time, they had no idea what Tommy's condition was, but thankfully he was fine. Tommy hadn't had a USB drive plugged into his Tesla and was worried that footage might not have been captured. But when he reached out to Tesla, they were able to retrieve it and send him a copy. Good save, Tesla! Scott was driving his Tesla Model 3 Performance in Scottsdale, Arizona. As he approached a red light, he noticed he was pulling it to pole position next to a McLaren 570S. He was hoping that the driver of the McLaren would engage in a drag race, so he looked over at them as they both pulled up to the red light. He almost couldn't believe who was behind the wheel of the McLaren. Scott had his window down and locked eyes with NFL wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald. He got his attention to see if he was interested in a little friendly race, and he agreed. When the light turned green, they both hit the juice pedal. Scott admits that, in the end, he had to let Fitz come back for the win since he's a huge fan. Scott added that Larry has been spotted around town driving a Tesla and he wonders why he took his McLaren out for a spin instead. Perhaps he'll rethink that next time. Michael was on his way home and driving down a San Diego highway when he approached an intersection. As he proceeded through his green light, the drunk driver of a Honda ran their red light. The two vehicles collided, sending Michael's Tesla careening off the road and into an electrical box. Michael safely exited his vehicle before laying down in shock. After paramedics checked him out, he spoke with responding police officers. Michael was taken to the hospital in an ambulance for seatbelt bruises, but once he was there, he realized he'd forgotten his wallet in his Tesla. He immediately sent word back to the scene, but his wallet was nowhere to be found. Someone had stolen it from the wreckage. Stealing a wallet from someone who'd just been taken away in an ambulance? That's a new low. Some people have no shame. Michael's Tesla was totaled, but the insurance claim process took so long he had to hire a personal injury lawyer to get it sorted out. The lawyer got him an expedited payout after a few more months, and he used the settlement to purchase a new Model Y. Max was on his way home after picking up 2 avocados for $1 at a roadside fruit stand. He was riding in his Model S Plaid with full self-driving enabled and was discussing with his father in the passenger seat what a great bargain they'd gotten on the avocados. As the self-driving Tesla began slowing itself down for a red light, they noticed that a human-driven Jeep was not slowing down. The Jeep slammed into the back of the Tesla at a speed that Max estimates between 40 and 50 miles per hour. FSD swerved around the car ahead of them after being shoved forward. Max told us the Jeep driver had fallen asleep, and since his Jeep had no advanced driver assistance features, it wasn't able to help him avoid this devastating collision. Max called 911, and 2 cop cars and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Max and his father were shaken up, but uninjured. Together, they concluded that those were the most expensive avocados they'd ever purchased. In addition to the $1 US, they also cost 1 Tesla Model S Plaid. After all, they never would have been hit by that Jeep if they hadn't stopped for the avocados. Tony's wife was in Target getting groceries in Auburn Hills, Michigan, when this man decided to key their Model X for no apparent reason. Tony posted this video in a local Facebook group, and the man was identified within 2 hours. Tony filed a police report including the vandal's name and the information of several people willing to identify him for the police. Even the criminal's co-workers were willing to identify him. The man eventually turned himself in, and Tony is pressing charges for malicious destruction of property over $1,000 US, which is a felony in Michigan. Stephen was driving his brand new Cybertruck in New Brighton, Minnesota. As he approached an intersection with stopped traffic, he moved over to the left lane. An oncoming driver began to turn left just as Stephen approached her, leaving him with no way to avoid a collision. Her car literally bounced off the Cybertruck during the impact before immediately beginning to smoke. Stephen told us he hit the brakes as soon as he saw her turning, but the wet road surface made it impossible for him to stop in time. Stephen called 911, and the emergency operator told him they'd try to send police officers, but after an hour, Stephen gave up waiting. There were no injuries, so the 2 drivers exchanged information before both driving away. The Tesla collision repair shop gave Stephen an initial repair estimate of about $7,000 US, but he expects it to climb higher since they couldn't see all the damage in the photos he sent them. What really grinds Stephen's gears is that he waited 4.5 years to take delivery of his Cybertruck. Now he's back to waiting to see when he'll get it back from the shop. This submitter was driving his brand new Model 3 Performance at 85 miles per hour on I-79 near Warrendale, Pennsylvania. It was snowing, but the snow wasn't sticking. Instead, it was turning into a large amount of standing water on the highway. After suddenly hitting a puddle, our submitter began hydroplaning. He spun off the road, thankfully missing any road signs or light poles. Considering the speed at which he hit the grass, it's a miracle the car didn't roll over. He was able to drive the Tesla away with nothing more than cosmetic damage, which he confirmed after taking it through the nearest car wash. A few body panels had come loose, and the underside of the car had scooped up some dirt. Ironically, he had gotten a steering alignment just 5 hours before this incident. It looks like he'll need another one. He returned to the scene the next day. After seeing these photos, we're still shocked the car stayed upright. He may be the world's luckiest Tesla owner. This video is from Andrew Miller, who was driving his Model 3 in the New Mexico desert when this happened. The front left tire of the truck blew out and sent the truck off the road. If we slow it down, we can actually see the tire blow out. No one was hurt, and Andrew proceeded on his way when he saw that the driver had safely stopped. Rick was sitting in traffic in his Model S in Charlotte, North Carolina one morning when he noticed a car speeding in the turn lane. At the same time, the cars in front of him stopped to let a school bus out of a neighborhood street. As the bus turned out, the speeding car clipped the bus. Luckily, no one on the bus was hurt, and the driver of the car wasn't seriously injured. Mel was driving to work on I-35 in Austin. He was in the exit lane when wham, then bam!
Teslacam, I hope you're satisfied.
The driver of a rental truck tried to squeeze between Mel's Tesla and the truck that was in front of him. The truck hit Mel's left fender and sent him into the concrete barrier with a reverse pit maneuver. The Tesla bounced off the barrier and headed back across the entire highway into the median barrier before the Tesla was damaged beyond drivability. With Mel now stranded, the rental truck kept right on going, leaving him behind. When Mel called 911, firefighters responded and so did paramedics, but the police never showed up. A tow truck came for Mel's Tesla before police arrived, but they did call him later. He gave them all the information about the truck, including the license plate number, but they never called him back. It's been over a month now, and Mel still hasn't heard back from the cops. He emailed the rental company a photo of their truck and an explanation of what happened, but they didn't respond either. With both U-Haul and the cops ghosting him, Mel does want to give the driver of the truck the benefit of the doubt and assume he didn't notice his large truck hitting Mel's Tesla. His car is still in the repair shop with an initial estimate of $14,000 US, but that might increase once they finally start working on it. Mel doesn't seem too upset about this, but we find it super frustrating. Why won't the police or U-Haul do something to hold the driver accountable? As the oncoming vehicle passed, the little girl suddenly bolted across the street. Our submitter told us his Tesla's A-pillar blocked his view and he wasn't able to see her until she was directly in front of his car. Automatic emergency braking brought the car to a sudden halt before our submitter had any chance to react to what was happening. He told us he and his son Aiden watch Wham Bam videos together every evening before bedtime. And he's thankful that his Tesla's safety features made it possible for this little girl to be able to say goodnight to her parents before bedtime. Nadia was driving her Model 3 on the Newark Turnpike in New Jersey. All of a sudden, the Tesla gave her an accident warning chime and automatically applied the brakes. At first, she couldn't understand why. That's when the Hyundai in front of her started to reverse. In response, she laid on the horn until the car stopped. That's when she saw this Chrysler. The passenger of the Chrysler was halfway out of the car when it started rolling backward. He tried to close the door, but it hit the Hyundai and missed the Model 3 by inches. The passenger in the back seat dove out of the moving car to save himself since the door was stuck open. He would have been crushed if he hadn't. It turned out this whole thing was caused by a 3-vehicle accident that occurred in the traffic piling up ahead. Of course, it became a 4-car accident after the Chrysler rolled into the Hyundai. Jeremy and his family had just picked up some pizza and were walking back to their Tesla parked outside when they heard a diesel engine spinning up. The driver of a modified diesel truck had seen the Tesla parked by the side of the street and decided to strike with one of the biggest coal rollings we've ever seen on this channel. Jeremy and his family waited for the dinosaur cloud to dissipate so they could get inside their car. In the end, they got home and enjoyed their delicious pizza, but they couldn't stop wondering, are these guys still roaming the streets somewhere in their matching outfits and arms hanging out of their windows? Kenneth was driving his Model 3 in Santa Clarita, California when he was passed by 2 racing BMWs being driven by a father and his teenage son. The father, driving the Z4, collided with the rear of a stopped bus at about 65 miles per hour. The son, driving the 3 Series, was able to stop and avoid a collision. Responding deputies assumed the teenager had been driving the wrecked car, but the Teslacam clearly shows him getting out of the 3 Series. The deputies were amazed and grateful for the video evidence. The Z4 was clearly totaled, and 2 other vehicles were also heavily damaged. Parsa was supervising full self-driving when his Tesla stopped for a traffic light, as did the Model S behind him. The driver of a Ford, however, did not. It turned out the Ford driver had fallen asleep before smashing into the Model S at full speed. The Ford climbed the side of the Tesla before it crashed into several other vehicles. A total of 5 vehicles were involved in the collision, but incredibly nobody was hurt. This incident is a great example of a time when FSD, or even advanced driver assistance, could have prevented a collision from occurring at all. Mitch Bauer was approaching a red light in his Tesla when he witnessed this accident. A white Toyota Highlander clipped the front of a car that was attempting to run the red light and flipped over. This is a great example of why you should never run a red light. Yayo was heading home after his daughter's soccer practice when they decided to stop for groceries so they could celebrate the great day with a nice home-cooked meal. As he stopped for backed-up traffic, Yayo watched in his rearview mirror as the driver behind him also slowed down. Suddenly, he watched the vehicle lurch forward. A large SUV rear-ended the car, pushing it to the side before slamming into Yayo's Tesla and shoving it into the pickup truck ahead of him. Yayo checked that everyone was okay before documenting the collision. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured and police were quick to respond. Yayo's initial repair estimate is over $15,000. But Yayo expects his Tesla to be totaled once the body shop sees it. Predictably, the SUV driver was uninsured. Yayo expected the insurance process to be a hassle, but even so, check out how happy Yayo looks in this photo his daughter took of him right after the collision. We've seen lots of wreck photos here on Wham Baam Teslacam, but we've never seen a crash victim looking so happy. Are you sure you're okay, Yayo? What day is it? Assuming you aren't concussed, great job keeping your spirits up, Yayo. Matthew was driving in San Antonio, Texas, when this drunk driver lost control and veered into his Model 3. The drunk driver claimed that she was cut off by a man with a trailer, but the video shows otherwise. The police officers told Matthew they couldn't determine whose fault it was until after they had seen the Teslacam video. Julian proceeded into an intersection when his light turned green, but so did a young driver on her phone before she T-boned the side of Julian's Model 3. The girl admitted she'd been on her phone and told Julian she'd seen a green light in her peripheral vision. The problem is that the light she'd seen had been for the turn lane, not for her. Law enforcement was quickly summoned by a school resource officer nearby. The police gave the other driver a citation for running a red light and causing a collision. Sadly, Julian's Tesla was totaled. He told us that even though losing his car made him sad, he's excited to replace it with a refreshed Model 3 Highland. Scott and his wife were heading home from completing a region in the All-Florida shop hop when their relaxing trip suddenly took a turn for the worse. A pickup truck driver blew through a stop sign at high speed before T-boning an oncoming SUV. Scott immediately stopped and hit the save button, then headed for the overturned SUV while his wife called 911. Two other drivers stopped, one of them checking on the pickup driver and verifying that he was okay. As Scott approached the overturned SUV, fearful of what he might find inside, he saw the driver was safely out of the vehicle and ran to check her for injuries. The Walton County Police and paramedics were on scene in under 5 minutes. Impressive considering the rural area where this happened. Both drivers were treated and transported to local hospitals. Scott told the responding officers that he had Teslacam footage, and one of the officers played the video straight from the USB drive using his patrol car's laptop. All three officers were amazed by the detailed footage that had been captured. Scott said none of them had seen a Teslacam video before. The pickup driver was found responsible since he'd clearly ignored a stop sign as he blew through the intersection, causing the collision. Mario was waiting to turn left in an intersection when the light turned red. After making sure there was no oncoming traffic, he slowed down and took the turn. As he made the turn, another driver ran his red light and hit the front end of Mario's Model S. Luckily, nobody involved was injured. Mario estimates that the oncoming car was probably going about 40 miles per hour when it hit him head-on. He's amazed and thankful that he was able to walk away from the accident. Mario's insurance provider told him that if not for the Teslacam footage, he would have been considered at fault since he was turning and the other driver was going straight. His Tesla was totaled and his insurance provider found that the other driver was at fault. Mario is understandably grateful that he wasn't declared liable for the accident, and he told his insurance rep, "Thank God for Teslacam." This clip from Specchio Cycling shows him driving with autopilot engaged when this happened. autopilot blared warnings and engaged the brakes. We can see that the blue pickup truck up ahead slows down to turn left, and that the following cars weren't ready for that. This really shows the danger of tailgating. Watch what happened when this submitter was driving his brand new Tesla Model 3 with fewer than 500 miles on it. Our submitter told us the impact seemed to come out of nowhere as the Lexus suddenly appeared without any time for him to avoid a collision or respond to any alerts. Police, firefighters, and paramedics all responded to the scene. There were no serious injuries, and everyone involved was able to walk away from the collision. Using our submitter's Teslacam footage, it was easy for the police to determine who was at fault. The Lexus driver had clearly run a red light, hit the Hyundai, then careened head-on into our submitter's Tesla. The insurance claim is still being processed, but based on the damage to our submitter's Model 3, it's safe to assume it will be deemed a total loss. Kent purchased a salvaged Model Y, and when he powered it on, he discovered this footage that reveals how it ended up in the scrapyard. The driver had been driving in whiteout conditions, and when visibility dropped nearly to zero, he began overtaking a box truck. Suddenly, the vehicle lost control and smashed into the truck. While nobody was hurt by the collision, the same cannot be said about the Tesla. The vehicle was totaled before its wreckage was sold at an insurance auction. There was extensive damage to the suspension, wheels, fender, and bumper cover. After buying the wreck for $13,000 US, Kent repaired it himself for another $3,400. He told us he was surprised how easy it was to work on the Tesla. We love hearing stories of wrecked Teslas getting put back on the road, especially since we usually only see them getting taken off the road. John Furlong was driving his Model 3 when he approached this four-way intersection. Fortunately, the truck missed the driver's door, so the driver of the pickup was shaken but not seriously injured. John says the accident could have been a lot worse if the dump truck driver hadn't reacted so quickly. It's also lucky that the truck was empty at the time. When traffic unexpectedly slowed down in the left lane, the SUV was following way too closely behind the Tesla and didn't even try to brake before hitting it. Still, the Tesla seemed to handle the impact fairly well. Reedy bought a Model Y from a wrecking yard after it was totaled in a collision. When he managed to start it up, he found Teslacam footage revealing how it had been wrecked. The Tesla had been driving down a highway in Atlanta, Georgia, when it slowed down for an SUV in the travel lane. All of a sudden, the driver of another SUV behind the Tesla swerved, overcorrected, and crashed into it. The impact sent it crashing into the median barrier. Reedy told us he thinks the SUV driver must have been distracted, but he doesn't know that for sure. What he does know is that nobody was injured in the collision, and the insurance company totaled the car instead of repairing it, which is how Reedy ended up with it. Now he's working on getting it back on the road. Anupi was driving his Model 3 on a highway in Arlington, Texas when traffic was slowing down in the lane to his right. A Chevy driver tried to skip traffic by diving into Anupi's lane without looking. The Chevy sideswiped the Tesla, ripping a Teslacam out of its housing. Check out that Terminator carnage. Wow, we've seen thousands of Tesla crashes on this channel, but I think this is the first time a camera has been ripped out. F in the chat for that Teslacam. Ken had just turned right out of a parking lot. He'd started to accelerate when a Fiat suddenly turned into him. Ken thinks the driver wanted to turn right at the intersection, and she must have thought that turning from the far left lane was a good idea. The folks in the car behind them stopped, and they said it looked as if she'd lost control of her car. Eventually, the police were called to the scene of the accident. The Fiat driver admitted fault to the police and said that Ken had been in her blind spot. The Fiat was towed away and was later deemed a total loss. Ken was able to drive his Tesla home and get a repair estimate from the Tesla Repair Center. The repair bill came to, are you sitting down? $25,000 US. Mike's wife was driving in Sicklerville, New Jersey. When she pulled up to a red light, she heard police sirens in the distance before noticing two drivers fleeing from the police. One of the suspect vehicles was T-boned in the intersection and came within inches of crashing into Mike's wife. Incredibly enough, the suspect managed to make a full 360-degree spin before continuing to run from the cops. When the cop car arrived at the intersection, the officer slowed down to ask the other driver if he was okay. Once he'd answered that he was, the cop took off after the suspects. Mike called the police and offered them his Teslacam footage, but they never returned his call. This submitter was driving his brand new Model Y in Sarasota, Florida, when a pickup driver suddenly turned across his lane. Our submitter tried to swerve to avoid a head-on collision, but without enough time to react, the impact sent his Tesla straight into an SUV, making this a three-vehicle collision. The Tesla's side airbag protected our submitter's head from smashing into the window before he crawled out of the passenger door, which he opened using the emergency mechanical release. The police responded quickly, and they were impressed that our submitter was able to walk away from the wreck without needing medical attention. Sadly, the vehicles involved didn't fare nearly as well. All three had to be towed away, but not far, as the collision had happened right in front of a collision center. Our submitter filed an insurance claim, but because his Model Y was brand new, there weren't any comparable used vehicles on the market yet. Without any comps, the insurance company couldn't calculate the car's market value, so they just went ahead and declared the car totaled and cut our submitter a check for the value of a new one. Michael was driving his Model 3 in Chino, California. While exiting State Route 71, a big rig flipped over in front of him. Michael told us this happens all the time on the ramps at this exit. It's a rather sharp turn, and the trucks usually come in way too fast from the off-ramp if the traffic light is green. Luckily, it wasn't in the left lane with a car on the right. That wouldn't have been a good story to tell. Some city construction workers rushed over to help the driver escape his overturned truck. The driver seems fine based on the footage captured by Michael's passenger side camera. Orlando was sitting at a red light in Boston, Massachusetts when a BMW M3 came flying through the intersection sideways. Orlando says it was super loud, and we've got to say that he held that drift for a long time. He earned a lot of style points with that move. This Model 3 owner was driving down a highway outside of Genoa, Italy, when traffic slowed down as drivers passed through a toll station. A noisy, modified BMW in front of our submitter revved up as soon as it cleared the toll booth, but watch what happened next. The BMW driver lost control and collided with another car, then crashed into the barrier before bouncing back, finally stopping right in front of the car it had sideswiped. The victim was actually a student driver who'd been receiving a driving lesson from an instructor, and the vehicle was owned by the driving school. Now that's a driving lesson. Thankfully, nobody was injured. Everyone involved was able to immediately exit their vehicles. That's gotta be a rough way to experience your first vehicle collision. What do you think the driving instructor told the student after this happened? As Arsenij stopped at a red light in Norristown, Pennsylvania, he suddenly heard an engine roaring and tires screaming. The driver of a Lexus had peeled out of street-side parking before running a red light and getting T-boned. The out-of-control car smashed into Arsenij's stationary Tesla hard enough to spin it around 180 degrees. If you thought that was shocking, keep watching because here's where the story really gets interesting. The driver of the Lexus jumped out wearing a mask before dropping something that looked like a gun, then fled on foot after picking it back up. When police arrived, they informed Arsenij that the Lexus was stolen, and that night it had been involved in some less than legal activities. Amazingly, no people were injured in this three-vehicle collision, but the same can't be said for the vehicles involved. All three were totaled in the wreck. After Arsenij filed an insurance claim, he found out that the combined damage estimate for all three vehicles was just shy of $100,000. His Tesla accounted for $36,000 of that, which is why the insurance company chose to total it. Alex was driving his Model Y in Miami, Florida when he hydroplaned before wrecking on the highway. Alex thinks the water flying off the tires of the truck in the next lane caused his car to spin out. Luckily, he wasn't injured in the crash. Alex called the police 3 times within an hour, and it took a trooper a little over an hour to arrive. 2 troopers actually passed on the opposite side of the highway a few seconds after the crash, but they didn't report the accident or stop to help. Alex doesn't have a repair bill yet since the insurance company is still working on an estimate with a repair shop. They both rolled down their windows at the light, and Scott smiled and gave him finger guns pointing forward. The Maserati driver responded, "It's on." This time, Scott wasn't going to give away the victory. After the other driver was crushed off the line, he asked Scott at the next opportunity to roll his window down. The guy was laughing, completely blown away at how fast the Model 3 performance was. Then he said, "Yeah, but can your car do this?" He proceeded to rev his engine a lot, and they both had a good laugh. Christian's girlfriend was headed to work after borrowing his Model Y, but watch what happened right after she stopped for a red light. The driver of a red Nissan had fallen asleep at the wheel before crashing into her at full speed. Even though she had her foot on the brake pedal, the force of the impact pushed the Tesla forward and started a domino effect that involved 2 cars ahead of it as well. All the drivers were able to get out of their vehicles, which is a miracle considering the force of the impact. That's when the Nissan driver said they'd fallen asleep. Firefighters and paramedics responded, and Christian's girlfriend was the only driver who was injured in the collision. She was taken to the hospital with a broken pinky finger and is recovering just fine. They filed a claim with the Nissan driver's insurance provider. Christian hasn't received a repair estimate yet, but he's pretty sure his Model Y will be totaled. He wanted to shout out his girlfriend Grace for keeping her cool after the collision. Alex was driving his Model Y on a freeway in Los Angeles, California, when a BMW X5 dove out in front of him. The driver of the BMW lost control, spun out, and crashed into the car in front of Alex. The BMW then took off, turning the accident into a hit and run. After stopping, Alex called 911, and the California Highway Patrol was quick to respond to the scene of the accident. After viewing Alex's Teslacam footage, the CHP saw that the BMW driver had waited too long to merge, finally just going for it. At least he'd used his turn signal. Thanks to Teslacam, the BMW driver was caught and charged with felony hit and run. The victim was very grateful for Alex's footage. The CHP later informed Alex that the victim had made a full recovery. Thank God for Teslacam. This video was sent in by someone who was cruising down I-35 on autopilot when an 18-wheeler started overtaking and switching lanes. At first, he believed it was just innocent drifting, but then he braked and took over from autopilot. Patrick was on his way to go rock climbing with his daughter in Charlottesville, Virginia. As he started to slow down for a red light, he glanced in his rearview mirror. That's when he saw a dump truck towing an excavator behind him that wasn't slowing down. Patrick swerved to the right to avoid being shoved into the vehicle in front of him. Sadly, he wasn't quick enough, and the dump truck slammed into the left rear corner of his Tesla. The truck then struck a Subaru stopped at the traffic light and pushed it into the intersection, only stopping when the dump truck got hung up on the crosswalk signal. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, and Patrick is really glad he checked his rearview mirror and took evasive action. Otherwise, he and his daughter would have been in a much worse collision. The driver of the dump truck said the brakes had failed and the truck wouldn't stop. Patrick contacted the police, and the responding officer determined that the dump truck driver was at fault. After a body shop inspected the Tesla, it was determined to be a total loss. Patrick received an insurance settlement 60 days later and ordered a new Model 3. As he approached a red light, the SUV ahead of him drove straight through it. The driver of a Lexus making a left turn T-boned the SUV, sending it flipping before it ended up getting stuck on a guardrail. Peter immediately stopped to render aid to the very confused older couple in the SUV. Thankfully, his Teslacam footage was able to clear up what had happened. Police and firefighters responded to the scene of the collision, but thankfully everyone involved was okay. This Model 3 owner was stopped at a red light in Kennesaw, Georgia when a Dodge Charger attempted to make a U-turn. In the process, he hit a white Toyota. Instead of hitting the brakes to stop, the driver of the Dodge accidentally pressed the gas pedal and continued driving, striking the Tesla on the driver's side. Police were contacted, and the Teslacam footage was used to prove that the driver of the Dodge Charger was at fault. Unfortunately, Tesla doesn't have any body shops in this part of the United States authorized to repair this level of damage, even though there is a Tesla repair center right up the street from where the submitter lives. They had to go through a third-party body repair shop. The submitter says they're a little concerned about the body shop's ability to diagnose whether or not the battery is damaged. They had only owned the Model 3 for a month when this happened. Their previous car was 20 years old and they'd never been in a wreck before. Dylan noticed a vehicle approaching him from behind, and he told us he moved into the left lane to get out of the other driver's way, but the other driver did the same thing. The other driver sideswiped him, then tried to flee the scene by running a red light. Dylan wasn't about to let him get away with that and took off in pursuit of the other driver. Thankfully, the other driver eventually stopped. Dylan called the police, and they facilitated their exchange of insurance information. Dylan's rims were damaged, and his driver's side fender was dented and scraped. After seeing this video, the other driver's insurance provider paid to repair all the damage to Dylan's Tesla. This lady thought she had put her car in park, but she must have left it in neutral instead. When the car in front of her left, her car started rolling towards Steve's parked Model Y. Let's cue up the dramatic music and tell the Honda to release the car. Steve filed an insurance claim and adds that he's hoping it doesn't take 2 months to get it repaired. Jim's niece was driving his Model Y as she approached an intersection at around 50 miles per hour. Suddenly, the driver of a red vehicle made a left turn without properly checking for oncoming traffic. She tried to swerve at the last moment, but she wasn't able to avoid a collision. The driver who hit her was taken care of by her parents, who arrived quickly since they lived nearby. Jim used the insurance settlement of $34,000 US, along with the proceeds from selling his Toyota Tacoma, to buy a brand new Cybertruck. Welcome to the Triangle Club, Jim. Vince was driving his Model 3 in Kirkwood, Missouri. Rain was pouring down and water was building up on the road. Watch what happened when he came to a slight turn in the freeway. The Mercedes-Benz C-Class that was passing him on the right hydroplaned, losing traction and spinning out right in front of him. Vince hit the brakes just in time. The Mercedes crashed into the barrier in front of Vince and parts went flying everywhere. If we play back the video in slow motion, we can see that, surprisingly, the Mercedes airbags didn't deploy. Vince stopped to check on the driver of the Mercedes, who was fortunate to be unharmed. Vince's wife stayed in their Model 3 and called 911 while he made his way up the road to warn other drivers, since visibility was poor and the road conditions were unsafe. Sean was driving down a road in Forsyth, Georgia, when all of a sudden he saw a car go barreling off the exit ramp and across grass before hitting a white SUV. The speeding car was being followed by police as it continued before striking a ditch and finally becoming disabled. A man jumped out of the car and took off on foot with 2 officers in hot pursuit. The suspect ran past Sean's Model Y before jumping a fence, running across a road, and disappearing behind some railroad tracks. Sean told us it was a wild police chase scene and that in the end, it looked like they apprehended the suspect, but he isn't sure, as it was hard to see behind the train tracks. His Teslacam also got a view of the wrecked car, and it sure looks like it took a beating. We also have to mention that having the new B-pillar camera angles is awesome. For comparison, here's the repeater camera angle from the same incident. Ben was driving his Model Y in Lawrenceville, Georgia. He was sitting at a red light, and when the light turned green, autopilot followed the other traffic. But once he got to the middle of the intersection, autopilot slammed on the brakes just as a Volvo came flying through the intersection, T-boning a pickup truck to Ben's left. Ben is confident that if autopilot hadn't stopped the car, he would have ended up hitting the Volvo. Ben stopped to make sure everyone was okay before calling the police. He made the Teslacam video available to all parties involved. Eric was waiting to turn left across oncoming traffic when the drivers of 2 pickup trucks left him a gap and waved him through. What neither of those drivers realized was that a car was about to speed around them in the right turn lane. The speeding car smashed into Eric before slamming into an SUV. Incredibly, nobody was hurt, but the same can't be said of the vehicles involved. When police arrived, they determined that Eric was responsible. His Tesla had shut down, so he wasn't able to show them his Teslacam footage to prove what had really happened. When he made an insurance claim, the insurance company came to the same conclusion. The collision must have been Eric's fault. Eric filed a data request with Tesla online, and they sent him the collision data taken from his vehicle, including this video footage. Thanks to his Teslacam, he was able to prove his innocence to the police, and he was able to get an insurance settlement that was greater than what he paid for the car in the first place. Teslacam for the win. Camille was sitting at a red light in Manor, Texas when a Prius ran a red light, hitting a Honda and bumping it into his Model 3. It was quite the crash, with the Honda getting some hang time, but incredibly, nobody was hurt in the accident. Camille was able to drive away with only a damaged front bumper cover, hood, and a crack in his glass roof. But his story doesn't end there. Both Pietro and the driver ahead of him were stuck behind a slow driver, and Pietro was waiting for an opportunity to pass. Once he determined it was safe, he tried to pass both vehicles, but the driver ahead of him did the same thing at the same time. Their vehicles collided, and the impact shoved Pietro's Tesla into a barrier. Pietro filed an insurance claim, and his Model Y was deemed a total loss. He's now waiting for the arrival of a brand new replacement.